Has there been scary moments where you're like, I don't know if I want to evolve? Like, who do I evolve into? That's something I think about sometimes.
Yeah, I was more, this special I've got coming out is it is about everything from intervention through rehab and after. So at the moment, or in the past 2 years, I haven't wondered what I'm going to talk about on stage. But now having shot this thing and I'm really, really happy with it. And it's longer than my other specials. And I'm thrilled that it's longer. It's this was the time to do this chunk of material. This was the moment in my life to do this. With that gone, now I start to like, yeah. Now I don't remember how to do comedy.
That's a great statement.
Oh yeah, I don't. Last night I was like, I don't have jokes. I don't. Maybe I'll try this old one that was part of the hour that I cut. I don't know what is going on. How do I do this? Don't know what I'm doing.
Wow. Yeah, that's scary. It's really scary letting something go, putting out something that's new, putting out something that's more like, obviously we tell stories that are based on our real lives or have moments, some of them,
Yeah.
But to put out something that's like, really, this is like me just tracking part of my life.
And it was a little bit like, I can't talk about other things until I get this out. I don't mean like people were waiting for it. Yeah. I just mean, this has to be what the next special is. And it was rather easy because there were lots of stories from it. Wasn't easy to get it where it was, but it took 2 years of touring. But it felt like, okay, inevitably there's over an hour of nonsense that happened.
Yeah.
So,
is it interesting? Like, because some people, I think, as we get older, they want us to be older in a way, or we have to evolve or something, right? Because
for sure,
we can't have the same thoughts and stuff that we had when we were 10 years ago or 15 years ago when we were starting.
Well, I don't know. Is anyone saying that?
No one is.
I mean, wanting to evolve is a good thing.
It's scary though.
I think we're always arguing with some straw man that's not really there. What we should be talking. I mean, I don't think.
That's a good point. I was just doing that. Yeah. And now it's trying to bring you into it.
No, I did that last night.
Yeah. Right.
I was like, oh, maybe I should be should have a lot of jokes. I thought this standing back. I was about to go on.
Well, you're respected enough, man. And it's such an interest. You're so yourself that if you just get up on stage, I am curious as to what is John thinking about.
No way. That's nice of you to say. But, I went and saw Stavi at the Pittsburgh Improv.
Stavros Halkias?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that, I was like, God. I was like, that's a person who's just funny right away. That's a person who's funny where I'm like, I'm willing, I'm just going to watch him talk to the crowd. I'm going to watch any. I would kill to have that.
Wow. That's it. I guess everybody wants a little bit of something else, or would love to have moments of the other person,
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. That's like.
Stavi's wild. He says, see a lot too. And I don't say it that much.
He does. Yeah.
Yeah.
He does.
He likes saying
I feel like he almost does it deliberately.
You think?
I think he knows exactly what he's doing.
Yeah, he
goes for it right away. Or Brody, like that.
Brody was very interesting. Brody was almost a reverse psychology. I didn't even know what he was doing half the time up there.
I mean, Brody, the amount of times I went, why can't I? Here I am. It's my own show. I'm at a theater. I'm at an arena. If I could bring the same excitement that Brody brought to warming up a Chelsea Handler audience, I'd have it made. Why can't I have that thing?
Did someone at some point in your life, or did some straw man tell you that you don't? Because, when I watched your special last night, I was watching the.
Yeah, I mean, some voice tells me I'm boring. Some voice is like, you're boring, and no one wants to hear it. And you're not fun, and you're not. you're actually you're not good at performing your own material. That's something.
Dude, when I watched that, I was like, man. And I'd seen it before, but I was like, yeah, I'm just so involved. Even you go to get the sip of water and drink it out of the cup, and you probably think, man,
it was a last-minute decision, no stool, so the water's got to go somewhere.
Yeah, it was really interesting. I was like, that he put it there. That's what he's doing. But you probably think
hit it behind a light bulb
while you're going to get it. Yeah.
Oh yeah,
everybody's so bored right now.
No, in that moment, I was like, can I pick up a glass of water without dropping it in front of 6,000 people? Because I was like, I've never had it on the floor before. So, no, I mean, listen, I don't mean to sound like, I feel like shit about my.
Well, we always
I like what I do, but we always just want to be something.
Yeah. Different. Oh, it's funny. I think there's no doubt. There's probably 20 guys when I watch them. I'm like, oh man, I wish I had some of that.
You know? Oh my God, yeah.
That'd be really cool.
Absolutely. And you know what? I don't think there's anything wrong with it. I think it's a totally healthy thing. I think we've been talking a lot about also the things in us that we feel are missing, but it's a good thing to watch Stavros and be envious.
Yeah.
Like that's something that gets me. Or comedians who write jokes that I'm just like, you know, when I hear a joke, I just saw Nate's special. I was like, God, I wish I had those. Yeah. That's exciting. I know. There's nothing to me unhealthy about that.
Yeah, that's true. It's nice, I think. And it's really just an admiration to that person. But I think that there's so many people that for sure that look at you and think that way. Like, I wish I could be as put together as that guy, you know? And use the word haberdasher I saw in one of them. That was great.
Did I? Yeah. Harry Truman ran a haberdashery that went bust.
Did he?
That's the first time I think I heard that word.
Yeah.
A little kid hearing about Harry Truman.
Some guy opened one up, I think, by us when we were growing up, and people thought it was like a hash den or whatever. They shut it down, I remember.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. But
in this violent place you were growing up, someone tried to open a haberdashery?
Yeah. They had a lot of narcs by us. A lot of people were always doing narking, you know?
Oh, yeah?
Where they get some kid, you know.
Yeah, there was a thing called Snap. Was it called Snaps? It was this weird program in Chicago where Chicago PD would send like 2 13-year-olds up to a bar to try to get in, and then they bust the bar. I knew this one kid whose dad was a detective, so they sent him. He went up and like, don't let me in here with. I mean, if that was true, in retrospect, I can't imagine that would be like an actual CPD program. But I like that he didn't want the bar to get busted.
Yeah. I like that.
Then he could probably come back the next week and be like, I did you a solid.
Yeah, let me in.
Yeah.
Then he like gets carted out of the
then he gets carted.
Yeah. What was your do you remember like your first relationship growing up? What was that like?
What do you mean?
Like dating and stuff? Was that tough for you as a kid, or were you pretty good at it?
No, I wasn't good at it. I didn't realize you weren't supposed to tell girls how much you liked them. Because in movies, that's what the hero would do. Is he'd be like, I love you so much, and they'd be like, oh my God, no other guy at school talks this way, right? So I thought, okay, you got to be like that. You got to be like these John Cusack types who tell you how they're feeling, and no one really loves them.
Yeah. No. Yeah, it's too alarming for people. The reality of it is too alarming for people.
But that was also like romanticizing romance. I was just like no one had. I brought a heaviness to that I think people were like, "This is you got to relax. This is making out in winter coats here."
Yeah.
This is not anything that serious. You don't need to be making speeches.
Yeah. The train isn't leaving the station.
And this isn't Casablanca or something.
Yeah.
You need to we're gonna share a menthol and then hook up standing up. Like you need to bring it down a notch with this monologue.
Yeah.
Did you?
This is your Nicolas Cage at the end of Family. Man.
Exactly. Yeah. At the end of Family.
Have you seen that?
Is that where he can choose between the two paths?
We got a house in Jersey. She's stealing on.
Yeah.
We got 2 kids and a job.
Yeah.
And he explains to her what their life is like if she doesn't get on that plane. She can always go to Paris, just not tonight.
Is that a good one?
Man,
I haven't seen it in some time.
It's good. It'll make you think.
What was your first?
Mine, this girl, this girl was like kind of doing DJs at school, and she liked me, right? And it was like she was really funny. That's what I liked about her. But she was also doing DJs, right? And people were, and nobody was doing it.
Sure.
And so it was kind of nervous because I liked her, right? I really liked her because she was really funny and she was really cute. But then the doing BJ's part, I liked that.
Sure.
But I also was embarrassed in a way because I didn't want people, like people were like kind of like, you know, other people were judging her because she was doing BJ's like real early.
And you thought they would,
Judge
they thought
me.
you thought your motives for hanging out with her would be suspect.
Right. And I thought that they would judge me somehow. I've always been like, I've always taken on the responsibility or taken on the pain or the judgment that other people put on somebody that I have attached to me in a weird way.
Oh, you get
I get offended or I get like embarrassed
oh wow.
for like something that like somebody else will do that I attach myself to. It's really not
I do
fair.
that too. I think I do that too.
It's really not fair. I had a girlfriend that she wouldn't know where people were, like when we're standing around somewhere.
She had bad peripheral vision.
And yeah, the worst, dude. It was unbelievable. So she would always, we'd be talking, beautiful girl, I loved her, but she'd always like walk right back when somebody was walking. I'm just like, and it ruined it for me.
Oh, wow. You felt her embarrassment.
Yes.
Was she herself embarrassed?
Not that much.
Oh, interesting. So you weren't even feeling her embarrassed. You were just feeling the only embarrassment.
Yeah.
It was almost like the universe had to give it to someone and she was unaware. Yeah.
But I would take it on though. And I would always be like, I'm not going to let you be a reflection of how people see me. No matter who that was. And I think that probably goes back to my childhood. I was very embarrassed in my situation that I was in. Or something about it made me uncomfortable. So that's how I behave still. It's not fair to other people, you know.
But then you also like use the way you grew up in those things, and now you know that they're of interest to talk about.
Right. Well, it's a big part of my still operating, you know. So it's like some stuff I still have to really work on, I think, you know, or look at.
I see.
But only recently in the past 5 years have I noticed how all these things play a role in my life.
Yeah.
But yeah, that first relationship. So yeah, and then so we went to a party one night and everybody knew that I was going to maybe, you know, she was going to do a BJ on me or whatever.
Okay.
So we picked like this tree to do it behind, right? And
did you talk to her about it?
Yeah, we kind of having written letters at school.
About that specifically?
Yeah.
Okay.
Or talk to a friend, you know, her best friend, like it's going to happen.
Sure.
So I'm so nervous. Dude. I remember I would barely even get
How
out.
old are we here?
We were probably in 7th or 8th grade.
Okay, wow.
And I remember just being so nervous, dude. Yeah, I could barely even walk over there, and I get by the tree, and then I barely even said any words, you know. And then she might have felt responsibility to do it now because we planned it, you know. I don't even know.
Well, you exchanged many letters.
Yeah. Yeah. And then she starts doing it. And then the girl's mom, whose party house it was, like we're behind a tree. So the only thing you can't see is the actual kind of BJing. But you can see me and her.
Okay.
And then the girl's mom came out and busted us. And it was it was just so embarrassing. It made me, I just felt so much embarrassment, I think.
For yourself?
I think for both of us, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But what she's doing is embarrassing me. But then I'm also here, you know, I'm here too.
You were definitely part of it. You were half of it, you mentioned.
So anyway, that was, I think, you know, I had some early uncomfort with that. And just the fact that I felt like I kind of loved this girl.
Yeah.
And other people thought that there was something wrong with her.
Uh-huh.
And so I think that made me you know, I don't know. I think it did something to me a little bit. But
changed your perception of her.
Yeah, and it changed how it made me often like really conscious of what people thought of who I attached myself to.
And do you still have that today?
I think I do still have some of it.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's kind of unhealthy.
Well,
but it's okay. I just, you know, it's something I think I got to go through some different, you know, work on it more. That's fine. But yeah. it's all okay, man. You know?
It's all okay.
Yeah. John Mulaney, is there anything else that you wanted to talk about? I don't want to take up too much of your time. Chatted for a while, I think.
I want to ask, what does Baby J mean? Because where are you calling your tour from scratch?
Yeah. The tour I was just on was called From Scratch. Just because I started calling these shows I did 2 months out of rehab, I started doing these shows at City Winery in New York. And I just called it From Scratch. And there might have been, I was trying to say, like, all of this is new and please come to the shows, but it's going to be rusty. And it's going to be all worked out and messy, and et cetera. And then I just kept calling the tour From Scratch. I never loved the name, but I didn't want to think of a new one. There was too much going on. There's too much going on in early sobriety, and I didn't, I just kept going with it. But the special is called Baby J, which is something I refer to myself as a special, because the people like when 40-year-old men call themselves Baby J. People find that really cute and like that a lot. Yeah.
Do you think, is it like about being like a late bloomer? What is it? What is it kind of in relation to?
I don't know. I just refer to myself as it at one point in the special, and it makes me laugh a lot.
Oh, nice.
But a part of it is trying to get back to that before time, like something. A lot of the tour I just did, we used my first grade photo as the like tour art, and I mean, it just was. It was like you and I were talking about it, but trying to get back to that age where there was just like electricity and things were really exciting.
Yeah.
And something went off track. Some things got darker, and now I was sober, and so much of my life had changed, and I was out on the road, and I was like, I liked seeing that poster of myself. I liked seeing that photo of me in first grade outside the venue. Like, it just put me like, okay, we're trying to get back to that. Something started chasing us after that time.
Something started chasing us. That's interesting.
Yeah. That was a thought I had in rehab. Like, I don't mean like I hurt. Well, I sort of hurt a bit, but it said, we've been after you since you were a little kid. And I felt like something's been, things have had, there's been many great moments, but something's been trying
to get your attention,
to get.
You think it's like a disease or something?
I don't know. Just we've been after you since you were a kid. I didn't care for the we.
Yeah.
Listen, I didn't like hearing voices in Detox. I didn't like grinding my teeth. I cracked a molar. It was a whole crazy. But yeah, I didn't care for the voice. But if I'm gonna hear a voice, I don't like the we of it. Yeah, that's a lot of people.
Yeah, that means there's a van now. You know?
There's a van that implies bats. Guys driving around with bats.
How bad is detoxing? I never had to do something like that. Is it really hard?
Benzodiazepine, which is Xanax and Klonopin, that detox really sucks.
And do you stay in a room? What do you do?
I stayed in so some people go to detox for a couple of days. I was there for 5 or 6 days. They try to taper you off with this medication called Librium, which I don't know if that's a benzo. Anyway, it's similar, but so that week I was sort of in a medicated detox, and then the second week was like my skeleton wanted to rip out of my body. Wow. Yeah.
And does it
hurt? And they said that they were like, those are the most no, not like ow pain. Mine felt like I cannot be, like I cannot sit. It's not even like, I remember laying on my bed just like fucking writhing, just like I know every part of me wants to rip into. But they said that when I got there, they're like, Coke is not, I mean, Coke was my problem. They said, Coke isn't your problem. These, the benzos, the downers is going to be the real beast.
Yeah. Could you do an 8-ball in a day, you think?
Yeah. Wow. I mean, I don't say that like Maybe it would take what was a day also to find a day?
That's true. That's true.
Maybe a day and a half. Yeah.
If you're up for 24 hours at 8 ball, dang, dude. I remember sometimes I couldn't even inhale anymore.
Yeah. That feeling of I would feel like vibrating so much, but I remember times when I felt like, okay, I've done too much. Like, this is serious, and I've done too much, and maybe I should go down to my lobby and sit there in case I need to get there. I lived right next to an urgent care.
That's great.
I was like, maybe I need to sit here and just tell the doorman to grab paramedics. But there were a couple nights where I just thought, I've done too much, but then I would still be crashing. So physically, I'm like, we've done way too much coke. I can't feel my legs. I'm totally like, this is a real disaster. And then mentally, I'd start crashing a little and be like, can I do another bump? Is there a way to do a bump that would satisfy this, but not affect the oncoming cardiac arrest? So,
isn't that crazy? We would think that you're in such a balancing act.
You're in such a you know what? If I'm going to go to the hospital, I probably should do it.
Yeah.
They'd want me to, just so I'm talkative.
Yeah. They would want you to. That's so interesting.
You on the road now?
Yeah, what do I have doing? I got some shows in Phoenix next week.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I'm excited about that. I started my tour kind of like I should have had my show more mapped out before I put it up into some like smaller theaters,
Yeah.
So sometimes I feel a little bit bad about that. I thought it was
Why did they feel rocky?
Yeah, they just felt a little rocky.
Yeah.
But I just always want to make sure that I give
Of course, but you'll try and put on the best show you could.
Right. I was trying for sure. Yeah.
The other route would be to just stay and do weekends at clubs.
Yeah. That would have been probably a route that would have been just to better service the hour.
Yeah, I get that. Yeah.
I think, but sometimes people are like, come perform.
Well, sometimes you have a couple great shows and you go, this is ready for theaters, and then you get there and you're like, wow, these people paid money.
Yeah, and it wasn't bad. It was just, and we have high expectations.
Yeah, of course.
You have very high expectations of yourself.
Of course, yeah. When I'm out there at the very beginning figuring out an hour, and I'm like, this is actually 40 minutes with 20 minutes of filler. I feel very. I work hard at the news. I work hard at what I can, and I hope that I have enough charisma to pull off the whole that no one's noticing that this is bad.
Yeah. Man, yeah, I think you got a ton.
Well, also, it's like you go back on the road after you've just done a special. So the last memory you have is this product that was like finely tuned.
Yeah.
And now you're out there, doing stuff about how big the Denver airport is.
Yeah.
Because you just landed in Denver.
Yeah, I remember I had a show in Charleston, and literally the next night I had an hour that came out, and so the next night I knew this is when you have to turn over, when you can't do material that's on the special. You have to kind of turn over, most of it and do new stuff. And that was a tough weekend because the first show was pretty awesome, and the second one was not. It was just kind of like,
yeah. Well, that's the thing. It's like you can just hit all green lights one night and be like, I have a new 15 minutes.
Yeah.
You don't. You have nothing. You have 1 minute.
Yeah.
You have one. Did you do like a first CD? Like, did you make like a comedy album?
Yeah.
Unrelated to not a TV? Yeah.
Yeah.
I did that too, and I thought when that came out, I can never do any of these jokes again.
Wow.
No one fucking listened to it.
Yeah.
I wish I remember going out to do, was I just starting to headline? Maybe I think I was going to headline the Houston Laugh Stop. And I had a CD that was out, and I was like, well, if anyone's heard the CD, they'd know these jokes. So I got to do a whole new hour.
Oh.
No, you didn't.
No.
Absolutely no one had heard this album.
No, and some guys you can just do. That's one messed up thing about putting things out. It's like if you never put things out, then you would just be this thing that people can only go see if they go see you.
Yeah, I think about that. I think about like the Grateful Dead model too.
Yeah.
It's like I wish I could make every show different and tour like that.
You probably could.
Ever. I guess so.
Well, I think a lot of.
What you need to do is you need to get like 3 hours of stuff, and then you just sample between it, which some people do. I guess.
Do you think people come to see you or your material?
Oh, I don't know. I think the material, because if you don't have it in, like if I don't have it in the first 10 minutes, in the first 5 minutes, it's not that fun.
Yeah, that's true for anybody, huh?
I don't know. I mean, in an arena, I don't know. Maybe they're coming just for the. Maybe some people come for the, like, this is cool of it, you know.
Yeah.
But especially though, no, what am I saying? I think it's all for the jokes.
Yeah. Yeah, people want to be entertained for sure. I think at a certain point though, people kind of get to know you, especially probably after this special comes out.
Yeah,
they're going to get
maybe.
to know maybe more just
Yeah.
about some of
Yeah.
your journey.
There's a lot in it. You get to
Yeah.
know me pretty well. So
I mean, I think letting people get to know you, that's, you know, it's important. And then
Yeah.
they know you, you know.
well, they get to know you. Yeah, it's all fun. Them getting to know one side of you, and,
Right.
And then you go, okay. Also, sometimes another.
Oh yeah, yeah, that happens a lot to all of us.
So you're out now.
Yeah, I'm out, and I just do sporadic. Like I was doing like a night and a night and a night in different cities,
Yeah,
and now I'm doing more like kind of smaller venues, but staying in a city for 5 nights.
that's the best way to do it.
I agree.
I just did the arena thing,
Mhm.
and that was awesome. But you are hitting a point where you can do more nights at a theater. More people will come see you. More people will find out you're in town,
Yeah,
and you do like an 8-night run or something. I did that down in Atlanta and
did
Philly.
you do Nashville too? Someone said.
I did. I think it was 4 or 5 nights at the Ryman. That was really fun.
Yeah,
That was on my 40th birthday.
really?
Yeah,
Oh, I think you're younger than that, man. You look
No.
younger. That's a cool room, that Ryman,
it's
isn't
the
it?
greatest.
Yeah.
Oh my God, it's the greatest.
Yeah, it's awesome. And the Wilbur is really awesome too,
The
huh?
Wilbur's really fun.
God, the Wilbur is
The
cool.
Wilbur, really, you feel the energy there.
With Bill Blumenreich. I
Yep,
think his
he's
name.
the great.
Yeah, he's got the best stories too.
Yeah, he does. He's got Foxwoods too.
Yeah,
Books
he's
a
got
lot
the
of
best
good
stories. What other goals do you have in your future? I know you have the amazing animation, right? Is that your series?
Which one? Big Mouth?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm on that.
Yeah.
Um,
Sorry, I know that.
no, that's okay.
I
That's created by Nick Kroll and Andrew Goldberg and Mark and Jen Flackett's. They're great. And
do you have other stuff that you feel like you like creatively that you're like having done like worked in television, created shows? Do you feel like stand up is really the best medium?
Yeah.
You do.
it's the most fun, best delivery service of comedy. It's freebase. It's the
Yeah,
best.
dude.
It's the best possible situation in terms of delivering freebase. Yeah. It's grimy. It's a little grimier than TV.
Did you ever end up in a really cool place doing drugs?
Meaning geographic place?
Yeah, there's like a dicey, like, you know, Shoney's or something, you know, someplace that was a little deviant, you know, karaoke bar.
I'm trying to think.
Like, were you that guy that wanted to get deep into the trap houses and shit? Were you like kind of like the who was the guy, Anthony Bourdain, of like trap houses and stuff like that?
What's a trap house?
A trap house is just like a place where people are doing drugs, and there's like a lady who's like probably like, you know, if you wake her up, she would have sex, maybe like in the back. It's like
Anthony Bourdain went to these?
no, he didn't, but he
Oh,
went to like
okay.
food places.
He went to restaurants, yeah.
Right? Are you like the guy?
I was not the Anthony Bourdain of trap house.
Yeah. Are you like? Would you be that guy? Like, where is that kind of your like? Some people like to get into the depths of the
No.
5 a.m. You know, and like just the like, how weird can I get? Shit?
No, the weirdest times for me were the days, because that feeling of, you know, when you haven't slept and the whole world has,
Yeah,
just the way that warmth you feel in your bones. You're going into Starbucks or like, man, like just running an errand, and you're like, does everyone know? Did everyone tell? There's just something kind of like shinier about us,
yeah.
you know, like just something like sleeker. We're just a faster animal because like we didn't just lay down for 8 hours.
Oh,
And-
that's true. You are more alert, huh?
Oh, you're like an alley cat. Alley cat.
Yeah, and you're like a fucking very, but you're like.
But things also become far more complicated.
Right. Oh, yeah, I would overthink things. So much.
Overthink everything.
You're like a ghost. You're like a fast fucking, like a Tesla ghost.
And you're like, these clothes don't look like someone put them on this morning. These look like yesterday.
Yeah, you
Not even that they're wrinkled. Not even anything. Just have an air about you that says, I did not just rest.
Yeah.
But I think no one can tell. If you're still gacked up enough to converse.
Yeah. Fuck, I would be so scared, dude. I would walk.
Yeah, my depth perception would feel weird.
Yes.
It's a lot of like cars.
Everything's coming in.
Yeah, everything's coming fast. Yeah.
Oh. God, dude.
They're a disaster.
A disaster.
Drugs are a disaster.
And that's a nice thing to not have to worry about anymore, isn't it?
Oh my God. Yeah, that is not. I'm not in a crisis all the time.
Yeah. Did you end up getting help at, like, did you go to recovery after that? Did you go to 12-step, or you just kind of went to?
I was in 2 rehabs. I was in sober living. I did 12-step, but
Was sober living pretty cool?
Sober living was for a couple months after rehab. I can't imagine going from rehab to living on my own.
Yeah.
That would have been. No, I really needed as many training wheels as possible.
Wow, so you really went through it all.
Yeah.
Right.
I went through it all.
I mean, not like you went through the things that people go through.
Yeah,
get better.
That was a moment where I really needed to get as textbook as possible.
Right.
Because I would have told you okay, I can go live on my own now. I've been in this place for 2 months and I'm clean, but it's like you're clean because you've been in rehab.
Right. Yeah.
But I would have thought I had a lot of good, and I had a lot of great moments in treatment. Really did. Had great counselor and great people. But the actual reason that I wasn't on drugs was because I was in central Pennsylvania living in a hospital.
Yeah. Was it nice out there? Was it pretty?
It was a winter. It was a little desolate, but sometimes it was quite beautiful.
Did they have any horses or anything like that?
No. I wish we had some of that, getting to put a shoe on a horse or whatever they have drug addicts do.
Crazy.
Yeah. Like you're petting him, okay. I have a joke in this special about I feel so bad for that horse because it thinks it's going to win the Kentucky Derby, but then it's just drug addicts being like, okay, all right, petting your strong leg gives me confidence.
I remember seeing this whenever I saw your set. John Mulaney, thanks so much.
Gio Vaughn, thanks for having me, man.
Dude, it's awesome, man.
It was great to talk to you.
Yeah, you too, man.
Yeah.
I really admire you and your ability, dude. And,
I really admire you, man. It's very nice to have a conversation.
Same, man. And when you get on stage, man, it is, I want to know what you are going to do and say.
Same.
100%. I want you to know that I am excited that you're up there.
Thanks, man. I'm excited when you're up there.
Thanks, John.
I envy what you have, man. It's amazing.
You too, man. And check out the new special. And
April 25th.
April 25th, and we'll post about it. I'll put a post up on my social media too, man, to make sure.
You, man.
Not that you don't already have your own humongous audience, but okay, awesome. We'll be happy to share.
Thank you, dear.
Now I'm just floating on the breeze, and I feel I'm falling like these leaves. I must be cornerstone. Oh, but when I reach that ground, I'll share this peace of mind I found. I can feel it in my bones, but it's gonna take.
I want to let you know I will be in Las Vegas this weekend, October 27th and 28th at Resorts World. We'll be excited to see you there as well. Dates in Norfolk, Virginia, Roanoke, Virginia, Huntington, West Virginia, Evansville, Indiana, Huntsville, Alabama, and Atlanta, Georgia. Those are all on sale now. TheoVon.com/TOUR. That's TheoVon.com/tour. Thank you for the support. Today's guest is a garbage man out of Staten Island. recently voted one of America's top 70 islands. He is a man who spent 20 years in the gar business, and he knows it. He knows it, baby. He knows pails and bins, baby, pails and bins. He's done it all. He collected garbage in New York City and outside of the city. We're going to learn everything you want to know about it. Today's guest is Garbage Man, Mr. Wayne Owen.
What? Fuck.
I'll sit and tell you my stories. Shine on me, and I will find a song. I will sing it.
Wayne Owen.
What's up to you? Thanks for having me.
Yeah, thanks for coming in, dude. So, you're a garbage man.
Correct.
Do you guys have a term that you guys use within the industry?
Well, we used to go with sanitation engineer.
Okay.
That was our thing. It made you sound a little more like needed and wanted
Yeah.
compared to a garbage man.
Yeah, and I guess we'll find out, even through the course of this chat, if it's, where does it kind of land, I think, and that's one of the reasons, I just want to learn all about the industry. So you, in what area were you in?
I started in Manhattan, grew up in Staten Island.
Okay.
Started in Manhattan. I did almost 2 years and then switched over to Staten Island and finished my career there. Did 18 years in Staten Island.
Damn, you did 18 years. Thank you for your service,
Yeah,
first of all. So how do you get into it? How does it even start? Like, is it a family thing? Like your father picks you, just like picks you up when you're young and fucking puts you in a recycling bin or something? Like, how does it,
it's rule of thumb in New York. Like, you take the city test.
okay.
College don't work out. You fall back on a city job, sanitation, police, firemen.
So those are different city tests, so those are different options.
Yep. And different tests.
Okay, so a lot of people that don't go to college in New York, they'll fall back into that, and those are one of the options.
Correct.
So you take a different test. So you took a sanitation test.
Yes.
Wow.
And it was sad, but it was a joke.
Really?
Like one of the questions that I'll never forget. Never forget. How would you pick up this pile of dirt? And there was like a garbage truck. Like,
New tour dates to announce. We've got Montreal, Quebecois, on August 3, Portland, Maine on August 8th, and Spokane, Washington on September 12th. Tickets for these shows are on sale now. We also have tickets remaining in Belfast, Cork, Ireland, London, Idaho Falls, Salt Lake City, and Las Vegas, Nevada. You can get all tickets through theovon.com/TOUR. Make sure not to buy from secondary sites. New merch. We've got some new gang hoodies. We've just done crew necks before. We've got some hoodies now available in heather gray, tan, light blue, and duck camo. Get all that and more at theovonstore.com. That's the only merch site that is run by us. I know there's some other fictional ones out there. Just watch out for fakes. And thank you guys for your support. Today's guest is that midday meal maiden. She's that belly-filling bad girl between breakfast and dinner. A lunch lady. That's right. Out of Cleveland, Ohio. She's been in the game more than 31 years. We're going to learn about all of it. The lunch, the children, the lifestyle. We want to thank all of the lunch ladies that reached out and who we spoke with. And we are so grateful to have one in studio today. Lunch lady, Melissa Ansel.
I'll sit and tell you my stories. Shine on me, and I will find a song. I will sing it.
Lunch lady Melissa, how are you?
I'm doing great.
Yeah. You feel good?
Oh yeah, I flew for the first time today. So
Did you really?
yes, I've never flown in my life. And I said I'd never get on a plane. So thank you.
And you changed it all up.
I
Huh?
changed it all up in the last couple of days. Yeah, I've been feeling I'm gonna pee a lot, but that's all.
Really?
Yeah, I guess I'm nervous.
Oh, nerves, you
Yeah,
think?
just nervous.
I didn't know if you meant like because of the altitude or something.
Oh no, just because I was nervous because I was doing something. So
Oh, yeah?
wow.
Really? So it's been a while.
Oh, a while. I've never flew.
What's the highest you've ever been up then? On a building or something? On a slide?
Oh yeah, maybe a slide or a roller coaster or something.
Gosh.
I know, right?
And was it nerve wracking? Like,
It wasn't as bad, I guess, as what I thought. But yeah, I had to take a pill, just calm myself down.
Oh, yeah. oh, yeah. I popped a couple of pills just to get through a tough episode of Cops before.
Well,
So-
I mean, this is true.
You know?
Yeah.
So, but thank you for coming
No,
in.
thank you so much. This is awesome. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, you're very welcome. And yeah, we just, everybody has had lunch ladies in their lives.
Oh yeah.
I mean, a lot of children really, it goes from like breastfed to bottle fed to being fed by a woman
Oh
like
yeah.
kind of vaguely covered in plastic, And so it's kind of like, it's almost mom's third breast in a way. It's like
Right.
you're that next liaison to sustenance for a child.
True.
How did you get into the game? How did you get into it?
Well, I kind of fell into it. I graduated, got pregnant, needed a job, and there I was. And then it
Oh,
worked
you did,
out really good. Yeah.
Okay, so let's just go back. So you graduated from what?
I graduated from high school.
Okay, you graduated from high school, and where are you? What part of the nation are you in?
Oh, I'm from Cleveland, Ohio.
Okay, so you're from Ohio, and you graduate from high school, and then you get knocked up by a man.
Sure. And then I didn't really want the man that much, so then I moved out.
Oh, you moved out, so you separated. But how do you go from there? How does somebody go from getting knocked up by a guy
I kind of wanted to,
to feeding children?
yeah.
Well, I guess actually
Well,
easily.
I fell into the job, but when I started to do it, I was like, I really like it. And my son, then he started going to school there,
Oh, okay.
So he got to stay when I was off, he was off. So it was so much easier to, follow with him,
Oh, that's kind of perfect, huh?
Oh, it was perfect. Oh, yeah. That was awesome. So we would have the summers off if I wanted to, or, whenever holidays, I didn't have to look for a babysitter.
Oh, that's pretty magical, huh?
Yeah.
And how did you who got you the job there?
I just went down
Overseeing
to,
lunch.
I went down to the Board of Education, looked around, got some jobs, and then I just slowly moved up because I've been there so long,
Oh, they move you. So is there different?
Yeah, there's kind of different positions. Like you'd start out the really kind of lunch lady, then you move up to the general prep, then the cook, then the manager, things like that.
Okay.
But,
okay, so you're in Cleveland.
mhm.
You have a child. Your child now you start lunch ladying at the school
Yeah.
where your child is. And so take me through a typical shift of a lunch lady. Like they get there. Do you walk to school? Do you guys carpool? How does it go?
Well, I mean, I didn't have a car for a minute, so when I don't have a car, I would walk, or sometimes somebody pick me up. But I mean, I have a car now, and we're actually we're transitioning. They tore my school down, so I'm over at a swing site. So it's a little bit further, not too much further, and I drive there and back. But once I get the other one, really, I could kind of walk down there if I had to.
Oh, nice.
So it's been perfect since I also have anxiety. I don't drive as much.
Driving's hard, huh?
I don't like the other people driving.
Yeah.
If they could just stay away from me when I'm on the road, I'd be cool.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, here's my thing. I've met a lot of people, right? Something's wrong with them. So all driving is those people are in cars now.
Right.
So it's not like they've changed suddenly because they're in a vehicle. Something's still wrong with them.
I said just because I'm nervous and don't drive a lot like that, still them guys, whew.
Yeah.
And I live in the lower Cleveland, so let me just say, some of the drivers aren't even supposed to be in those cars.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, because they stole them.
Yeah, I guess.
Well, about 15 years ago, I did wake up one morning and my car got stolen out of my driveway. And I was like, dude, where's my car? And it really wasn't there. but they never found it. So
Oh,
they
yeah?
must have, yeah, they probably took parts off it and they had a good time with it. But
Yeah.
I was violated.
Wow. Yeah. What kind of car was it?
It was old Cutlass.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they wanted it bad in the day, you know, how those doors slam good and stuff. Yeah.
And look, let's say there's definitely brothers love a Cutlass. I'll go on ahead and
Somebody
say.
was loving it. Yeah.
Yes, people love a Cutlass. My dad had a Delta 88, and he
Okay.
had a and he also had a Cutlass. Bring that up. Bring up a Cutlass. Let's see the one that got stolen here from Lunch Lady Melissa.
Do you know what year model it was?
Oh, goodness. I don't really remember that much.
But just ballpark it, like 1940,
Yeah.
1990.
No, like 1990. It kind of looked like that white one over there.
Yeah.
Yeah, kind of like. But the doors just shut good and everything, but I didn't protect it.
Should put the club or something on the wheel, you know?
I got the club on it right now on my beater in the driveway right now.
Do you?
Heck yeah.
Yeah, my mom puts it on all the time.
Oh, yeah. I put it on. I don't care.
My
Because
mom-
now that they took it, I'm like, oh, this is it. Now, if they can get past all those, they can have it.
yeah. You've earned it, huh?
Yeah, you earned to take it. Go ahead.
Okay, so take me through a typical shift at work. You show up at what time do you get over there?
I get there at 7:30,
Okay.
and we turn on all the warmers, oven, all that stuff. Start putting everything out. Make hot breakfast.
Yeah, the breakfast.
Yeah, we do a hot breakfast, and we also do a breakfast cart, so they can choose. So, if I have a pancake with a sausage in it,
Oh, yeah.
they could choose a hot, their juice and milk, or they could go over to the cart. And I have muffins, blueberry muffins, lemon bread, cereal.
Maybe apple.
Oh, all the time, fruits and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
This new guy's stepping it up with the fruit now.
Oh, yeah. They're
Oh,
really,
yeah, we got a new man in charge of food service. And, yeah, some of the kids didn't even know what a kiwi and stuff was, but they do now.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it was interesting. The other day I would cut them all up, and I'm like, oh, I ain't got to worry about it, And then I come over and look, and the kid's like, Miss Melissa, I ate the whole kiwi. And I'm like, what? Why'd you eat that cause? And I was like, oh, I didn't know you guys didn't know that. So, yeah. It's crazy.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think. Yeah, the first time you get that kiwi, you don't know how much to have or how much
Right.
not to have,
Well,
Yeah.
I know I wouldn't eat that outside, though.
I don't know that. I think it depends on what you're into,
Well, yeah, that's true. I mean, it's a fuzzy feeling.
Well, some people like a little bit of,
Yeah.
they like a different environment.
Right, I get it.
Yeah. Okay, so you get in there, you got the warmers on. Do you have
Yeah,
a team? Do you guys have a team meeting or something? Like,
Well, no, I'm like I'm the manager or whatever. Me and Shayla Cruz, that's my lady that cooks and
Okay.
stuff. We come in together and we do most of the work.
and that's
we get-
breakfast work.
Breakfast, everything.
So breakfast comes. Some of the kids come. How much % of the children come to get breakfast?
Oh, like 460. I'd say we have 600 we feed a day. So we could do about 460 breakfast. So a lot of meat.
Yeah.
A lot of meat, yeah.
Yeah, we would get to school for breakfast if we got there in enough time. Sometimes our bus, if it were like,
Well, you know what?
6
But
minutes
now, though,
late.
we have to stay open. Or if their buses are late, yeah, all that stuff. So, yeah, we don't close up. We pretty much, kids come in sometimes at 1 in the afternoon. They're supposed to get breakfast. I mean, they're eating in 2 minutes.
Yeah.
But sure, here's your breakfast and your lunch.
yeah, they don't even care.
I know, they don't care.
They don't
As
know.
long as they eat.
Yeah, that's how they are.
Right.
Okay, so you guys got the breakfast done. You shut it down. How do you start to transition to lunch? Is there an opportunity if people want to smoke between lunch and break? What is that? You guys get a little break or anything, or do a video game on your phone or something?
Well, I mean, we're really busy. So it all depends on what we're making that day. Because if it's something hard, for breakfast, we have to do all that. If it's just like a pancake, we just heat it up or something, that's real easy.
Right.
You know what I mean? So you got more time. But if it's something that I'm making sausage, egg, cheese, I have to put it all on one, wrap it. No. I mean, we're swinging right in,
Right.
As the kids are coming through, we're still, hey, still working. So,
Breakfast, lunch,
yeah,
whatever.
that's
brunch.
what I said.
Yeah.
And when I do the turnover, people are like, wow. I'm like, you move the go turn it over. Breakfast is over.
So really, is there a hard line where it's just breakfast is done?
Well, I say that, but I'm lying because whenever they come in, it also for breakfast. kids even they came in later. So
Yeah.
I
But
always
still,
just tease.
you kind of draw a line in the
Well,
sand.
there
where it's
should
like,
be
hey,
a
guys.
line, yeah, to
Yeah.
at least a limit because I'm about to serve lunch pretty soon. I'll tell them,
Yeah.
come on now.
Yeah.
But like I said, we're here to feed them. So
And is there a little bit of a game plan before lunch? How do you know what lunch y'all going to serve? Does it come down from a
I have a
superior,
menu.
like on a
Yes.
Does it, and it comes like, this is what we're serving today?
I have a menu, and then I order from the menu for the week.
Okay, so
And so
what do
it's
you mean?
like-
Like you have a menu?
Well, they say on the menu, okay, say it's a chicken bowl. So I know I'm going to order that. So for 5 days, I order, and I'll order everything for that and everything for the salads we're going to make for that same day.
Oh, so
Yeah,
all the
we do
items that go
PB&J.
into those things
Yes,
you're saying?
because we have a couple different things you choose from.
Oh,
So, and just make sure you have enough lunches. Because, man, when you run out, boy, those kids are ready to get you. Don't
Really?
run on pizza day. Oh, man. I was messing around once, and I was talking to the kids too much, and I started burning to them. I'm like, I'm sorry. I'm kidding. Yeah. So they don't like that very well, but.
yeah, if you run out of pizza day, I remember.
Oh, man.
Well, we went through a couple different types of pizza. I remember there was this round. Can you bring up the different school pizzas that were served? There was a round pizza that had a great crust on it. I remember
Yeah.
it was really great, and people would see each other and be like, "Hey, that crust is great, huh?" People would be like, "Yeah." And then we got to this other square pizza, and I was like, "This ain't even barely pizza, dude."
Right?
And that one, people didn't really like it as much. And the cheese, I think, tasted different to me. But yeah, let's look at a couple of these. That's one right there. I've definitely had that one, the one you have the cursor on,
Yeah.
down right there.
Well, we have the one you got the cursor on that's like our breakfast pizza.
Oh, that's
We serve
right.
that now for breakfast.
The breakfast
They
pizza was pretty
love
good.
some breakfast pizza. Oh, yeah.
Breakfast pizza was good.
We used to have a box pizza years and years ago, and I'm talking 30 years ago. The kids used to really like, but now we're serving a stuffed crust pizza. So the kids are pretty interested. Yeah, like I said, pizza day. I hear a lot of compliments. I look good on pizza day.
Really?
Yeah.
So there'd be a lot of flirting and stuff on pizza day, huh?
Pizza day. Everybody wants a piece of pizza.
Yeah, everybody wants a pizza.
Oh, yeah.
Baby. So pizza's the big thing, right? That's the thing everybody loves the most.
That's what they love. Well, yeah, there's a couple different things, but following the menu.
Yeah, so following the menu, you have your week of menu. It's already set up
Yes.
in advance. So before the previous weekend, you got the whole week lined up the next week.
Right, because I order a week ahead.
Okay.
So I kind of have it lined up. But things can happen, so it's subject to change.
Really?
Oh, yeah. Especially in 2020, when all that shortage. I mean, whatever they gave me was what they were in because, it was constant. Nope, we don't have that no more. Nope, we're short of this. Nope, we don't have. I'm like, oh my gosh, what are we feeding? I'm about to go to the grocery store. I need a food stamp card.
Yeah, you got to do something.
I was like, man, these kids need to eat.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Um,
it's crazy sometimes.
You're getting the lunches out to them. You got a plan. Does the government tell you what the children have to eat, or you can make it whatever?
No, the government kind of tells you what the kids need to have, like how many servings of legume. You know what I mean? There have to be certain things.
Legumes or whatever?
Yeah, you have to have beans on there a certain amount of times.
Yeah.
So yeah, they kind of tell you, but we flip it around on different things. You know what I mean? If I'm short of that, they're getting that. You know what I mean? So
Hey,
it is what it is. As long as they eat, I'm happy.
that's my attitude too. I can't believe children have a choice where you're at in some of their meals.
Oh, well, this is started this year. Like I said, this guy, we make a chicken salad, chef salad, and they love the PB&J still. Give them a, just a cold lunch, and then whatever we're making for hot. So they pick between whichever one they want.
And are there days where there's a real specialty item? What's one of the is there a time of year where something maybe some bison meat or something unique, something rare will come across that you guys give to the kids, or is there a time of year when y'all get the kids get something really rare, kind of?
No. The thing is, the kids are so picky, and there's so many that can't have this, that. They don't really go into anything odd with that. You know what I mean?
Right.
So no.
You got to stick to the guns.
Kind of, yes. Just right to it. Yeah, there's like not a lot of pork on the menu because kids don't. There's so much, how do you say that? Religions and different things that they don't eat this, they don't eat that, so you have to watch.
Okay.
And, we're a bilingual school too. We have like so many different backgrounds.
Oh, damn.
So, yeah. Some kids don't even speak English, so.
Really?
Yeah. All my ladies that work with me are Spanish, so.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. It's
Wow.
cool though. I start, acting like I'm blowing,
Yeah,
I'm like, oh, I got this. So I learned a couple little words and then I know what they want.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, I got it. Don't worry. She wants a latte. It's like milk. So it excites me.
Oh, yeah. It does feel good whenever somebody's speaking Spanish and you
get it.
Yeah, you get it.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. That's a great
It
feeling,
is.
dude.
It's really cool. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to teach them some English,
Yeah.
because I'm like, you just brought me that and I didn't ask for that. I asked for ketchup. What'd you bring me a spoon for? So we all just crack up.
Yeah, a lot of people don't know the difference between condiments, silverware. People
Right,
don't know.
right.
A lot of people get scared. They had an emu the other day that died. It had a bird. It ate a woman's car keys somewhere.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, so people will eat anything, I feel. Can you bring that up? You see, let me know if you can find that. Is there a lot of lesbianism like in the cafeteria culture? I feel like we had a lot of
I'm sorry. That was a good one.
was that crazy? We had a lot of female not inbreeding or whatever, but like inbreeding, I guess, basically, because it's
Let's just say there's a little bit of everything.
okay.
Okay,
Yeah.
we're gonna say there's a little bit of everything.
We had a lot of women love or whatever they called it back in the day in the cafeteria. You would see that a lot of people. Some of them, their husbands had been mean to them, and then they would fall in love after that. So it's like male-induced lesbianism.
Right, I get it. Yeah. He did me wrong. I'm never being with a man again.
Yeah, no. But I'll be with this gal, you
Right,
know,
that looks like one.
and make her. I'll be with this gal and make her wear his old clothes.
Right.
That's the
weird,
part.
yeah.
You're like, hey,
Y'all got
yeah.
a couple of weird things.
A beloved ostrich at the Topeka Zoo and Conservation Center in Kansas has died after swallowing a staff member's keys. God.
What? That's crazy.
And they were probably looking for the keys for a while too. And
I
they're
feel
like,
so
where
bad.
are the keys? And the ostrich
I'd be like, you
is
poor ostrich. Oh, he ate my keys. He's dead.
the ostrich is just over there like, you know? They're like, where's Brad?
I know, right? Where's those keys at? I don't know. Oh, there was just an ostrich standing by me. Nobody else was probably.
And the ostrich is just leaning on a cage door. He's like, different times.
Right? You got that right.
The zoo announced in a social media post Friday that the 5-year-old ostrich named Karen had reached beyond her exhibit's fence and grabbed and swallowed the employees' keys. Staff consulted with experts around the U.S. to undergo surgical and non-surgical efforts to minimize the impact of the keys. Unfortunately, these efforts were unsuccessful. Yeah, I guess you couldn't. And I guess if you like to Heimlich an ostrich, it was just you can't get enough power in there,
Right.
to really get them to blast out. God.
That's pretty sad. I'm sorry.
Hey, serve it up.
You got that right.
You know?
Because I sure serve.
Hey, look. If the kids will eat it, serve it
That's
up. That's
right.
If you'd have told me when I was a child that a cut of ostrich had come through, I think there's some kids would have gone in and tried it. But I guess overall, children don't like trying a lot of new stuff.
No, they're so picky. I mean, back in the day, I think they ate more. Now it's like, where's my hand? I'm like, I didn't have that today. Yeah, kids are picky.
And mostly, I remember we would always sometimes get a McNugget, which was pretty good.
They like the nuggets.
Yeah. They still like them. Huh?
Oh, they love the chicken. Oh, yeah.
Gosh. And what else would we get that was really good? The pizza I enjoyed. I really did like the pizza till they switched it to that square pizza with no real crust on it. And it just made me just so angry at everybody. What else? That straw in the milk bag they used to have. Do they still have that? It was like a bag of milk.
Yeah, no, they don't do the bags no more. No. Actually, we don't even do straws no more.
Really?
Yeah, he took away the straws and stuff for, I guess, with the
How do you get the milk out of it into your body?
Well, I mean, you know what? I thought there'd be more problems, but they take that carton, just open it up and drink it.
Oh.
And so I haven't had too much of a problem. But when it first started, I kind of did think, wow, there's going to be a lot of people. To my amazement, no.
They just figured like,
They
oh,
just figured it out.
Yeah.
For 30 years, 1 year, they've been popping that straw in there, you know.
Yeah.
They clogged my sink, you know, we were washing the table, put it down the sink, and all the straws go in there.
and it's a bunch
I'm
of
like,
straws.
what's in there? We pop it out, and all these straws come out. I'm like, oh,
It says yellow straws. Huh?
yeah.
Okay, so this, so you guys got the food out to the children. The children start to come in through the line, right? Now, do you guys? We had BDLD would come in first. I don't know if they still have it. Behavior disabled, learning disabled would come in first or last for lunch. You guys still do that, or everybody's just mixed in?
Everybody's mixed.
Okay, so so you get the children start coming in. And where are you at? Are you stationed at a certain point? Like, what kind of offense are y'all running?
Well, I mean, we could, I should be down there like Mark and stuff, but I'm the fastest one with serving and stuff. So most of the time I'm the server.
You're on the line.
So, yeah.
Okay.
I like to be on the line because I know how fast I can go. Even if I drop stuff, you know, I just keep on going.
Oh,
You
yeah.
know, just keep on going, just like your lunch lady, Annie.
Yeah, you know about her?
Yeah, I watched you. And then I was laughing because I had carpal tunnel surgery last year, and I was doing the same thing. And we laughed, we watched that because I kept throwing stuff. I'm like, keep going. My hand, my finger be getting all stuck. You're looking all crazy.
Oh,
And the kids are like, what are you doing? I'm like this.
She would do this in her sleep. Yes. In her sleep, she would be doing
I
this.
bet.
She, you know what actually happened to her? She, well, we had a couple of good lunch ladies. We had this one lady we had named Sarge, actually. And she was, I think, she loved ladies. I'll say that. And she had all these pictures of her dogs on her all the time. And she'd hold like, oh, well, I got so many dogs. And she would just have all these little buttons and pictures of all these dogs. And then she'd have a bucket. She'd keep some of the extra stuff for her dogs. And, you know, she's like, I'm going to feed my puppies today.
Okay.
Like, all right.
You
You know?
can have it. It's fine.
She'd have so many. Sometimes she'd have like
Well,
missing
as long as you
animals.
feed me, you can have it.
Feed whatever you want, lady. As long as you feed the fourth grade, you can feed whatever you want. But she would sometimes have like a wanted poster, like a missing. She would sometimes have like a missing poster on her for a dog that had gotten lost or whatever. And she's like, have y'all seen Betty or whatever? She would ask us. And then who else did we have? We had Patty, this lady one time. And she would open up the biggest cans of peas, man. I mean, cans. You couldn't even knew that they had a can that
Oh,
big.
I didn't see when I first started opening those big cans too. I was like, "Whoa, look at all those peas!"
Yeah.
Wow.
And one of the, yeah.
I was amazed.
Yeah. And one of the janitors would always come through and be like, "Nice cans, Patty."
Right,
You know?
right.
And he was just a pervert, but still,
Oh, we all like to joke around every once in a while, and you know,
it is what it is.
it is what it is.
And
You know.
she was pretty good. We had another. Oh yeah, we had this other lady, Miss Moncrief. She'd always be like, make sure to get your spaghetti. That's what she called it. Your spaghetti. Get your spaghetti. So she would yell at us.
That's funny.
She'd be like, get your spaghetti. And instead of saying cake, she would say like, this is crazy, but she would kind of say like cat. So she'd be like, and get you a cut of coconut cat over there.
See, I think we were all have to be a little nuts, you know, to be over there so long.
Oh, sure.
You know, most think I am a little off, but it's okay because I've accepted that.
Oh,
You know,
yeah.
a long time ago.
Get your spaghetti, get
Right.
your coconut cat. Yeah, she was bananas, dude. But she was sweet. And then we had Annie. And Miss Annie lived across the street from us. And she was always like the carrot cop.
Right,
She'd come
right.
over and like be like,
Yeah.
eat your carrots, you know. And then she got murdered, actually.
Oh gosh.
Yeah, by her son. But was a great neighbor before that. And great
Yeah.
kitchen, yeah. Great lady. And she had been resuscitated a few times. They kept her on staff. There wasn't a lot left of her,
Right.
you know, by the last, you know, couple months. She
Yeah,
was
some people will come crawling out after a while.
yeah, some people Just
I
keep on
said-
serving.
Well, that's what I told
as
them.
long as this part of them works, it's like the
You know
rest
what?
of
My
them.
ladies has laughed because, like I said, last year we forgot the surgery. I was like constantly, and I'm like, and oh, don't worry. And, I mean, by the time they had to clean up, because I threw chicken balls across the room. Everybody was laughing.
That's
And I'm
hilarious.
like, hey, you know what? My hands are messed up. It's okay. Because as you go faster, you don't realize.
Yeah.
Sometimes you're just like, boom, boom, boom. Things are just starting to move.
Yeah. It's almost like you're one of those blackjack dealers.
Yeah, I do. I feel like it. I'm like, what do you want? What do you want, kid? Yeah, what? He wants a bun. No bun for him.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah.
It's time for fighting. And if you love firing on sports, then Prize Picks is the best daily fantasy sports app for you. I'll be using it. Dustin Poirier only needs to land one punch on Saturday for you to be a winner on Prize Picks. All you have to do is select 2 or more fighters and pick more or less on their stat projection. You got Dustin the Diamond Poirier this weekend matching up with Islam Makhachev for the lightweight title. If you think that fight's going to go under 2.5 rounds, you can Prize Pick that, baby. And you've also got Sean Strickland. Grr. He's coming out, and him and Paulo Costa are going to bang it down. If you think that war is going to go over 2.5 rounds, you can choose that. Prize Picks offers the choices, and you pick them. Download now and use code Theo. Prize Picks will match your deposit up to $100. Prize Picks, the best daily fantasy sports app for you. You know, we got sued by Clyde the Hitchhiker. No, Kai the Hitchhiker. He came at us with all he had. He sent us probably 11 letters in the mail and different types of charts, all type of things. And he kept suing us, and we kept beating him. And we used Morgan & Morgan. That's who did it. Thank you guys at Morgan & Morgan. They are America's largest injury law firm. They have over 100 offices nationwide and more than 800 lawyers with over $15 billion recovered for over 300,000 clients. Morgan & Morgan has a proven track record of fighting to get you full and fair compensation. That's right. Morgan & Morgan have been fighting for the people for over 35 years, and they fought for us. If you're ever injured, have an injury, you can check out Morgan & Morgan. Their fee is free unless they win. For more information, go to forthepeople.com/thispastweekend or dial #law #529 from your cell phone. That's FOR thepeople.com/thispastweekend or dial #law #529 from your cell. This is a paid advertisement. Okay, so you got the kids coming through the line. How does that? What's the energy there as they start to come through? Are you usually is that exciting moment for the lunch ladies, or is that kind of like, now we got to work?
It depends who you are. I'm going to say it like that. Like, a lot of, I think the new generation stuff, they're a little bit more slow and late. It is kind of like, but I get pumped. We're like, let's go. You're like, hot diggity dog. And we got little ones that come through the line, and I go, what do you say? And she's like, if you touch it, you take it. I'm like, you got it, girl. So no, we got to boost them and get them laughing. I like to wear, I play around with them, put different wigs on.
Oh, yeah.
I like to switch it up, and I don't wear a lot of makeup most of the time. So I put makeup on, and all of them be like, whoa, just make it different.
Yeah.
I mean, we like to try to do something different just so the kids are like, wow.
Yeah.
It's a lot of fun to play with them, especially the little ones.
They are?
Yeah.
Like, what age are still kids really enjoyable at?
I'm gonna say the little ones up to, I don't know, about 10 before they start getting a little mouthy, and then they want to do their own thing.
Yeah.
Then some of them are too cool for me. They've been in school for ever, and now they're too cool for me. They hugged me every day when they were little.
Yeah.
And now they're like, I'm like, okay. But I live in the neighborhood, so I see them all.
Oh, so you see a lot.
I see a lot of them, yeah.
And do a lot of the children, when they come through, so they're pretty excited, and then you only have one person on y'all's line, or how many people's on y'all's line?
Well, I do it either by myself or somebody will help me sometimes if it's something really a big meal.
And because most of the kids, some of the items they pick off the line themselves. They don't have to actually be handed.
The fruit, vegetable stuff we do on the other side, and they can pick all that up themselves. I do like the main hot food.
Okay.
For them, and
so those are items like what? Spaghetti.
Right.
What else?
We have pasta and meatballs. We have a chicken bowl where they have the mashed potatoes, the chicken, corn.
Okay, like a chicken pot pie kind of?
Yeah, we have a Polish girl now. It's like a turkey sausage kind of thing. And you put the sweet potato fries and some slaw and some barbecue sauce on this sucker. It's good. I like it that day.
That sounds great.
So I'm saying, I've been eating the food all these years, but I think they're getting better.
Yeah.
They're getting a lot better because when I first started, we just heated up microwave dinners. I'll tell you.
Really?
Oh, yeah. We heated them up in the thing. You couldn't cook food that was open. So it looked like you cook like 5 fries. The fries are all stuck in the bottom. And the quality, like I said, and then you make a hamburger with the bun already on it, heated up in plastic. What is it?
Yeah.
So now we'll do the burger and we cook it and really cook it. And the fries go in the oven and they get crispy,
Oh, that's nice.
So, yeah, like I said, I've seen a big change.
Really? And how long has that change period been over, you think?
Well, it's been about 8 years of them slowly changing it, but this year has been the top. Because, the kids get cantaloupe, watermelon, whatever that I cut it up. And we get
like going to Hawaii or something.
Oh, man, the big kids, I have to slow them down. I'm like, man, that's too many portions. Because, they'll take the whole thing,
Yeah.
But, yeah, they probably didn't get all that good food. And now we get tangerines instead of oranges, which is really cool because you get those little cuties. You can peel those in a second. So you have to cut up those oranges.
Those cuties, it's almost like having a little date almost.
Oh, man, they are. But I have to stop. The kids like them so much. They're in their pockets. They got to remember, how many cuties you got?
Yeah, they don't care. Okay, so you got the line. Y'all got it going pretty good. What types of ages are coming through your line or have come through your line over the years? Because how many years have you been in the game, basically? 31 years.
Yeah, I've been fishing for 31. Yeah.
Wow, you're like Glover Teixeira.
Right.
He's a famous UFC fighter. You were yeah, he's beloved and been in for a while. That's him right there. But he is a very sweet man who has stood the test of time in his industry. Okay, so what kind of kids are coming through the line there, and what's some of the interaction like with them?
Well, you like the preschool, and it's like, come here, baby.
They come first?
Yes.
Okay, so the littlest kids
kids come first.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, we get the little ones, and then we move on up. And
Okay.
then the last period is 6th, 7th, 8th. Those are the big ones.
Yeah.
So we start out with these babies, and, they're all cute, little babies. Then we go to these big, huge kids, which I don't know what they're feeding them anymore because,
They're getting big?
Yeah. They got some big boys. Miss Melissa hooked me up, and I'm like, okay.
Yeah.
But, yeah. We start out. But the little ones, they come anywhere from 4 years old, and I think to about 14.
Okay.
Unless they failed a bunch of times.
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
We had a guy,
yeah.
We should just see that
How many
mustache.
times he been here?
Yeah, he finally comes through one day. You just hand him what's a thing you fill out to work? When you want to work somewhere? Yeah, you just hand him a work application.
Oh, yeah, right. You might as well. You're going to be, 18 in a minute.
That happens a lot. So what are some of the kiddos that have come through, some of the little buckaroodies that have come through there? Like any unique, like anybody bringing anything with, like any stories they bring with them, or what's going on with the kiddos?
Well, I mean, there's so many kids. I see them everywhere now. Like the lady that's at the pharmacy, she's a pharmacist. She was one of my kids. I go to restaurants. We go on a canoe ride, and I started laughing. I was nowhere near Cleveland, and they're like, Miss Melissa. And everywhere I go, I run into some. I mean, that's a lot of years, and they're grown.
Wow.
So they'll look at me, and I'm like, they're giving them money, and they're like, "Are you supposed to?" I'm like, "Yeah." They're like, I was like, "You were one of my kids."
Oh, that's cool.
But it's cool.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, there's a connection. Well, especially because you're feeding the children. There's always a connection.
Well, I'm nice to the kids too. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm funny, and you know.
They
so.
like being around. They like seeing
Oh
you.
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And what does some of the kids ever bring anything with them? Do they ever like? Are they like? What do?
We had some come through the line, and one had a snake in his book bag,
Really?
and the little girl brought her cat in the book bag. Yeah, you never know what they're going to bring.
Really? They brought a cat.
But we have security that checks their bag, so I bet they've seen some more stuff. Yeah. Like, is that cat meowing? I mean, that book bag meowing over there? Is that the new style? Did she press a button? And then when she come through the line asking me for cat food, I was like, what? You know, I don't serve that.
But what did they ask you to do? Just put something in their bag for the cat? Like, how'd you know?
Yeah, I just, they heard them and stuff, and them guys, you know, like I said, they have to come through the detector.
Oh, they have a metal detector.
Oh, yeah, we got metal
Oh,
detectors.
so you're in the trenches of
Oh, I'm in the lower west side.
Wow.
Oh, yeah.
Y'all
Yeah.
are in there. Wow.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so you have some children will bring a cat or even a snake through. And do you think it's just because they don't want to be alone from their pet, or they
probably just wanting to see their pets and stuff like that. Their parents probably didn't even know they snuck them out half the time. You know what I mean? So, I mean, if they could, sometimes the kids would let a dog in if they could, so they could run around.
Yeah. You know who your laugh? Do people ever tell you that your laugh reminds me of? Dude, they have the lady from the Adam Sandler thing. If you can find it, a little bit. Yours is way more charming. Listen to her laugh is.
Oh, that's too funny. I never thought of that.
Just her laugh though. You're way prettier.
Oh, that's funny.
She's pretty too. But is it tough to see some of the kids like grow and get and leave sometimes? Or there's some kids you're like, man, that kid's getting like we really wish they could stay.
Yeah,
like,
I wonder what happened to some of them that you really liked that you don't see that much no more. And some you see and well, they were not really doing as well because I'm there in the neighborhood. But I see so much bad, good, you know, and then I love it when they come back and they're like, oh, I just got in college, or I'm doing this, or I'm about to go to nursing school, or then I'm very excited that, you know, because where we're at.
Yeah.
So, like my son, he couldn't wait to get out of Cleveland. He got married and just moved away.
He was gone?
He was gone as soon as he left. And then I had to get a dog named Mo because he was named Joe. I lost him.
Yeah. Oh, you got to get a dog that rhymes with your son's
right.
name.
So I replaced him with my dog, Mo.
That's fair.
Yeah.
And where did you is there a lot of like dating, like do a lot of janitors come by the lunch area trying to holler and trying to like, because that's what I felt like when I was a kid. Sometimes you would see some of the janitors over there trying to you know, just like spend a little bit extra time or something like that.
Mine's real cool.
You only got one janitor?
Yeah, sort of. I mean, because well, they say they're custodians. They don't like to be called janitor.
Oh yeah, sorry,
But anyway. And
yeah, I respect both of them.
Yeah.
It's just
But
the
last one was a lady, and me and her was real good friends. And she owned a lake house, and I used to go with her all the time down there to New York. So that was awesome. And my other one, he just left. Yeah, I hang out with all the people that are retired too, that just left. So
yeah,
I've worked with them for so long. It's like we know each other. We grew up.
Yeah.
Family, you know.
Was it sad to see your son graduate, like get out of this, like was when he left your school?
Yeah, I was because I got to keep a very close eye on him. Then he thought he was going to get away with something. I told him, I'll transfer. I'll follow you, boy. And he's like, no, Mom, no. So he did better. But then when I would go to parent conference and I would start talking, the teachers would look like, no wonder that's where he gets it. I'm all hyper talking to him. I'm like, how's my kid doing? And they're like, oh, well, he's great, I guess. I'm like, I guess he's not doing
like, we're going to put you in detention.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Hey, when I first started working at school, I thought, man, did I get called to the office? I thought I was going to detention.
Really?
And I was really working there.
And they would call you down there?
Yeah.
Just to tone it down?
Yeah. She jokes all the time and says that I may have to go outside if I laugh too hard. Because during testing, you're supposed to be quiet. Sometimes he's just like, I heard you. But they all like it, so it's cool. Sometimes you hear an outburst, I'll be just like, and it's all the way upstairs calling, and I don't realize it goes around the school. But they know it's me.
Yeah, that's it, huh?
Yeah.
It's like a bird almost that you hear,
Right?
Do you see, like, at certain holidays, what's that like at school? Like, around Valentine's, or some kids seem kind of lonely or anything? Does that ever happen?
A little bit, but they give those little hearts out, and they
Right.
give candy, and the bigger kids will give flour. It's just, they make a big, and we have dances and stuff.
And the dances are in the cafeteria
Yeah,
sometimes?
most of the cafeteria is like where we have all our dances and everything. And I'm right there, so I like to dance with the kids.
Really?
Oh, yeah, I go and enjoy them, yeah.
Oh, wow, you should work for Nickelodeon.
Oh, man, we've had a lot of fun, yeah.
So they let you guys dance with the children at the dances?
Sure.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
I remember one time we had a guy named Mr. John, and his wife, I think, was a teacher. I don't know if she was the teacher or she just, like, was, like, the smartest person in our area, and she would hang out at the school. But I got to dance with her one time at a dance.
Aw.
It's pretty cool.
Well, my principals were great with a lot of things that she does, and we have a mother-son dance and things like that. So I had some buddies a long time ago, and they didn't have them on, so I went to the dance with them.
Oh, that's sweet.
And everything. Yeah, they were my buddies because we do like a buddy breakfast thing.
Oh,
So I
y'all
picked
do?
him as my buddy. Yeah.
Oh, just students?
Yeah.
So
And you kind of get close to if you see somebody and they'll say, "You want to be my buddy?"
Yeah.
And then you're kind of like their friend. They can talk to if they're having a hard day. Or they hug you every day. So it's pretty cool.
Oh, it's important.
And then a couple
Wow.
times a year we eat with them. Talk about it, give them a present.
That's cool.
Really cool, yeah.
But yeah, what are some other like moments like have you had some unique interactions?
Oh yeah, I like Halloween. I like to dress up and different stuff, and then I run through the crowd. And the little kids this year, I was this blow up, and it blew up big too. It was cool. So I run out and everything, but then they kept trying to squeeze me, and I'm like, I'm gonna pop, So I'm trying to get them away, but I can't because it keeps blowing up. So we do funny stuff like that, and I a couple times I would tutor with the kids, help the little ones with math or something. Like whatever she asked, like we try to do,
Yeah.
I think we're like a mixture, when they're away from their home, we could be their mom, their grandma, whatever. They're crying. You want to go over and make sure they're all right, see what they want. You have kids that'll chase you and hug you every day. Sometimes you have to run.
Yeah.
Ooh, I run. Sometimes I have to shut the door. I'm like, here she comes. And everybody laughs because she's like beautiful and sweet, but she drives us crazy.
Yeah,
She
someone
won't leave me alone.
Yeah. Someone get a little bit of they get they
Really
just-
click,
they
yeah.
hug you too much.
Yeah.
They'll hug
Yeah.
you, they'll lick you even.
Oh yeah. You're right about that.
I've seen a child just didn't even start looking. You're just like, what is going on with this child? But dude, my friend told me that if you look at anything, you know what it would feel like on your tongue because as a kid you licked everything and checked everything out.
Probably, I'm sorry.
And
Yeah.
at first I thought that was crazy, but then if I look at anything,
You're probably thinking, if I look at that.
he said, because when you're a kid, you just put everything
Right,
in
in
your
your
mouth. You don't even
mouth.
think about
True.
it, and you develop like this memory from
Well,
it.
there's nothing I wouldn't try. That's why I said kids who don't try anything nowadays. There's nothing
Oh,
I'm like,
yeah,
hey,
look.
is that a chocolate grove Chris? I want to eat that. Let's try it.
Is there anything you guys will make BTS? Like, be honest with me. Is there some BTS food that you guys will make at the lunch area that's just for you guys? Like, you ever brew something up just for the gang, but it's not for the students?
Well,
I won't tell anybody.
no, we eat the lunches there, but no, like I can't wait. Like they're all Spanish, so I want them to bring me some rice and beans. So I want their food.
Yeah.
So they bring me food all the time, and then I'm like, all right, this is how you get to your boss. This is good. I just had some yesterday.
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah, they got a lot of good food, man.
But yeah, I love it. So the ladies come in and they make me food. I'm like, that's the way.
Oh, that's beautiful.
But
And now, when does the day kind of shut down? So after lunch, what happens? How do you guys shut it down? Like, the last person leaves, and then what?
after the last kids gets fed, we make sure everybody's fed, and then it's time them ladies clean up, count everything, because I got to count everything, like all the milk, everything, gets counted.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I do paperwork and everything has a count. So, and then it's got to go on the computer, go down to them of how many kids we fed, just switching it back around, moving the coolers back for breakfast for the next day. Everything goes back to, it's like you flip a switch. You know what I mean? We go for breakfast, lunch, breakfast.
Like a transformer.
I always said that. I said, see how we just did that? I said it was like Transformers. I'm like, we just transformed the kitchen. Now, bam! And people will come out and they'll be like, dang, Melissa, you just had breakfast. That was like lunch. Because I'll be like, phew, throw it together. And I'm like, we can't play.
Somebody's got to do it.
And somebody's got to do it.
Yeah.
And I'm one of those people that are always, ready to go.
Yeah.
Yeah, I run around like a chicken with my head cut off because I'm a little nutty, but it's okay.
Yeah.
The more I move, I just like to
That's important.
go, and it is. And I'm getting old, so I have to.
You got to keep busy.
Heck yeah.
And what's it like, do you have time for dating stuff? You just have to get up pretty early, huh? What's the love life like of someone in the lunch industry?
Oh, I've been married 30 years.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
you got married to not the pregnant, not the...
No, not the baby daddy.
Yeah.
I got married to somebody else.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Where'd you meet your husband at?
In the yard.
Really? Not like a prison thing, huh?
Well,
No judgment. Half my family's been incarcerated.
well, yeah, I mean, he just got out. Hey, babes, you look good.
Welcome back.
Welcome back.
Yeah, he didn't do it.
Well, make me a breakdown.
You guys get. Oh, I guess he probably not allowed over in the school then.
No, this was so long ago. He's good now.
Okay.
Yeah. We won't talk about that.
Yeah, we'll keep that out. So that's nice then. So you got a love. You have a love in your life. You have one child. That's your only child.
Oh yeah, I was one and done.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
What made you not want more? Well, I guess
That was the whole experience. I mean, what the heck? Women just keep popping them out. Are they crazy?
it's unreal.
All that stuff we had to do, and I told that doctor or whoever, I told him this was all too much for me. Then he came out with college. And I'm like, what the heck? I watched kids for years and they never acted like that. Then I have my own, and I'm like, everybody kept saying, you're going to have another one? I'm like, nope.
Yeah.
Nope. So when he was 10, I got my tube size. I said, nope, I'm making sure.
Wow.
Oh, yeah.
That was it. Shut down.
That was
the
it.
lunch
Shut
line.
that all down. Lunchtime was over. I got 600 kids a day.
Oh.
I don't even need it.
Hey,
You know?
every now and then you got to open it up for breakfast every now
Well,
and
I
then,
mean,
you
yeah,
know?
but see, I don't have to have it.
Yeah.
I have to make it easy now.
Wow. Do kids, let me get into the financial of it. Do children pay for school lunch a little bit?
A long time ago, when I started, I'm
We
going to
had
say
X and Y
about
tickets, I
20 years
remember.
ago, they did.
We had X and Y tickets.
They
Did we
were-
get
they
X
were-
was full paid and
Full
Y
pay,
was
you got it.
free lunch
You got it.
or partial
So,
pay.
yeah, they had the full, partial, and free.
Oh, they had
Free
full.
work. Yeah.
Dude, I remember. So I would get to school. God, dude, it was the most. This was like one of the tougher things, I think, when you were a kid. Like, yeah, you would get there and see if you can bring up the school lunch tickets. Keep looking for them. Mine looked a little bit different. No,
Oh my goodness.
no, keep looking to see if you find some other ones. Oh yeah, no, right there, the red and blue, the whole mix of all of them, like the game tickets. Those are the ones we
Right
had.
there?
Yeah. And so you get up to the lady, right? There'd be the lunch lady, because they didn't allow men to do it. Because I don't believe men should do
We
it.
got a couple men in the system.
Really?
We'll talk about this.
Times have changed, yeah. But we would get in there, and you had to go up to her, and you had to tell her if you paid, you had to just buy the ticket from her, and if you were free, you had to tell her you were free. And I always felt so embarrassing because there always be like another kid right behind you or in front of you. She'd always say it like, I'm free, you know. And if the bus got there early, you could get breakfast. That was the thing. If the bus,
Right.
So based on how Miss Hazel was doing, and bless her heart or whatever, she's alive or not. Hopefully she's alive, but she might not. But she was awesome. But she, sometimes she would lollygag, sometimes she would
Right.
stop or drive slow and smoke. And so we would get there a few minutes late and we would miss breakfast.
Oh,
And then you were just beside yourself. You didn't even, because you had to
Oh,
get
yeah.
all the way to like 11:40.
right. That's what they, right?
And you would just keep going to the water fountain and just drink as much water as you could. And and I remember even one of my teachers was like, "Go get you some of that breakfast water out there."
Breakfast water.
Yeah, that's what they used to say. Miss Smith would always say that. But anyway, yeah. And then at lunch, I don't know if we got our tickets in advance for the week or if you had to go and do the same thing at lunch. But you would always try to sneakily say, "Yeah, free lunch," or whatever. You know, I'll take a Y one or just something like that. Or I would try to pretend like I was giving them money.
Right,
even though I
right.
wasn't. It was like I was a magician,
You know,
just because I did it with other kids to see. Because kids get so embarrassed.
No, they do, yeah.
But then once you got the ticket, and you were free to the line, usually you would get a tray or like a little carton, like a little plastic kind of little carton. And then you would go to the milk or beverage area first, get that. Then you would go into the room where the actual kitchen was, and you would have the line there. You would get your line items, come out, and then that was it. You was free to go sit down and eat. It was awesome. It was, that was like the best thing ever, dude. What is the funnest thing to serve to the kids? Is there something you really enjoy? Like,
I like to serve the pizza because it's one piece. Because I can throw the pizza. But when I get like mashed potatoes, corn, chicken, or raw, I'm sorry. Now I'm like,
it's too much.
And everybody's picky, so they don't want gravy. Some want gravy. It's like.
Yeah.
And now they're like allowed to pick what they want. We used to give them all of it. So.
Oh, they used to. That's crazy. You get to pick what you want. We would have to get whatever. Sometimes they give you a bunch of junk. You're like, some of this, it wouldn't even. I don't even think some of it was food or whatever. And you would just have to take it back to your table.
Oh yeah, I seen so much waste back in the day. We'd have like a bean burrito. All these kids would just, you know what I mean?
Just throw it away.
Just throw it away. You just cooked all those just a bit. Be in the garbage.
Yeah.
You're like, damn.
The apple, I feel like, would always get thrown away.
Yeah, sometimes, yeah.
Yeah, you'd be like, I don't know if I'm eating this.
Yeah.
That would always be a tough one.
I've ordered less apples now.
Yeah?
Yeah, because of the other ones are more popular that we have now, that they're trying different, watermelon. That's gone. I'm watermelon, man. We'll be cutting those watermelon.
And what type of cutter are you using back there? Do you guys have a sanctioned knife that you have to use or something?
We have
a
couple knives. Yeah, like that. We got a couple knives we use for those, which we just started to show. Sometimes it was hard.
Oh, yeah.
Especially with my hands hurting all the time. I was like, man, these watermelons, it's crazy.
Yeah.
But then we got this one that you put like the apple thing in, and you could go, shh.
Oh, really?
And
it's
it comes
fancy?
out. I like that one. Yeah. I could do that all day.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's nothing.
Yeah, I guess if you get that fancy one, really nice. I'm trying to think of what we had. Oh, they would do baked potatoes. Y'all still do those sometimes?
No, we haven't did a baked potato for a long time, but I remember a long time ago we did have a baked potato. They seemed to like it.
Yeah, it was nice because they had like sour cream with it.
Oh, yeah.
And get you a little bit of bacon bit or whatever. Because they didn't let you use bacon bits in our community if you was a child, first of all.
Oh, yeah.
That was an adult thing.
Bacon. Yeah.
So then they get to school when you pull up and they got you got access to bacon
You're
bits.
like, yeah.
Let's ride.
Hey, they're excited now. We give croutons.
Oh, is that a big thing for the kids now?
Yeah, we never did croutons with a salad. We're poor over there.
Yeah.
We get croutons. We're cool.
A lot of you guys know we started off with our first advertiser ever was Gray Block Pizza. Get that hitter, baby. And the owner of Gray Block Pizza, my friend Thomas, evolved his business up in Oregon to start Blue Cube baths. And he sent me one, and it's absolutely beautiful. A wonderful cold plunge, the best cold plunge in the market. If you value American-made and pinnacle cold exposure, this is your cold plunge Blue Cube baths. What I love is you can set that temperature, get it down to, it might be able to ice skate in there. I haven't put it that low, but you can set it to a place where you feel comfortable. I'll get in at around 50 degrees for about 10 or 12 minutes. And that's what really sets me and activates me. I've done it before podcasts to really put me in, just put me in my body and put me in the moment. The positive side effects of cold plunging are countless. You can follow Blue Cube's Instagram for a chance to win your own cold plunge this spring and summer. That's right. They're giving one away. They will announce the giveaway soon. So follow them at Blue Cube Baths. And we wish them the best of luck and thank them for supporting the podcast so early on. Is pornography causing a problem in your life? That's a good question. It's a real question. It has in mind. It has at certain periods in my life, watching porno and everything, and watching porno was making me. It was ruining my life. It was ruining my life, man. It made me feel there's so much shame. That's what it did. Well, watching pornography has become commonplace today, and oftentimes men will use porno to numb the pain of loneliness, boredom, anxiety, and depression. That's all. I want to introduce you to my friend, Stephen Wolt. Steve is the founder of Valor Recovery. He is a dear friend of mine. He is a dear friend of mine. And Valor Recovery is a program to help men overcome porn abuse and sexual compulsivity. That's right. Their coaches are in long-term recovery, and they will be your partner, mentor, and spiritual guide to transcend problematic behaviors. There is zero commitment if you reach out to them. It's just the first step in trying to figure out if you may need some help, if you can get some help. To learn more about Valor Recovery, please visit them at valorrecoverycoaching.com or email them at admin@valorrecoverycoaching.com. The links will be on the YouTube. And again, there's no commitment when you reach out to them. But I promise you, only something positive will come from you reaching out and figuring out if what type of help, if any, could benefit you. Thank you. Yeah, man, that was so much fun, man. Going to lunch was just like it was kind of the best part of the day because that was your break,
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
And then do they go into recess after lunch?
Yep.
Yeah.
Before and after, we give them switch. Like we got 20 minutes to 20 minutes. Like some of them are outside, then they'll come on in, and those ones will go outside. So we're just keep going like that.
Yeah. Take me down some of the tough moments. Like, has there ever been like a food recall or something that happened where there was just a food people got sick from that day? Was there ever just a flu that went around?
Oh, that is so funny you said that. So years ago, and it was quite a while, I don't know, like maybe 18 years ago, we did have this problem. And there was flu going around and everything, and a couple kids came in lunchroom and they threw up. Well, that started the other kids looking at them doing it. Next thing I know, they got buses, ambulance, they got everybody pulling my food, doing it, and I'm like tripping. I'm like, what? And they're like, it's a road, she put us.
Really? Like you were witch?
Yes.
Like the Salem
I had
witchcraft?
parents saying, don't eat the food, and I'm like, oh
No.
my God, yes. And then what was that? One guy, he was trying to come from and I was running with my hoodie on because I was like,
The news?
Yes.
No.
Yeah, I swear. I was tripping.
What'd you do?
That's what it is. And they wrote this article, and then, I don't know, a couple weeks later when they realized it, they wrote this whole thing like it wasn't. But they made me, like, look.
They
And
didn't
then
care.
downtown would be like, and Melissa, tell them about that. You know, when the kids got off. And I'm like, what? How kids got to keep breaking this up?
Like you were Hester Prynne or
Oh,
something.
I'm so glad that those kids are probably long gone out of it by now
Yeah.
because that stuck with me for a little while.
Yeah.
Oh,
Look,
yeah.
PTSD from
I'd be
that.
walking down the street and all of a sudden they'll be like,
We had the
there she
bad,
is! And I'm like, oh my God, I took the pizza. Oh my God, I start tripping.
we had the bad macaroni.
They did, yes.
Do you remember the bad macaroni of
Yeah.
2001?
Yeah.
Where were you? Where were you when people ate bad
I'm
macaroni?
like, I ate it and I'm okay.
You're like, I survived. You should have made T-shirts that
No,
said,
I
I survived
survived
the macaroni of 2001.
I know, that would have been a good one. That would have been.
People forget that there's a marketing possibility even within famine and disease, you know,
Right?
and edible diseases.
Yeah.
People forget that all the time. Yeah, because people would get, we'd have bad milk come through or bad cattle would come through town.
Sometimes they're, you know.
And you get spoiled milk.
Yes.
And you had no idea why.
Yeah,
It could have
right.
been that the truck was parked overnight next to like something that was heating it up. You just never know.
Right.
Too much time in the sun on the way there.
Something. There's something.
And everybody would just be having bad milk, you know.
Well, the kids will let me know if they trust me. They'll let me know if they have something.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, there were a couple times we got milk and like there was like that much, like the cartons, they didn't fill it up. I kept saying, why is it all these kids want another milk? Until I figured out it wasn't really getting there.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh shit, I'm telling them no.
Damn.
I'm like, now I gotta go.
But that's how it is out in some of the, you know, That's how it is. You
Yeah,
can't.
you just never know what's gonna happen.
That's life too. You don't
You don't.
ever. You always don't know the milk that you're gonna get.
That's true.
Any food fights? Kids always say we're gonna do a food fight. It never happens. That's what I feel like. There's always the rumor of a food fight. Today we're gonna, and then never ends up going down.
At my school, not as much, but I did sub at a school that's closed now a long time ago. And the kids said food fight. I went with mashed potatoes in my hair. I had stuff hanging off me.
Really?
So they decided they really was going to do it.
And they did it.
And they did it.
Yeah, praise God.
And I'm like, all right, man. I wasn't too upset with it. It was kind of cool, you know?
Yeah. Well, that was like the big thing. I don't know if kids care about that anymore.
Yeah, I don't
You know?
know. Yeah. I mean, they might throw like peelings.
Right.
I mean, they might throw little things, but they're not like getting up having the big, maybe.
Yeah, they're not like it's like a big organized thing because
Right.
there's always like this thing like kids are going to organize.
We're gonna
Yeah,
do it, and then it comes down to it.
and it never happened. I think it was more of. Wasn't there a movie that there was a food fight in? Can you
Yes,
look that
there
up?
is. There is. Okay.
What was that movie that had a food fight in it? It was a 90s movie. The Great Race Matilda. Oh, Hook. Hook had a great food fight in it, like at the Bangarang scene. That was very big. Oh, Animal House. That was it. I think Animal House had a huge.
we getting fucked.
So that's, I think, it's so funny. A lot of times you take something right back to like a popular movie or TV show,
Right.
and that's where it started. Do you remember your lunch ladies from being
Not very nice. I don't think they were very nice. And one thing that I always said after I got in there was that I'm not going to be like that because, we get rough, Yeah, because some people are, they act like that. Mean little lunch lady. You can only have one ketchup. And I always thought I'm going to be like the cool one, So then I am. So then I think it works out because I don't remember too many, really good ones.
Yeah, I remember a couple times they had. I mean, also for a lot of young men, it's like you think that lunch lady's pretty cute because it's the first woman you kind of get to talk to.
Right.
That's like kind of not like a teacher or your mom.
Right.
It's like the first person, and you're like, well, who is this person? And they smile at you or whatever. You ever have a student try to like get your number or do like try to?
No, they might flirt a little bit, like trying to get some extra chicken balls or something.
Oh, right. But they
I'm
try
like, yeah, all right,
They
get
try
it
to-
going, boy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they're trying to pull up on them yams.
Yeah,
Huh?
they think so. So I'm old enough to be your great grandma. You better roll on.
Yeah, you got to shut them down early. Huh?
You got to.
What about fights? Any fights they have at school? Are you guys allowed to get involved in that? What's that like at school if that happens?
Well, there's fights, but you're supposed to get security.
Mhm.
I mean, I don't wait. Sometimes I will try, but now with big kids, no way. Those guys are huge.
Yeah.
They'll swing me across the floor somewhere. I'm like, nope. So I'll just go over and try to find ways. Security, go on, and then they'll try. But other people in there, teachers and stuff, I won't get involved.
Won't get
Not the
involved.
big kids, no.
Do the teachers? Is there a good relationship with teachers and lunch women, or lunch women and now men because men are attacking the industry? But is there a lot of good? Or are they arch nemesis of each other? Is there like what's the energy like between lunch people and teachers? I never thought about that.
At different schools, it'd be different. But for me, I've got along with most of them and stuff like that, and I have a good relationship with them, because everybody wants a milk every once in a while.
Yeah.
It's not mine, I guess it depends on who
That's
it
a powerful
is.
statement. Everybody wants a milk.
Because they do. And
Oh,
I always think
God,
when they
yeah.
walk in, and if they're like acting mean to me, I'll be thinking, you want a milk from me one day?
Yeah.
See
You'll
if
come.
I give it to you.
Yeah.
You're gonna need me.
You pull up on this. Yeah, you pull up on this udder.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
You want me to order those bag lunches for you, don't you?
That's true.
Yeah.
Oh, for field trips.
That's what I said. So if you have a couple, but not very many, but if they act a little too, it's fine because they gotta come to me for
You gotta
something.
come through.
you
Yeah,
know?
that's true.
I might be the little one down there, but
You're like the government.
that's right.
Yeah, the
You
food
still
is
gotta pay your taxes.
food is government. It really
It
is. It's a lot of
really is
cultures. It
government.
is. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. It's like if you're even in a village, when somebody comes back with the food, that person is the government
Yeah.
that day. They have the
True.
food. They determine how
Well,
everything's going to go.
I always tell my ladies, I'm like, man, sometimes I walk through the hall and I think they're looking at me like a chicken leg or something, you know? So, yeah.
Who are you talking about? Some of the janitors or whatever?
No, the kids, the staff, you know, it depends what they smell. Like, they have loaded nacho day, you know? It's like everybody's looking like, what's nachos? And I just could see everybody hanging with us. Like, oh. Yeah.
They know.
So they know. Yeah. They know
Yeah.
to be nice too.
People know where their bread is buttered.
That's what it is, you know? Just like me, I know I need the custodian, so you got to be nice. So I need toilet paper and stuff.
You're
So,
gonna
you know,
need-
you
yeah.
learn who you have to be good.
When little Ricky pukes,
That's right.
you know you're going
Oh,
to need
you
to call.
know it.
Yeah, what's a field trip day like? So how does that break down?
Well, the field trips and stuff, they order like bag lunches, and
And what goes into the bag lunch?
when I make it, it's like a sandwich, a PB&J sandwich, Uncrustable.
Ooh.
Yeah, they love those, and I get strawberry and grape, and I kind of like them too. So if I'm running
Y'all will
around
make those
fast-
yourselves?
No, they come.
You order from Uncrustables?
No, we order those. Yeah.
Wow, that's nice.
Yeah, those things are pretty good. But then I'll
God.
make a bag with those and some goldfish crackers, a string cheese, applesauce, and some carrots. Bam, there's our lunch.
Damn.
They're out.
We got, I remember, meat sandwich with mustard.
Yep.
And sometimes you got extra mustard somehow.
I
for
know.
no reason.
I know.
You're like, first of all,
I
I'm a child.
I don't eat mustard.
Yeah.
The first time.
I'm a
And now we
child.
have a lot of mustard.
Mustard is for Polish adults. Let's be honest. So there's no reason I
Right.
should have to eat it.
Right.
And then you gave me more mustard. So that would be scary. You'd always see that one kid that would end up being an alcoholic and he'd be over there just eating the mustard.
Oh, you know what? We got him with the hot sauce.
Y'all got hot sauce?
Oh, yeah, now we give hot sauce. And the kids love hot sauce. But I catch the little ones over there with the packs.
Just eating it?
Yeah, I'm like, what?
That's a lot.
Or they're keeping it in the back. I'm going to take this one. Like, okay.
For Christmas or whatever. That's
Yeah.
crazy.
Hey, you know, they ain't got no sauce.
But so you pack those, you send them out on the field trip. When? Do you
Yeah.
pack those the night before? You pack them in the morning of the
I
field
get
trip?
everything ready except for the sandwich. And then in the morning, I just throw the milk in the cooler, how many ever's going, and then put the sandwich in there and follow through the day so they can eat it by lunchtime. Because you don't want to leave those out too long, because one thing is nasty is like the next day.
Yeah.
You know, it gets like hard, or
Yeah, the bread
jelly
will get
starts to
hard.
go "Ugh,"
Yeah.
seeping through. So that very first day when it first just thaws. Is
So you guys will put you mean for the Lunchable? You mean for the crust?
yeah, I use those for bag lunches.
For the bag lunches, right? The PB&Js. And do they get a meat option in there or no meat option?
They used to, but I haven't had one in a while.
Okay.
Yeah.
What's some of the best things about the job?
Time goes really fast because I'm always busy. I don't feel like it's a job, even though I'm getting paid, because I'm having fun. I try to make my work fun.
Yeah.
And I make the ladies dance. I'll tell them, oh, okay, if we get too serious, stop. Put some music on. Start to get the groove for a minute. We all start laughing, doing dishes, just joking. I told them I want this to feel comfortable. I want us not to feel like, you know, just because we're working doesn't mean you can't have fun, you know?
Mhm.
So in my kitchen, it's about having fun. Do your job and let's have fun, you know, while we're doing it. And then I like to act crazy around, you know, the principal or anybody, because they all know me and they're like, there's Melissa, you know.
Yeah.
So I do some crazy stuff. Like I don't know how to swim, and I went on
Yeah.
and she took me on a trip with her, and her son was like, I said, I always wanted to jump in the deep water, you know.
Oh, yeah.
Here he goes, he gives me his mama's life jacket. I suck her on last summer, and I was diving off the diving board with little kids. I was so excited.
First time ever.
Yeah. I was like, yeah, and all the kids was there laying there. The older people were kind of like, I don't really know what she's doing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Make a wish.
I was like, right?
Wow.
So,
And you just got right out in there in the water?
yep, just got right in, dove right off the diving board in it. But once I know that, you know, I was
Yeah, you're safe.
Yeah.
Had you ever tried swimming before?
I've tried. I'm not that great at it. So
Yeah, it sounds like you're not good at it, but had you ever
Yeah.
tried before? Because, yeah, I was bad at swimming for a while.
I could back float, but I
What is
just-
back floating? I've never even
Oh,
heard
you'd
of
be
that.
like, that's how I'm gonna do it to save my life.
I think that's called waiting for rescue. I think.
Well, I could wait for rescue for a while, but I can't do this too long. And I don't know how you guys are staying in there, just standing there. I don't get it.
That's magic. If I see
I
somebody
know. I
doing
just
that,
don't get it.
I'll call the cops, dude.
Right? It's some things are just beyond me.
A long time ago, they used to think that gay people would sink in the water and straight people would float. Like back in the witchcraft days. Isn't that
All
crazy?
right, yeah.
Bring that up. Look at that. Sinking gays or whatever. Sinking.
Sinking.
Or sinking gays and witchcraft. If you put that in there too. There was a lot of that.
Yeah?
Right? Yeah. People.
Wow.
Well, they had a thing. If you sank or float, it would determine something.
Oh.
And they would then sometimes.
Well, shit, I sink, so what's that mean? What are you trying to say?
I'm not saying anything, man.
Maybe I took a wrong turn in life.
Who knows?
I
Melissa?
know, right?
So what's the social life like when you're outside of work? What do you like to do for fun personally? What keeps you busy? Obviously you really find a lot of joy in your work, and that's awesome.
Yeah.
And it's important to notice that.
Well, they noticed I was Employee of the Year in school too.
Oh yeah.
2009.
No.
Yeah.
Now,
And the mayor's brother gave me a award. I was like,
his
oh,
brother.
gee.
What's his brother do?
I don't know. He was there. Anyway, but they gave me a party and a gift card and all this. I was like, oh, Richie. Gave me $100 to a steakhouse. I was like, yeah, I'm gonna get the biggest steak,
Yeah.
And I felt cool, but I was a little excited,
How did you know you won? Was there finalists or what happened?
No, yeah, it was Employee of the Month, like all of us, like the 12, and then they said we're gonna pick one. So I was waiting. I was like this, waiting to eat. I was looking at food like good.
Oh, you were all at the
hurry
banquet?
up, yeah.
Oh.
So I was thinking, hurry up.
And did you dress up for it?
Yeah, I dressed up a little bit, but I looked a little crazy. Like I always change, and I did the smile. And it's like you can see my whole tonsils in my mouth because I smile too big because I laugh loud. And they put that picture big downtown. So now you walk in and you see me. And everybody's like, yes, that's me. So that's the picture they picked. I guess you see everything got my nuts. I'm like, yeah, there's me.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah, but it was cool. It was really cool, though. And just for being funny and trying to, because everybody's so serious sometimes.
Oh,
and,
yeah.
And then the big boss come out, everybody's so scared. And we're all there to do the same thing,
Yeah.
I just make them laugh. Tell them, let's just be fun.
Yeah. Yeah, I have a lot of fond memories of going into the lunchroom, and sometimes you would get the silverware and you would get a fork that was all banged up.
Oh,
You're
yeah.
like, what happened?
I don't know, but I've seen some, and they look like all of them are mushed to the paper towel thing or something.
Or you'll see just the fingers of the
Right,
fork will be like, one of them will be way out like that. And you're just like, what happened? What
Right.
happened?
Like, sorry, you can't have another fork. You're going to have to eat with your finger today, bro. We're on a crisis. Budget cuts.
You're like, what happened?
That's what I'm saying.
What would you change about school lunches?
One of the biggest things I think I would change, because, like I said, they're getting better, but everybody eats the same portions. I would give the bigger kids more portions.
Okay.
I think, like, instead of that one chicken leg that everybody's getting, besides, the other stuff that they could get on the side, I'd give them 2.
Yeah.
I just think that the bigger kids are big. I mean, we got some big boys. I mean, big girls,
Yeah.
and they're got to be hungry. That's just not enough, I don't think, But, I mean, we do have the salad bar. They can fill up with that, but,
They want the real deal.
Yeah,
They want a
so
McNugget.
that's what I'm saying. They want more of those. So when I hook them up, they're like, let's give them a couple more nuggets. And, oh, you're my girl.
Yeah.
They're like, I know, I got you.
That feels good.
It does feel good. It feels good when I see kids I go places like to a wedding or something, and I see all these kids that are at the wedding because I had family friends.
Oh, yeah.
I've had all the nieces and nephews. I've had everybody go through school. So they'll be like, I remember you gave me the other. Oh, she was cool.
It feels good to just McNugget up a child.
Right. Oh, it does. Do you want some more fries? Boy, here you go.
Fucking put a McNugget into
They'll
a
be
child.
talking about people like, man, look at me up with this plate.
I got some nephew children. I'll damn McNugget
That's
them
right.
bastards up.
Oh, yeah.
God, it feels good.
It
Makes
does.
you rest easier.
Well, it does. It really does. I know that. That's why I said some of the kids, they're hungry.
Yeah.
or they'll tell me that they haven't ate.
And y'all play any music in there?
Spanish music, yeah. A lot of we in our kitchen we play some, because like I said, all my ladies are Spanish.
A lot of Latino coworkers.
Oh yeah,
Employees.
Amazing what they could do with a broom.
Oh yeah.
Oh my God, did they scrub that place with a broom?
Really?
Oh yeah, they're wonderful cleaners. But
very true. I have a lot of friends, and my grandmother was a house cleaner, and my mom was too.
Okay.
And then a lot of my friends' parents growing up were in the house cleaning and stuff. And some of my Latino friends, their parents still clean houses.
I tried it for a minute.
Did you?
Yeah.
Oh, so you tried a different business?
Oh yeah, in the summertime, if I didn't work down at school, I did other jobs.
Oh really?
Oh yeah.
Like, so what are some of the summer jobs? Nobody ever thinks about that. What do freaking lunch ladies do during the summer?
Oh, the year before, because I got surgery last summer, so I was down with my stupid carpal tunnel, my trigger finger stuck like this.
And why'd you have to get surgery? Be honest, just too much scooping?
Oh yeah, and they said repetitious movements. So now my back, things, because you do them so long, sometimes it'll be burn, like
Yeah.
Yeah.
How much scoops can one wrist do overall?
Man, I don't know. I just keep rolling.
Really?
Like I said, some people are like, man, look at her. But I'll be sweating. But I'm getting older now, though, so it may have slowed down. That's what I mean. I'm like, but don't ask me to do nothing with my hands when I get home. Cause
Hey, look.
My wrist hurts.
Hey, look. No wonder your guy went to prison. Okay. You got to do what you got to do.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I know. I'm sorry. I just got to.
I've served all I'm serving, honey. That's it. No more seconds. No more firsts.
Right? But no, I just try to go fast because I've watched people and they'll be like, we got 600 kids. I'm like, dude, you got to move, right?
Yeah.
Keep rolling. But people's just not fast.
What is a kid that comes in that's kind of heartbroken? You ever notice a kid that's having a tough time?
Oh, yeah.
Have you ever had a
I run right
moment?
over.
Yeah.
Oh, gosh, yeah.
And what is some of that? Are you ever able to, like, over time, are you able to pinpoint some of the commonalities of what some of those moments are
A lot
like?
of it is like another kid don't like them.
Yeah.
They're getting hit down, or they want to be friends with this child and they don't want to be friends with them.
Oh, isn't that so big to kids?
It's very, yeah. And I'm like, looking, but then to them, it's so big.
Yeah.
So I always tell them, if they don't want it, it's okay. Don't worry about it. They'll be liking you tomorrow. You know what I mean? This and that. Just try to make them feel better and they get over it. And then you see them talking to them. They'll be best friends
Yeah,
tomorrow.
they just need help getting through that
They just need to get through. And it is. And yeah. So whenever we do see one down, I immediately want to go over to that one and see why.
Yeah.
Especially since we got a lot of kids that are smiley like me, bubbly when I see them. So if they're not bubbly, just like they do the same thing to me. If I come to work and I'm not feeling it that day, like there's just something wrong, they can feel it.
Oh, they'll lift you up.
Oh, they come in and they're like, Miss Melissa, you're right. Because they know that I'm not laughing. Don't hear that big loud laugh everywhere. Then there's something wrong with Melissa that day.
That's true.
Yeah, I didn't hear her laugh too much. So.
Yeah, that's interesting. We're the keys to each other's locks. That's what my buddy always says.
They do. They can pick up on it.
What are some of the other summer jobs you've had? God, I can't believe I never knew that those beautiful women were wandering off into our town and doing other employment.
I was a secretary, which sitting down isn't my
It's not your thing, huh?
No, I was like, man, let me clean this place. I don't want to be a secretary. I'll clean the place. Okay, girl, we gotta get up. Yeah, I can't just sit. It's crazy. That's too much for me. I've worked at Dave's grocery store, cashier, and I like that.
I was a cashier for a bit.
I liked it. All these people coming through, and so I'm like, what's up? Yeah.
It is pretty fun. Cashier was fun. Stocking was fun. I didn't love getting the carts a lot of times.
I didn't like to get the carts and putting the stuff back.
And sometimes they were wet, and you're like, well, what? It hadn't even been raining. Why is this cart wet?
Yeah, you wonder what you're touching.
Yeah, just people are gross.
I'm doing take backs, and I think they're peeling, they're opening, and I'm like, oh.
It would be very hectic. A lot of,
You never know what they're doing.
Oh, yeah, it just felt insane. Like it was like a lot of eustachian fluid or something. I don't even know, but yeah, but a lot of times it's very confusing.
Then I cleaned some houses, and that one was kind of fun. Most of our house was really dirty.
Yeah, some people.
And they, these were some richy people, and I'm like, yeah. One time, this old lady made me a sandwich. Let me go in her pool. That was really cool. Yeah.
Why was it your birthday or something?
No, she just must have liked me because we started talking. You know. Sometimes I'll just make a friend and I get invited to a party.
Yeah.
Heck yeah.
Real easy.
Oh yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I get around somebody else and their friend is like, "Hey, you want to come?" I'm like, "Yeah, all right." You know, I can be sitting at home doing nothing, having nothing, then bam, I'm at a party eating shrimp and drinking mimosa. I'm like, this is insane. Yeah, so you never know what's going to happen. Your day can change.
Yeah, your day can change. That's a great point.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, fancy people love shrimp, I feel like.
Yeah, they do. And they like me.
Yeah.
So I like it. Yeah.
So where's your son at now? Is he?
My son, he's a cable man in Maslin, and he told me to tell you because he's a big fan. All them guys watch you.
Oh, praise
So,
me. Yeah,
oh,
man,
man,
what's up? What's his name?
So, Joe.
Joe.
Gang,
What's
gang.
up? Joe Ansel?
Joe Rocca.
Joe Rocca, yeah. Wow, it sounds like he should be in prison. It's that name.
Joe
You know?
Rocca, no, right?
Yeah, and I don't mean that. Don't go
No,
to
no,
prison,
no.
Joe.
No.
We want you out here, but hey, if you go away, bro,
I'll send you commissary, son.
free Joey.
I got your mother. Yeah,
You
free
know?
Joey. That's a good one.
Free Joey, dude.
Yeah, and then he's married. I got a great teacher, daughter-in-law.
Oh, she's a teacher?
Oh yeah,
No way.
third grade
At your
teacher.
school?
After I've been around, nope, she's in Maslin. I'm in Cleveland.
Wow.
Yeah, she's from the better part, and I'm from the ghetto, so we like share our stories. Yeah, we watch her little kids like, and then you go to mine, you know, and you got it. It's two different, very
Different universes.
different universes, and I've been to both of them, so it's really funny to see.
Oh, you have?
Oh yeah, I went to places because I got grandkids.
Oh, so you've worked at other schools than your own?
No, I've subbed, but I've went to other schools with her.
Oh, I
and
see.
her
See
on
what
her
it's like.
side. Yeah, see what it's like.
So lunch ladies will sub at another school?
Back in the day they did, but there was a point when I just stopped.
Yeah.
Because I have a home plate and I didn't have to do it no more. You know, that was
Yeah.
for the other people. So they still send subs and stuff, you know, around, but I quit subbing.
And do you get, at a certain point, do you get a pension? Do lunch ladies get a pension?
Oh yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah, I get SERS. It's like a retirement plan.
Uh-huh.
So SERS.
And
So
how long does that take to build up? I don't know anything about it.
well, like I've got 31, but my age, so like when I'm 57, I'll have 35 years and I can retire with the full benefits and cheaper insurance, all that. But my age is still there. You know what I mean? I'm not going to be 65, so I couldn't get
Medicaid? Or
Medicaid and all that. So there's a little, because I started to. But hopefully I could, if as long as I'm healthy and running, I want to keep running.
You can keep working?
Oh, yeah. I don't want to sit at home. What am I going to do at home? Eat bombs and get fat?
Yeah. Yeah, just be, yeah, you just sit, yeah.
There's nothing to do. Then my brain won't quit talking. It's like, I gotta go.
Yeah.
It's much better to talk to people than myself all the time. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Did you ever try to go into your own business at any point, or do you like working with a group?
No, I like the group. I've never really tried.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just didn't know if that was something that different people think about or not, or sometimes do.
Well,
or
if I
don't
could have
think.
thought of something, you know, but I didn't know what else I would be good at. I mean, I'm sure I could have probably did something else, but
Yeah, I think.
I mean, I'm smart and I liked other jobs, but you know, this is where I've been.
Yeah, some of this.
I think it makes me more happy too to be around so many people.
That's what I was thinking. Because doing your own thing can definitely be the other side of the
Yeah.
tracks. You can just really, you can isolate a lot.
Right.
Any parents ever confront the lunch staff about anything? Does that ever happen?
Oh yeah, couple times through the years. I don't think a lot of principal stuff wouldn't like let them, you know. But I've had fathers or something ask me something, you know.
Like angry about a soup or angry about a porridge or something?
My kid said that he didn't like that, and you know, something, you know, and it's like
Y'all serving bad lamb or
right,
something.
you know, and I'm like, but not too many with me. I mean, I even talk to a lot of parents because I've seen the kids so long.
Yeah.
So I try to be friendly with all of them, explain if they ask me something, but I don't try to get into too much riffraff because, you know, I live in here.
Right. So you want to keep things
That's
PC.
right.
Wow.
You're seeing me up at the grocery store with some parents like, yeah, there she is.
Gosh, you're kind of like the Don
So-
Corleone.
Right, you know,
Yeah.
I didn't even know.
I noticed in nature a lot of animals will kind of like fatten up for winter or whatever. Does that happen with children too? Do you think?
Yeah, I think so. I do. I think that they eat and they get more in them for it. In the summertime, they're like wanting to run around so much out there. I see that they eat less, and I see their lunch. The garbage is heavier.
Oh, really?
In the summer than this one. I made a comment once, and I'm like, oh, what is that?
Huh.
Yeah, because they want to run outside, I think. And
so you think in the summer they're throwing more stuff away, whereas in the winter
because,
they're eating it?
because they want to. Yeah, I do, because they're sitting there and there's nothing else to do. They're not going outside, But when they're like raring to go and it's beautiful out, like you'd be like, oh, forget it. I don't want to finish this,
Yeah, 100%.
I mean, not me. I'm gonna eat it real fast and then go. But
that's a good point. Some kids are like, oh, it's too much fun out there.
Right,
Like,
that's what
when you can
So
feel your body wanting to go play like hide and go seek or something.
Oh,
you have to eat. Oh, it's the worst for a kid.
Right.
It's like, God, I don't want to be eating. I can be having fun.
Yeah, you know it.
What are the kids? Do they interact when they're at the table together and stuff? Like, what do kids do? Or they just kind of eat their lunch? Like,
no, they talk, argue. Yeah, they interact with each other and stuff through the whole lunch period and stuff like that.
I've been dumb for so long here. Take a minute.
All right.
Yeah. Do you ever see like milk come out of a kid's nose? People always say that.
Yeah. Oh, I saw that a couple times.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. And the other day, it was just funny. Just the other day, they're coming through the lunch line and they were playing outside too hard, and the little boy just.
Oh yeah.
And I'm like, okay, I'm gonna look up. Everybody's like, so I can't work. I'm like, well, come on, guys, let's hurry up. Let's get him out of here.
Yeah.
And I'm telling the little ones, quit looking. They're like,
oh yeah.
But yeah, when stuff starts coming out of their nose because they're laughing, or they probably think of other things that they're gonna do, And you got to tell them, don't take that food because it's gonna get warm, and then you'll get sick.
Yeah. Yeah, kids, I think they're just so like energetic at the time. They'll vomit for no reason a lot of times.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Like somebody just pats them on the back.
Yeah, I know. That's what I was saying. I said,
yeah.
Is that the same one still throwing? You better quit playing. I would like him to eat first before it goes outside.
Yeah. And then let's put a diaper.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, right.
Are kids allowed to bring phones in school these days?
Yes.
No way.
Yeah, they're supposed to not use this and that, but
so some of them have phones out during the day.
I see kids with
No way. I cannot even imagine that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I never had a phone back then, so right.
It was such a better vibe. I feel like.
Yeah, me too. I think there's too much on the phones. Yeah.
What would you change about like the lunches that we serve to kids? Anything, or do you feel pretty good about them?
Right now, I'm feeling a little bit better about them. Like I said, this year, because he's bringing out more different things that I think the kids would like. We do General Tso's and rice.
General Tso's chicken?
Yeah, it's good. I love it. I've been messing it up on General Tso's day.
Yeah?
Yeah. There's certain days that I get excited, because I'm like, oh, I'm going to eat it. So.
And we all save a little bit of the better side of things for yourselves?
I mean, I might have a little bit more sauce on mine. Hey, I made it.
I think that's fair.
So, yeah, I think that I do really believe that this year, I think, is like one of the best with it. It's coming with lunches and stuff for the variety of different things that we have. So he's moving up. Like I said, I'm interested to see more of what he does. The new guy that's
the new food guy?
Yeah.
Because he's the order, he's the boss.
He's the boss of like changing all that. And I've worked for about 4 different ones so far. Wow. Each one brings something different to the table. But right now, I'm liking what he's bringing. You know what I mean?
What was one of the craziest things you guys ever served over the years?
The hot dog that used to be in the beans, and it would turn colors. And I had parents and aunts and people old to this day still ask me about those green hot dogs.
Really?
Yeah, but I liked it. But it would like turn some color because it was stuck in the beans.
Yeah. Well, that's nature.
I know, that's what I said. I would like, it's probably preservatives or something in it. I don't know.
Oh, some of that's just natural
but
preservatives.
Yeah, I mean, we had this egg roll that was really, there's been a couple items that I would have been like, no, and I eat everything. I'm like Mikey, and there's nothing I wouldn't eat. So.
They had an egg roll too for a while?
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah, kids really care for that. Hey, girl.
So bizarre.
Yeah.
I remember the bread they used to have. So the bread was always made in one big pan, right? It was like a whole pan full of rolls. And ours always had this dust on it. And people would be like, that's flour. And I'd be like, it
You know
doesn't
what?
seem like flour. It just seems like dust.
Oh, that's super. Yeah. So we were wrapping our rolls, and some of them will come like that, with a whole bunch of. And I said to someone, "What is that?" I'm like, "Just flour." That's a lot of flour on there, and the kids will see it, and I'm like, "They're not going to believe it's flour." I said, "It looks gross. I don't want to start that way." It's just flour. Yeah,
It is
exactly.
really-
That's exactly.
I was kind of like, I'm trying to think of the ones. We had a couple of these just that one.
Right.
If you look up Dusty School lunch rolls, yeah, those are the Dusty School lunch rolls. Yeah, maybe some. Right?
But I've had the kids tell me, what's on this? And I'm like, it's flour. I mean, it is flour.
It doesn't seem like flour. It seems like science stuff. Yeah, it could be some powder. Sometimes I thought it would be like a powdered butter or something.
Right.
But I could never figure it out. And they never got the rolls really that good.
Yeah, we get different rolls and bread. We order from different departments at different times. We had Swable's once. We had this. So the bread's not too bad, but you'll always find some that comes in, like you just said, with a whole pile of dust. I'd be like, "What's it? A hamburger bun? It's covered." And
yeah, that's what it
I
was.
would be like, "Look, all this white."
It was the hamburger buns a lot
I
of
think
times.
when they make them, they must just throw that flour at them after they pack them. But it does look funny because people don't want to eat that because,
Yeah.
and kids do make those comments. They notice anything on the food, anything. If it looks just a little strange or something, they're going to make a comment on it, So, but I hate to be like one of those, it's just flour.
I feel like it's not.
I know, but I'm like, I don't
is
know. Is it?
Did you guys ever serve sloppy joes ever?
We did. We haven't this year or whatever, but there was years we did. Some of the kids liked it. We had a teacher there years ago, and he did a little skit with me on that sloppy joes.
Oh yeah, about Adam Sandler.
Yeah, and I wore the white when I first started. They gave me that white dress and all that, and you had to look. Yeah,
you had to dress a certain way.
But thank goodness that didn't last long for me.
Pull up that outfit.
We switched. Yeah, go on with that wood bluntly white dress. And I'm young now, mind, and I'm like,
oh, you had to wear the
my
white shoes.
Yes.
I remember those.
And I
they were like K-Swisses or something, sneakers.
Exactly, right there. That's
nice.
what they gave me. One of those white.
Wow.
And so we did a little skit or whatever. It's around there somewhere on YouTube, somewhere. Who knows where it's at? But I put a mole on and all that.
Oh, you know, lunch like do sloppy joes.
Yeah. So it was fun.
But they never serve them anymore, huh?
No, they haven't served sloppy joes for a long time, and the kids seemed to like it.
Yeah, it was the only place you could get it at was school.
That's what I'm saying.
And it was such a bizarre thing. You're like, I don't even know what it is. It's like
it's magic meat, like what really is.
It's not a hamburger.
Are you sure? Is that we name them different things?
Yeah.
We just change a little.
Well, you could always kind of tell. Is there stuff that if there's leftovers from the first day, then you'll use it in different recipes throughout the week? Yeah, huh? You don't want to waste stuff.
All hot food's got to be grown.
Oh, really?
Yeah, this is why you're like, if you're the manager, you have to know not to overcook too much because they don't want to get there, right? But they like pasta and meatballs.
Yeah.
Oh, those meatballs, boy.
They're hard to deal with.
Yeah, for my hands. They seem to want to just throw. Then I start singing to the kids and I drop my poor meatball and be rolling.
Oh, from that song, remember?
Yeah.
What was it? That was a book, wasn't it?
It was
I dropped my poor meatball.
When somebody sneezed, it rolled off the table, not to the floor. Then my more meatball was out the door.
I remember that.
We like to tease them and joke.
On top of spaghetti.
That was it is.
Spaghetti.
Spaghetti.
This coconut cake.
And they love the mac and cheese.
Fine. They love the mac and cheese.
Yeah. Love mac and cheese.
God, who doesn't though?
Right. I was just gonna say who don't like cheese, And then you got to put cheese on. It's good.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, that's really the thing that everybody loves. How big is y'all's school these days?
well,
You're at this side school
I'm at
now.
I'm at the side school, but we're doing 600. But when we go back to this new one that they're building down the road from me, it's going to be huge. And then they're going to take and knock down the school down the road and put 2 schools to 1. So I should have over 1,000 by then. But I'm going to get more help.
Yeah, huh?
The short staff ain't what you want to hear all the time.
That's true. You've already had carpal
Right.
tunnel. You've already,
That's what I said. I just keep going.
yeah.
I'll figure
You're
it
like
out.
the Aaron Rodgers of the lunch lady
Right?
industry.
Yeah, I know, right?
You really are.
Right.
We need you back out there. What happened during the time off with the surgery?
Well, I did the summer. I didn't take off because I don't like to really miss work. So I didn't take off. I just went and had the surgery right after we got out of school. But then it wasn't really healing as good. I think I messed it up a little bit as I went back earlier,
Did you?
Yeah, but it's all right, It's hard not to use your hands. I mean,
Yeah.
It's hard. I mean, if you put a hand on it, it's too hard. So this one I just got a shot.
Roosters do
keeps
it, or
going.
like chickens kind of do it.
Right? Yeah, if I could be
But
like
they're
a chicken.
dumb. I don't want to say they're dumb. I don't know a lot of
Well,
them,
some of them are.
Yeah.
I mean,
but a lot of them
what
are
are you just
D-U-M-B.
doing?
I don't want
Yeah,
them to
that's
hear me say it.
I
But
know, right? What am I chasing after? We see chickens all the time, and I watch them cross the street and then come back.
Yeah.
Yeah, people got chickens everywhere.
Really, by you?
Yeah,
Huh.
Mhm.
Wonder why.
I don't know, for the eggs. I think
Yeah.
probably sell the eggs. Maybe they're gonna get a golden egg.
Yeah, my sister has some chickens in her home, I think. Or she did anyway. Some of them might have gotten out. What else? Anything in the news? Was there, let me think. It was something I was going to ask you about.
Still looking for floating gay witches.
Yeah, when you look at gay, yeah.
Floating gay
Oh, you know what? Yes. Did you anything on that sinking gay witchcraft?
I found not the gay part, but the witch part you're spot on about.
He said not the gay part.
Bring it up. The ordeal usually involved the tying of a suspect's wrist to their ankles and then throwing the individual into a body of water with ropes attached. Contrary to popular belief, if the suspect sank, they were presumed innocent and hauled up. It was not common for them to perish unless they did so accidentally. Should they float, however, this was taken as confirmation of their alliance with the devil. So you had to sink. So if you didn't know how to sink, the premise of this ordeal was that it provoked direct intervention from God in determining the guilt or innocence of the accused. And the result was therefore seen as a revelation of God's judgment.
And you gotta put something in your. Make sure you're sinking.
You better eat a heavy lunch.
Something. Well, I'm not a swim, so I'm sinking.
You better eat a heavy lunch.
Right?
Anything else we need to know about the trade, about the lunch trade, about the industry? Anything? You said there was men infiltrating the business. Is that?
There's a couple of men, that's working in the kitchens now.
And is that new? Is that?
No, I think they've been there for a minute. I've only worked with like one.
And are these bisexual men, or is it all types of men? You think?
All types.
Yep.
Yeah, all types.
Everybody loves lunch, baby.
Oh, they do.
Yeah, I love
They
it.
do.
I love it. I don't care if I loved men or women. I would still make lunch for myself and others.
Well, yeah, me too. I don't care who it is.
Yeah, same
You
here.
gotta eat.
Everybody's got to eat.
That's what I tell them. You gotta eat. That's for it.
That's how I feel.
I don't care what you look.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think of anything else we want to learn about the industry. We've learned that the kids come in. We've learned that sometimes you have to step over and give them a hug if they're having a tough time.
Yeah.
We learned sometimes they bring cats and snakes through just because that's what's going on. The food plant. What about? I know. Didn't they have Michelle Obama had a program a few years back?
Yeah, we got quite a few things dropped off and stuff, and she gave a lot of stuff out to parents.
It was called Get Right. What was that program called?
It was
The Healthy Hunger Free Kids Act
Yeah.
changed nutrition standards for the National School Lunch Program by requiring that schools serve more fruits, vegetables, whole grains, and fat-free and/or low-fat milk more frequently, and less starchy vegetables or foods high in sodium and trans fat. Did that take effect? Did you actually see that happen in the school system? Because a lot of things that politicians and
yes, they really did that, and they came out and gave boxes of the whole entire meals, the parents and stuff, and told them how to do it with the spices, everything.
Oh wow!
And also they give them a bag of fruit each week to take home. They have a lot of free fruit and vegetable program. Then once a month we have a free produce and everything outside. So parents, everybody comes and gets it.
Oh wow! So there's a lot of stuff from y'all's
There's
school that's available for the community
A lot
that you guys
yes.
don't use at school.
Yeah, that's it. It's
Nothing to do with you.
exactly.
Wow.
Yeah, it's amazing. Yeah, like I said, there's always trucks dropping off that they put stuff in the kids' book bags for them to take them for a meal for the weekend. So yeah.
Your mom ever come over to the school and get a meal from you?
Well, I had a stepmom.
Oh, you did?
Passed.
Oh, she passed away?
Yeah, but
Oh,
I
sorry.
didn't like her food anyway.
You did?
No. Or her much, but it's cool. We'll talk about that.
Hey, look, it's stepmoms are hard to
I have my real mom, but she's never came to school.
She hasn't?
No.
Oh. She should come get a meal. She's still alive?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah? And where does she live in Illinois?
No, wrong.
Oh, she does?
Yeah.
You guys just aren't super close?
We see each other.
She
Yeah,
just doesn't come to the school.
Yeah.
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 I'm trying to think. Don't they have Parents' Day or something at the school where parents come?
Parents, yeah, they come in, they see stuff, but my principal and stuff feeds them. They don't eat our school's food. She'll have other food brought in for them, and they'll eat.
Can a kid have a older brother or a family member come and have lunch with them at school one day or no?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Sure.
That happens a lot.
Oh yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's fun.
We got a lot of and you got a lot of siblings. You'll have 5 related,
In the school
in
system.
the school. Yeah.
Yeah.
So there's something for that.
Do you guys ever do pep rallies and stuff like that ever? What's that energy?
Yeah,
like?
they'll just start, because they can have high energy, because we get rowdy. And then when I hear them, I get rowdy. So then I go running through the thing. No, I make them laugh. And then the teacher they're still most of them kind of know that I'm going to do it.
Oh, yeah.
Or when they have the because you get an answer, I'm hearing it. Am I supposed to sit here and work when I gotta go over there?
Yeah, I'm trying to think. Do you still feel like you're in school a little bit?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm 50. I still feel like I've never got out of school. Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
It is kind of, yeah. It's and then it's funny.
Ori's amazing, and his stream's amazing.
But really, I'm going to work, but they probably think, man, she's the longest in school. I never seen somebody in school so long. I never say work. I just say
Yeah.
school.
God, you think that she
I
graduated,
know.
Do you think some kids probably mostly eat at school and don't eat at home?
Yeah.
Really?
A lot of them. Yeah, we have children you wouldn't know from they're homeless and from everywhere, and they go to school.
No way.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Is there homeless in your area?
Yes,
Oh,
a
wow.
lot.
Wow. That's crazy, huh?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it's got different over the neighborhood too.
Yeah.
Over there, yeah.
Yeah, I think you're seeing a lot of homeless. With homelessness on the rise, the Supreme Court weighs ban on sleeping outdoors. What is that going to do? I love how they rephrase it to being sleeping outdoors. Pull this up a little bit more. The Supreme Court wrestled with major questions about the growing issue of homelessness on Monday as it considered whether cities can punish people for sleeping outside when shelter space is lacking. It's the most significant case before the High Court in decades on the issue and comes as record numbers of people are without a permanent place to live in the United States. What? So the case started in the rural Oregon town of Grants Pass, which began fining people $295
Now they can't even pay for it. They're homeless. They don't even have nowhere to go.
for sleeping outside as the cost of housing escalated and tents sprung up in the city's public parks. That's unbelievable. Because you're like, where are people supposed to go?
Well, they got a lot of they make a lot of spots over there, like Tent City and stuff.
Yeah.
So there's places that you see a lot of homeless.
But I wonder if they would also have to. Is that considered sleeping
I
outside?
don't know. I couldn't see how you can.
If you have a
Fine,
tent,
don't
I
even
feel like
have
you're. Because if people don't have a place to go and they make a tent,
Right.
then they're trying to. They're
Trying to make a home.
Yeah.
I mean, right?
100%.
But somebody's making a house, right?
Well, yeah, and some rent is so expensive. Like, what do you expect someone to do?
Oh, yeah.
You know, especially if people get caught up on, people get caught up in the drugs pretty easily.
Well, there's a lot of that going on now. Yeah.
Well, especially when we advertise drugs on television in this country, like it's a new toy.
Right. Right.
Every single one. So you can't be shocked when people end up on drugs,
Right.
and then now they're stuck outside, and we don't have a place for them. Gosh, that's unbelievable. Yeah, imagine getting a ticket.
Yeah, I'd be laughing at him. Like, what do you want me to do with this? I'll use it for wipe, because I don't even have a home. I don't even have a job. Where are you going to get $2.95 for me?
I'm like, hey, give me a whole roll of
right,
tickets.
could you give me some more tickets, right?
Hey, give me the soft ones
I mean,
too.
what are they going to do? Put me in jail for a minute, then I have a home and I can go to the bathroom and get a meal. I mean, that's going to be...
Gosh.
Right?
Yeah.
How rude.
Unbelievable. Or they'll make schools start feeding the people, maybe. Did you ever try like a homeless feeding program at your school?
Yes.
Really?
Yes. And as a matter of fact, in 2020, when all of them was at home, I was out there with N95 masks. And my custodian made me this drive-through door because it was close up.
Your custodian made it for you?
Yeah, it was really cool. I come in, and so I could it was like, shh. But anybody come at the door and we would give them food. So I gave a lot of food away around those couple months. Yeah.
Students and homeless people?
Students, homeless people.
Wow.
Yeah.
Anybody
And everybody. Yeah. We saw some crazy stuff.
Did you?
Oh, I mean, But hey, at least it was free food. There wasn't. You wasn't hungry because there was lots of places to get free food from.
Yeah, people got to eat.
Yeah.
I feel like if I put my glasses on, we look a little bit the same. You're a lot cuter though. A little bit. I'm half Polish. Are you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Hold up. Yeah.
Hold up.
Hello.
We them boys.
I know, right?
What are some things you've ever heard kids say that have been funny? Anything funny that comes out of your head over the years? That anything interesting or like? Because you're right there on the eavesdropping.
I know. It's just like it's so hard to think of things at the time. I mean, I eavesdrop all the time. Don't get me wrong.
Amen.
Because I hear stuff I'm not supposed to hear. I just try not to even,
Yeah.
I'm thinking they did what, and they're only what. So.
Kids making out or whatever.
Different things that they
Being
talk
too
through the
fast,
line, and I'm like,
A lot of these kids
man, I don't even want to hear all that now.
Fast.
So I try to act like I'm not listening.
Mm-hmm.
But like sometimes like a long time ago, maybe about their parents or get a little bit more scoop than you should know.
Things going on.
And things going on that you probably should know.
Yeah. People smoking this or that.
Yeah. Well, their clothes smell like when they come in, so you kind of knew them out.
Anything on those sunken gays, man? Bring it. You got an image on it at least?
Absolutely nothing.
Just show me the first image. It comes up if you do it sunken gaze or witchcraft. There we go.
There we go. Oh my gosh.
Hey, look.
Oh,
And just go to Google too and let me see what they have for it if you put it in there. Okay, sinking gay men and put / witchcraft. I'm serious, man. This was a big thing when I was growing up. And go to images, see what we get. Right there. Bring that picture up. Oh, so we get a picture of the Navy. Yeah, see, this is, I don't think that's what.
Right?
I don't think that's what we're talking about. Melissa Ansel, I want to thank you so much for your service, literally, for being a smile that people can see when they cross through the middle of their day. You're kind of like the meridian in the ocean, where like the time zone kind of changes when you cross it. And I think that's special. I know that that's important for a lot of kids. Just to have somebody in the middle of the day to offer them a big smile, that goes a long way, I think, just in the universe. And thank you for coming and spending time with us and helping us reminisce a little bit about what it was like to go to lunch and have a lovely lady stand there and help us out, help us get through it.
Thank you.
Yeah. And thank you so much for coming.
These are really good.
Now I'm just floating on the breeze, and I feel I'm falling like these leaves. I must be cornerstone. Oh, but when I reach that ground, I'll share this piece of my life.
some new tour dates to announce. I'm going to be in St. George, Utah on July 2nd, Moncton, New Brunswick on August 10th, Bend, Oregon on September 11th, and Portland, Oregon on September 13th. Get your tickets early starting Tuesday, June 4th at 10 a.m. local time with code RATKING. General on sale starts Wednesday, June 5th at 10 a.m. local time. As well, we have shows in Montreal, Quebec, Portland, Maine, Spokane, Washington, Belfast, Ireland, Cork, Ireland, London, United Kingdom, Idaho Falls, Salt Lake City, and Las Vegas. Get all tickets through theovon.com/TOUR. Make sure not to use a secondary site. Thank you for your support. New merch. We've got some new gang hoodies. We've just done crew necks before. We've got some hoodies now available in heather gray, tan, light blue, and duck camo. Get all that and more at theovonstore.com. That's the only merch site that is run by us. I know there's some other fictional ones out there. Just watch out for fakes. And thank you guys for your support. Coming to you live from Austin today. Today's guest is a comedian. Probably one of the most unique comedians of all time. He has a new book out called Tremendous, which you can check out on Amazon. He was the host of the famed podcast, legendary podcast, The Church of What's Happening Now. He has his own podcast now with Lee Syatt called The Check-In. I'm grateful to catch up today with one of my heroes, Mr. Joey Coco Diaz.
Shine that light on me. I'll sit and tell you my story. Shine on me. And I will find a song I've been singing.
What do you say?
Jelly roll?
Yeah, man.
All right. So this is Jelly Roll. Like Jelly Roll, every time he wins an award, he gets up there and he's like,
Pickle genetics.
I just want to thank.
Where have you gone?
Right now, there's somebody stuck under a bridge. There's somebody out there who's got a size 11 foot and a size 8 tennis shoe. And I just want to say you can live your dreams. Every time. Dude, every time they call his name for every time Jelly gets an award, man, he's so full of feelings, bro. He gets up there and he's just like, I want to tell you that I was a maitre d' at a macaroni grill, and now I'm a Grammy Award-winning artist. Like, sometimes it's just fucking bro, if they even, like, at a like, I feel like even at Chipotle, if they just call his name to come get his order, he goes up there, he picks it up. He's like, I want to let every illegal alien in this motherfucker know in 40 days. And with only 90 singing lessons, you can win a fucking American Music Award.
90 singing lessons.
Dude, it was better last night when I did it.
Oh my God, I was dying. I was dying in my sleep.
He was
to the T. It's fucking crazy. Everybody was dying last night.
some people do them real good. Yeah, Joey Diaz, man, good to see you, brother.
Good to see you too, man.
You too, man. That was fun last night.
That was a lot of fun. Yeah, just seeing you. It's been 4 fucking years, you know.
I know,
Since
just
the pandemic, man, I haven't seen anybody.
yeah, I realized it's so funny. I didn't realize how much I missed seeing you until I got out of the out of the Uber at the mothership, and I was like, "Is Joey here?" And they're like, "Yeah." And I literally, my legs, like I ran upstairs.
Oh, I was so happy. First person I asked for when I got there, I'm like, "What's fucking deal?"
Yeah,
He'll be here later. Nah,
Yeah.
man, we haven't seen each other. It's been it's fucking crazy, man. What happens to life sometimes?
yeah. Has it been good? Have you been feeling good in Jersey? It seems like everything's good. You look great.
The first fucking year was a struggle because I was lost. I was fucking lost. I was like, you know, what I was trying to do was, honestly, was just figure out what happened the last 30 years. After when the pandemic hit, we were all gung ho. We were very all gung ho.
Oh yeah.
But like by May of the pandemic, I was like, what the fuck happened? I came here, I auditioned for Mitzi Shore, and I don't know what happened. Like here we are.
Yeah.
You know, movies, talking to this guy, talking to that guy. The store at the end, before the pandemic, it was something that you'll never ever see again. I still remember I would do spots and then go to the kitchen after my spot and just sit for a minute and look out into the bar area and stuff. And it would be like celebrities, MMA people, the Clippers. You know, it was something every night. It was just too overwhelming.
Yeah.
Every time you left the store on Tuesdays and Thursdays, you got in your car and you had to fucking drive 30 minutes just to decompress.
Yeah.
Dr. Dre was hanging out at night before the fucking thing. He was coming into the store every night. It was just a scene that was, you know, hard to believe. We had our own fucking thing. Kennison, Dice, those guys had their thing, and we had our thing.
It's really true. I didn't realize it either until I went back, like I've gone back over the past 2 years, and it's like it's not even the same thing anymore. It was like a lightning striking when everybody was there, dude. The lineup sometimes, like on a Tuesday night,
I still have them. I saved them, everything. I would clip the lineup. I would take a picture of it or something and go,
yeah,
this is where you were with these guys. I want to see somebody try to take something away from you. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, people always go, whoa, you didn't do it. Listen, bitch.
Yeah.
And this is these lineups in 2019. What about the lineups? Well, 2009, I wasn't there. But in 99, I was there. And I remember looking at those lineups, and they weren't good, but you had fucking animals, like 3 of them there on the lineups. It wasn't like 9 motherfuckers coming at you.
Yeah.
From Ali Wong to you to Dalia. It was a cavalcade every Tuesday and Thursday. Everybody got along.
Whitney,
Bert,
Joe,
Segura, fucking Tripoli,
Brennan,
Eddie Bravo,
Owen Smith.
It was fucking crazy what was down there.
It was crazy.
Crazy.
Bro, they had MMA fighters that weren't even comedians fucking doing 20 minutes.
It was fucking crazy.
Eddie Bravo was doing like 40 fucking minutes, bro.
Fucking crazy. You think about it. People walked in there, and it's like they got high.
Yeah.
As soon as people walked in, it's like walking into the mothership. You know, you walk in, and you just take it. You just take it. And this is, you know, I didn't do it for one summer. I did it for 30 fucking years. So now I got to figure out where they took me.
Yeah.
You know, where the fuck did they take me? I mean,
yeah, just to look at that lineup and be like, it doesn't even feel like you're really the person doing it.
no. You ever see Oh God, You Devil? Any of those Oh God movies?
Is it like a black movie or not?
No. George Burns.
Oh, yeah,
plays
yeah.
God, and he talks to people.
Yeah, you got the Coke bottle or whatever.
And it's really weird. Yeah, those things there. Fucking one of the guys he went to, I'll never forget. This is way before I got into comedy.
Mm-hmm.
Way before I got into comedy. I started watching, you know, I like movies. And there was one particular guy, that the guy was a musician, and he was struggling. And he was like a Bruce Springsteen type guy. And then he came to him, and he fucking shut out the light, because he was the devil. He plays the devil.
Oh, he plays the devil.
He cuts a deal with you to sell your soul.
Oh, God, you devil. I remember The Gods Must Be Crazy. Was that him?
No, that's
okay.
That's why you get confused with the Africans and stuff.
Yeah.
But that's what I feel like. The guy, during the movie, after he became the star, he would go, what the fuck? What the fuck? And he would go to a restaurant. After he knew the devil took his soul, he would go to a restaurant and see the girl he was engaged with. And now she was about to have a baby. And this was his life. Like, it's fucking crazy. And that's what I felt like.
Yeah.
A lot of times, like, did I just do that? Why do people want to take a picture of me? I'm a felon.
Yeah.
Your mother told you to stay away from people like me. You want to take a picture of me? And it was just my mom. So that was the first year in Jersey. It was just trying to figure out coming down. I was coming down. I had committed to coming down and seeing what life was like with the sticks, you know, and Started going to softball games and basketball games with my daughter. And
Were you playing or you were just coaching or what?
I don't even coach. I just sit there. I get high and I sit there and watch.
Oh, yeah. But still.
Bunch of fucking girls. It's so funny. I used to go to my father-in-law's house in Nashville. That motherfucker's always watching girls softball. And I would look at him and go, I'm not even going to say nothing to my wife, but this is the most pedophilia fucking thing ever. An old guy watching girls softball. Well, guess what? I became that fucking old guy. Now I go to her games. I go to her basketball game. There's so much. Listen, man, for me to get into comedy, I lost a family.
Who is
I lost
this?
a daughter. She's 34.
8 minutes ago.
30 fucking 4.
Where have you gone?
Like, this was part of the
Triple G
whole, like,
Dexter,
what happened?
baby.
Like,
What
I
is
left
this
her
shit?
She was 5.
Hey,
And now she's
maybe
30 fucking 4.
it's
We
a
haven't
shit
spoken
coin.
in 20 years.
No way.
27 years. 20. Yeah, it's got to be 20 years.
Are there times where it just hits you and it just hurts sometimes?
It really hurt in the beginning. For years, it really
Wait,
did.
what
The
happened?
addiction and all that shit was bad. And then I made peace with it.
Yo,
I knew
dog.
that this wasn't going to work. It wasn't in the cards.
Something.
I had to move on. And I had this. And God gave me a second chance. They threw another girl at me. And I'm like, what am I going to do here? So I said, let me sink in, and fucking be a dad. I got a second chance to do this the right way this time. And this is what
All
I'm
right,
gonna do.
which one is it?
Real thought in your head, you're like, I got this. This is God giving me a second chance.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah.
I've gotten, how many second chances have I fucking got?
Bet a decent amount.
So some second chances you gotta jump on and go, you know what? This ain't gonna happen again.
Yeah.
I can make peace with myself. I heard things I wasn't a good dad. I heard tons of shit from my wife. And now I'm living.
Okay, what?
Now I'm living. I got a nice house, cars, I'm not a jet setter, that. I'm not a BMW guy. I'm just happy and comfortable.
Yeah.
I retired in 4 fucking years. My daughter collected Social Security for 3 of those years. The ones I didn't get when my mother died. So
What's
everything
my
comes full
name?
fucking circle, man.
Oh, really? So Social Security, you get it for how long?
So when my mother died, I didn't get Social Security because they said she didn't work on a
Somebody
She owned a
came
business.
into my
So
chat an hour
I had no
ago
money
and
coming
asked
from
that you
those kids.
unban Marcus
All those
Wentz
kids. And
and
it's weird
anyone
now. I got a
associated
letter
with Marcus Wentz.
6 months
period.
ago about
They
retiring
said you are
and
the
shit.
mod of a coin that
I'm like, I don't
banned
retire. I keep
them
slinging dick.
recently,
Yeah,
period.
great.
I don't know anything about
I'm
it,
not
but
gonna
is there any
move
way
to
you
the
can
wrong
help
planes
this person? Question
No,
mark.
it's a lot.
I'm not.
It's a young man. It's not a young man's game,
It's a young man's game.
but it's a.
It really is.
It's not even that you can't do it. It's just can you put up? It's like the stress. It just wears on you. And you did it for so long.
I
That's
did it
what
for
people.
so long.
And we'll forget. I'll forget sometimes, Joey, how long I did this shit for. I'll like be going to the airport and be like, "Fuck, I just cannot do this. I cannot get on a plane." And people are like, "What are you talking about, man?" But part of my brain is just like I don't know what time when I wasn't going to the airport.
Yeah. Or wasn't getting a car for a fucking haul. My thing was this. I dreaded the road.
Yeah.
So I got
Once you got in the what? Yeah.
Once I got in the Uber,
How you living, Pimp? Hey, you guys want to talk about futurology?
Look at it. That's what happens to me.
Hey,
It's the
hey,
towards the last year.
living the dream, baby.
I wake up in the middle
Hey,
of the
let's
night.
talk about futurology. What are your thoughts on antimatter? I saw something recently that compiled the most valuable substances known to humankind, and antimatter was number 1. Antimatter was number 1.
I think it was like a sex wrong or whatever, but
And it was valued at $76 trillion per ounce, which is incredible. Okay, thanks, sweetheart. Thanks, cool, guys.
To top it off, I haven't lived in New Jersey in 40 years.
you got a driveway over there?
Damn.
Yeah.
Driveway, fucking backyard. I got raccoons. I got a
Yeah.
raccoon that will not leave me the fuck alone.
Really?
And he's become like friends. He's like a buddy now. Like he just comes, he tries. I put 2 bricks in the garbage. He looks at me at night like, motherfucker, you got me again. Then he leaves. I put a piece of nicotine gum in that motherfucker. I didn't see him for a week. That motherfucker was running up and down fucking my street with nicotine in him. But, you know, I live in a great neighborhood. It's quiet. I live around the corner from Jimmy Farr.
These look like a
he's
little
an
city.
awesome guy.
Awesome guy. But, I mean, that's a week down. You go down there, you're like, whoa. I got to learn how to fucking navigate this shit.
Go down where, to his house?
No, to my house. Like, when I moved down to this
Oh,
place.
it's quiet.
I'm an hour out of New York City. I'm an hour 15 out of New York City. I'm an hour where I was raised from. Like, North Bergen, right across the city.
Where James J. Braddock is from?
Yeah.
No way.
Yeah. I used to shovel the driveway.
You're lying.
When we were kids.
Nuh-uh.
Yeah, and his son was a fucking cop. And yeah, that's
way.
the park there, J.J. Braddock Park. They just put a beautiful statue up there. That neighborhood was rocking. When we were kids, not only did he live in town, J.J. Braddock, but fucking the other guy, Jethro's father.
Jethro Tull?
No, Jethro from the Beverly Hillbillies.
That dude had a father?
Yeah.
Bro, anybody could have made that, dude.
Jethro was a bad motherfucker.
Wow.
So,
Dude,
yeah.
you saw James J. Braddock when you were a kid?
Yeah, like 10, 12. We'd go to Hudson County Park, and one day somebody said, go up there. He would just give you like $10 to shovel in front of his house, like when it snowed. So I only went up there like once or twice. It was way out of my neighborhood.
He probably didn't know it was snow. He probably was a snow globe. He got hit so much.
That dude was fucking tough, bro.
Oh,
That
yeah.
dude's tough. I saw some tapes of him. That dude was Irish, fucking longshoreman. He was fucking, he'll fight you with one fucking hand, those guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, right there, James J. Braddock Park. Right there.
Damn, dude. That's one of my favorite movies, dude. I've probably watched that movie maybe 12 times.
I love that movie. When I saw that, I was crying up a storm. The funny thing was, I got in trouble for that movie. Listen to this. I'm at the longest yard premiere.
Mm-hmm.
I'm at the longest fucking yard premiere.
That you're in, so that it's
Right.
It's
So I
fine, though.
walk in my seats. I sit down, and the last seat is open. Sitting there with my wife, we're talking about shit. And all of a sudden, right before the movie starts, fucking Cameron Crowe's just next to me. And on his sleeve, he's got North Bergen. Did you see the jacket he made with Braddock when he was shooting that movie? I mean, like a fucking great jacket. He sat next to me, man. And I'm like, oh, what the fuck is Gladiator doing next to me? I didn't say nothing.
Cameron Crowe. So that's the guy that made Gladiator?
Russell Crowe. I'm sorry.
Russell Crowe.
Russell Crowe. It's Russell Crowe sitting next to me, the guy who played J.J. Braddock.
Yeah.
You know?
Oh, really?
And he had the jacket on.
Nuh-uh.
And as the movie ended, I couldn't take it. When the longest yard fucking ended, everybody's clapping. The producers from the longest yard is sitting in front of me, and I turn it to fucking Russell, and I go, yo, that's the fucking movie of the year right there. And he looked at me, and the producers looked at me. I'm supposed to be pushing the longest yard, but I'm telling him this is the fucking movie of the year.
Cinderella, man.
And he started laughing his ass off. You're from North Bergen. We started giggling. And then, because my friends told me when he was shooting the movie, they would see him at different delis. He was doing different delis around fucking town.
Just
So,
checking them out.
checking them out, whatever,
Wow.
promos, stuff like that. So,
I love that movie, man. I love that movie, and that's one of the reasons I have like this. I mean, Dustin is fighting in Jersey coming up. And then Islam, yep, in 2 weeks.
yeah, that's a great fight.
Yeah, and so part of me is like, I'm like tying it in my head. I'm like, dude, when he told me, I was like, dude, it's like James J. Braddock, bro. It's like Cinderella, man.
When are you coming up?
I'm going to come up the day before.
Friday?
Yeah, I got a show Friday
Where?
at Beacon.
Well, maybe before the show, I'll take you to J.J. Braddock Park.
No way.
Yeah, the fucking, we'll go to the park, we'll eat. Over there, they got good fucking food.
Yeah?
Oh,
Yeah, I would love to,
they
dude.
got a fucking place called Tapas right down the block from there. An Italian place. That's tremendous. Spaghetti with little meatballs. Anywhere you go, and if not, we go up to Rudy's. Forget about it.
Everything's good.
Oh,
Yeah.
it's funny where I live. There's great food. I mean, fucking like Rogan down there, his head almost blew up. They got everything down there, and it's so weird. Like you leave there going, I take Leo all the time. He loses his fucking mind.
Who's Leo?
Lee. I
Oh,
take Lee. When he
Lisa,
comes
yeah.
down, when he comes
Oh,
down, I
yeah,
take him to
brother.
different places.
That little fucking walkie-talkie.
Oh.
I saw him the other night, dude. He was fucking, dude, that
Walkie-talkie.
that little fucking gumball machine,
That
brother. That
motherfucker
dude,
is killing me, dog.
the fucking Jewish Christmas present. That
Oh
little
my
fucking.
God. And he's doing comedy. And he's doing great with it.
Yeah, he's been doing it, I think, almost 5 years now.
Yeah. He goes on the road. He fucking.
He's opening up for people. Did he close yet? I know he's opening up for
Yeah, he
people.
opened up Rogan, a couple on that Rogan.
Yeah.
Josh Wolf.
Yeah, Josh Wolf. Yeah, that's when I saw him, Josh Wolf, and Jacob Wolf the other day at a clothing store. But then, yeah, me and Lee went up to the mothership one night. Yeah, he was excited, dude. I'll never forget that time. I think it might have been the first time I came on you guys' podcast, and in the beginning there was something in the headphones. It was like, Lee, I'm hearing like a sound in the headphones, right? And he's like, I'm trying to fix it. So he's over there. I think he was like looking on his phone, trying to figure out like the whole board is in front of him or whatever. Fast forward 2 hours, dude. I think we did some mushrooms or something. Lee is unconscious or semi-unconscious. I don't want to say he was unconscious, but he wasn't associated with you and me, and we were the only people in the room. So he's over there, and he's like, and I hear this sound in the headphones again, and it's like, yeah. This time it was him making like a wheezy. He had like some HVAC issues going on or something. That motherfucker.
That was the thing that really killed me. I gotta be honest.
Like, you ever hit a popcorn bag that's been fucking good, that's cooked to the max, bro?
Oh yeah. That's what he sounded like.
Yeah, just when that first like kind of. Well, what killed you? Sorry, I interrupted you.
No. You know what fucking killed me, man? Those 8 years of that podcast with Lee, that was rough. Like, I didn't know how rough it was till I stopped doing it.
Like, what do you mean keeping up every week by having a party every week? You mean?
We were fucking what party? It was a nonstop party.
Yeah. Oh, y'all were Neil Armstrong and that other guy who fights people.
We were fucking
Buzz Aldrin.
We were doing 2,000 milligrams, mushrooms, Vikings, whatever people dropped in that office. Fucking what's the therapy people do?
Oh, ketamine therapy?
Ketamine.
Oh, yeah.
We were doing ketamine in there.
Y'all put Owen Benjamin into the woods. You guys fucking put that dude in a blender.
There was a couple people that wanted to blend it. Including myself. You know,
Dude, yeah.
fuck, I put myself in a blender. I was mixed goods for fucking a year after that. When I got home, when I moved to Jersey, I moved in August, right? August 19th. And we stayed in the corporate housing until my house was ready.
But you were building a house.
No, the house wasn't, we couldn't move in until September 2nd.
Oh, yeah.
So we had 2 weeks in corporate housing. Those 2 weeks were like, I was just driving my wife crazy. Because I was eating 3,000 milligrams a day. I was bored. I was lonely. It was a pandemic.
Oh, yeah.
I was eating Xanax to fucking help me go to sleep. I was eating Xanax on the road. And I'll never forget, I went back there. And I got so high one night, I melted the tea kettle. Because I used to make Michael Jackson tea at night. I'd make like edible tea and put 2,000 milligrams in there.
It's sleepy time, yeah.
And mix it up, and it'd be Michael Jackson tea.
Put some Sesame Street on, start jerking off. Yeah.
Fuck yeah. One night I made that shit, and I was like, I'm not high enough.
God, I can't believe you even said that to yourself.
Like, it was like the first month in Jersey was a fucking, like, I wasn't high enough. So I went to make another batch of tea, and I passed out. And when I got up, like 2 hours later, the fucking steam came. It ran out of water and just fucking collapsed into a little metal thing. My wife's like, we gotta throw that away.
It's just like Lisa. It's just like.
And then I had like fucking, I fell asleep at a restaurant. I was taking ash pills. Yeah. And we were at a restaurant.
What do you mean ash pills? Like from a fire?
Hash.
Hash
Pills.
Hash pills, yeah.
And
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, no, it was nonstop.
You fucking on, dude.
We were fucking, smoke. I mean, listen, I was going to the weed store every other day.
Wow.
And every other day I'd buy a half. Every other day.
Why'd you have to get so high, you think?
Just, it was part of the thing. I didn't know. To top it off, I was drinking 8 to 10 espressos a day. Cuban coffees.
Bro, what the fuck? What direction you want to go, son?
Dog, it was edibles, sleep. Edible, it was stand up, sleep, edibles. It was just too much. Wow.
And did you know what you wanted to do at that point, or were you thinking like, I don't know what I want to do? Because I remember there was a point right when the pandemic happened, right? After like 30, 40 days and not being having to do comedy. First, I'm like, I'll take a little break. It's great.
It's great.
But then I'm like, I haven't taken a break in my whole
life.
I never made a choice what I wanted to do. I made a choice 20 years ago. And now I'm just still doing that choice. I don't even know what I want to be doing. So there was a time where I was like, I don't even know what's going on, I remember that. And then, for a little bit, I didn't know. Thankfully, I kept podcasting, but...
Yeah, during the pandemic, that's what saved me. We kept podcasting.
Yeah.
Fucking get fucked up in there at night. I mean, listen, the podcast started at 7. And we would get there at 6. Talk shit, me and Lee. Start doing edibles. And then you would come at 7.
Kick that mule, baby.
And we'd do another hour of chit-chat, bongs, edibles. And then a 2-hour podcast. And then after the podcast ended, we'd hang out for another hour. I wasn't getting home till 2 in the morning. Podcast started at 7 o'clock at night.
The church, baby.
How the fuck can a podcast be? You're there 7 hours for a 2-hour fucking podcast. 2 nights a week, and it was constant.
Yeah, I left out of that. They got that set on YouTube somewhere. On
the
mushrooms. I left out of there. Yeah.
We were nonstop. It was like fun. The THC scene was growing.
I felt like a damn taquito when I left out of there, bro. That was fucking cool.
Yeah, the fucking weed scene was growing with us.
Yeah.
Weed companies were sticking their hands out. Edible companies.
It was fun.
Give me fucking edibles. Then Comedy Chaos.
Who got the most fucked up over the time? Give me the 5 people that probably, when they showed up at the church, they definitely, they got the holiest of water, bro. Who got doused the most up there?
I saw a lot of people go through changes. Right in fucking front of me.
Yeah, dude.
See their eyes, and I'm like,
from spring to fall, a damn solstice right in front of you.
Sarah Tiana.
Yeah.
And I love her to death.
She's
not
great.
Good. That made me feel really bad, because she's the fucking salt of the earth. I love that girl.
She's so sweet, so funny.
There was a lot of shit that people didn't see.
Yeah.
Like one of the best episodes we did was Stephen Bauer the first time. You know Stephen Bauer was the guy from Scarface.
Did he pass away?
No. He played Manolo. He played Manny.
Oh,
he was at the store too. He was going to the store at the end. He came in one time with cargo shorts. You got to remember, it was like here. The cameras are facing me. Yeah. That's the time. He came in with cargo shorts. The camera would face him, and every once in a while, he'd go off camera and take a liquor bottle out of his sock.
Mm-hmm.
First, they were in his sock. I mean, this is classic shit. He would take them out of his sock first and drink them, and then put them upside down over here. Then there were 6 empty ones. Wow. Then he started going in his cargo pants, and he would take another bottle out and drink it. We counted like 9 fucking bottles, plus the beer he was drinking.
Oh, yeah.
Plus God knows what else. People doing that. A guy came on one day. I forget what the fucking guy's name was. I haven't spoken to him in like 3 years. He disappeared.
Was it a Japanese guy?
No, he's a white Italian guy. I forget what his fucking name was. He would come on there and bring bags of pills. I'm not talking about like a prescription bottle. Like he'd come in with like, oh, I got these. And then when you take these, this is the way he carried the bag.
If you
took one of these, you did one of these. And then if this don't do it, this don't do it. He'd give us pills by the hand. I didn't know what they were. We should just call them happy pills. Well, you just eating pills. You know what the fuck they are. And I remember I did his podcast on a Sunday. And when I got there, they had bags of fucking pills at the studio. Wow. And one day I go, you know what? Give me one of those fucking pills. It's so long. I got nothing going on. I was high from 1 o'clock in the afternoon till fucking the next day. I don't know what type of pill I took. I don't know what he was giving out that day. I mean, I was fucked up.
Did it have like a leopard pattern on it?
I have no fucking idea. I didn't see no leopards. I didn't see nothing.
Because I took some shit. Yeah, one time this gay, I don't want to say the dude was gay, but everybody knew he was gay, and he knew he was gay. But he gave me a couple somas to drive him somewhere, right, dude? He's like, this is the worst idea ever, bro. And R.I.P., bro, my boy Billy Conforto. But he gave me a couple somas to drive him somewhere. He's like, Dio, bro. Because he looked like Don Flamenco. Remember Don Flamenco from Mike Tyson's Punch-Out? This guy was the first homosexual that everybody knew in our area, and he also was a pride. He was a fighter too. He grew up boxing, right? And then, so he would get the one with the rose in his mouth that looks more like him. There you go. That's Billy right there, bro. Okay, so he goes, Theo, bro, I'll give you a couple somas. You drive me across the lake, bro. I was like, all right. I've never taken somas in my life, dude. So I took 2 of them bitches, dude. He went into the service station to get a prepaid phone card or something because he had some domestic issues. But so he comes back out, bro, and it only been about 12 minutes. I'd taken them bitches. We started driving, dude. I took a right turn, and the place didn't even exist, bro. Fucking road didn't even exist, bro. Right? Just ditch, dude. Oh my god, bro. He fucking takes my body, moves me over to the passenger seat. The cops came. He went to jail for like 4 months, dude.
So he switched you.
Oh, fucking G, bro. Bless his heart. Because he knew he put me in that situation. I was a child. He was like an adult, bro. But it was, I was just trying to, but who gives their driver fucking 2 somas, you know? So just poor pill management, really. But
Poor pill management, yeah, it is.
But damn, that was something, dude. God. Oh. When I think of some of the times, dude,
it scares you.
Yeah, when I think of the times that I drove fucked up, Joey, when I would put both of my feet on the pedals, right? Because I was too nervous to let one of my feet make all the decisions, right? So I was like, I ain't trusting this one of my feet. I'm going to have both feet down there in case something pops off, right? So I had one on each pedal, but even then, it's like playing it's a little bit of driver's ed kind of vibes. And I would be like in a crosswalk, and I would be high, and somebody would be walking through, and I'd be like, do not fucking hit the gas, bro. Just hoping my feet didn't do their own shit and start a new adventure for themselves. You know, it just got me just being so fucked up that you didn't know if you were going to be able to rely on yourself, you know? That shit was tough.
That's one thing about me. I never fucking did. As crazy as I am, I can do anything. Like if you said to me, Joe, can we do this? Let's go. I'm not scared of cops, you know. When I was running. Okay, when you're running, you're running. There's one thing I hate doing: drinking and driving.
Yeah.
Or partying and driving. Listen, I can smoke a joint and drive better than most people. The other shit, I cannot drink and drive. It won't let me. My body shuts down because I know I can talk to a cop, but if I'm drinking, I can't talk to him because he's got me. I'm guilty. I'm not gonna fucking try to tell him I had one drink. That's why I won't even have one drink when I go out. The fear of a cop pulling me over and asking me, "Were you drinking?" Yeah. And then I gotta go, yeah. And then he gets me out of the car, and then I gotta do the fucking 10 steps. So before I go through all that shit, you know, and we didn't have Ubers. You know, I didn't have an Uber. Now, fucking great to get high. Yeah, you can do whatever the fuck you want now.
Yeah, people don't understand what that was like, not having an Uber.
Shit.
You had to get high. Say if you wanted a legal place, you had to fucking walk off.
Walk, or fucking run, or fucking go through the weeds or some shit. You know, my thing was, I'm still very grateful that in all those years, nothing happened bad on the road. And, bro, I was in situations where, you know, a lot of shit could have happened drug-wise. One time in Beaumont, like when I think of nights that I could have died, it's Beaumont. Beaumont for reals. I fucking OD'd on Valium.
Really? You can OD on the Sunset. There's a beautiful area.
I couldn't talk for 3 days. I had to go to a hotel room. My face was dragging. It's like I had palsy face.
Yeah.
I couldn't go home. Couldn't get on the plane. I blew my whole check in a hotel in Houston, fucking coming down, hiding from people,
drinking Gatorade.
You know, yeah. It's so many things could have happened. Yeah. All those weeks in Miami doing drugs. Houston. You know, Houston was fucking, you came to Houston to lose your mind and do comedy. That was part of it.
This episode is brought to you by Prize Picks. That's right. If you love firing on sports, baby, Prize Picks is the best daily fantasy sports app for you. What I like about Prize Picks is that instead of choosing teams, you choose individual players. Each player has a set projection, and you choose more or less than that set projection. So, for example, if you think Luka Doncic is going to have more than 17 points, you would choose that. While if you think that Jason Tatum is going to have less than 20 points, you would choose that. If you're smart with sports and know what players are going to excel on what nights, Prize Picks is the best app for you, hands down. Download the app now and use code THEO. Prize Picks will match your deposit up to $100. Skies out, thighs out, baby. Summer is right around the corner, and our friends over at Chubby's are bringing the good vibration. Chubby's, I like them. I had on one of their shirts the other day in Miami, man. Beautiful, comfortable. Chubby's is a lifestyle apparel brand that makes every moment feel like a vacation. That's what Chubby's does. It's like, hey, look at that guy. He's just a walking mimosa right there. He likes to have a fun time. For a limited time, Chubby's is giving our listeners 20% off your order with our exclusive code. Use code THEO at chubbysshorts.com. You can experience unmatched comfort and style with the Chubby's iconic original stretch shorts. I just got a pair, looking ready to put my dang butt in them. For a limited time, Chubby's is giving our viewers 20% off your order with our code THEO at chubbysshorts.com. That's code THEO at chubbysshorts.com. Support our show and tell them we sent you. Don't blend in with the crowd. Stand out with Chubby's.
That's a fucking. I had a friend. No, well, he wasn't a friend. When I was like 24, there was an old guy at one of the bars.
Oh, yeah.
And he would just drink and throw punches in the air. Say, you're talking to me. He would throw punches in the air. You know the whole fucking thing.
Oh, yes.
I'm doing coke in this bar, and every day he talked to himself. Yeah, I'll fucking kick your ass. Little jabs. And one day I asked the bartender, what's up with this fucking guy? He goes, you don't know Johnny Reed? I go, nah. You know, it was 1984. Kid. I don't know Johnny Reed. He goes, I go, is he crazy? He goes, you don't know what he did? I go, no. He goes, he tried to kill himself, jump out of a building and land in the garbage dumpster. And he just bopped his head. So now he's fucked up. He would get a check from the government on the first, and he would just give it to the bartender and say, tell me when it's over. By the 18th, he'd be broke, and he'd be in there fucking arguing with the bartender. I locked him in the bathroom one day. Dog, I locked him in the bathroom at 2:30 in the afternoon. Yeah. Because in Jersey, the bathroom's locked from the outside. He was driving us crazy, talking about boxing. 1964. I got to the body. I'm like, Johnny, knock it off. He went into the bathroom. I can't take Johnny no more. We locked him. We left. We leave.
Oh, you got him.
I came back at 9. I go to the bathroom. He's still in the bathroom locked. He came in. He said, woo. That's the noise he made when I opened the door. He goes, woo. This guy used to fuck, like, we give him a, then towards the end, I go, Johnny, you ever do coke? I give him a line of coke, and that would put his embolism, whatever craziness he had, he'd go even worse. And I still remember giving him a line of coke like at 2 in the morning, like a bump. And then being in the car at 5, going to the city to get coke, and seeing him walking over the George Washington Bridge, throwing fucking lefts. I'm like, oh my God, we can't give that motherfucker lines no more. And then I cracked him one day. I just showed him my dick. Yeah. I put it on the stool next to him.
Oh, yeah.
And he was right on the stool, and he's like, and I go, Johnny. He goes, what? And I go, look at this. And he goes, wow. And he just fucking, and he just watched the basketball game. He goes, wow. And he just, I'm like fucking dying. Only Johnny could do this. I've been asking about him. What happened to him? He's got to be dead by now. He was 50, 60 when that shit in the 80s.
Dude, we had a guy, we had this dude, Mr. Dennis, and everybody just called him Danny, right? This guy in our neighborhood, he kind of like, he was just like an adult, right? But he had this son named Rocky was his son, right? And so Rocky was like, I don't know if something was wrong with him, but something was pretty much wrong with him, right? Like he just wasn't, you couldn't really rely on him. Like if you told him something, it didn't matter because he didn't really know like what was going on a lot of times, right? So you wouldn't share like a lot of information with him. But Rocky had a fucking cock on him, right? So one time we're all outside and Mr. Denny goes, Rocky, show him that cock, right? His own son, dude. And we're all like, what the fuck, dude? And Rocky fucking showed that cock, bro. And everybody was like, damn, Rocky's got that cock on him, bro. And then after that, it would always like anytime that Mr. Denny was around, he would be like, Rocky, show him that cock. And Rocky would fucking get his cock out.
No, Rocky wasn't all that.
No, he wasn't all there, bro.
Bricks. Yeah.
He was definitely, but he was like, you know, he was healthy enough, like he could enjoy Christmas and shit, you know. It wasn't like he was like, you know, like you got to keep him in the back or whatever. He was definitely like, you know, He was a cool guy. Like, you could play games with him and shit. Like, it wasn't like he was like, he just wasn't real bright and his mouth was always wet, you know? But the dad would be like, Rocky, show him that dick. Yeah, show him that cock, Rocky.
Because most of those, like, mentally challenged, like, retards, they got big dicks.
Yeah.
And they're horny, too. They'll fuck you to death.
Oh, dude, you'll recalk your living room, dude. Them boys
So
are
I saw I was up at Salem, Oregon one time, Eugene. And it was, whatever, Special Olympian Convention at the hotel. We were doing comedy. Mm-hmm. Not good. And I was working with a feature act who had huge tits with cleavage. And he was on stage, and one of the kids was walking by. And he saw her tits. He started making, he started making noise.
Yeah, they're just doing the vibe.
You think I'm fucking kidding? I was watching the whole thing go down, and I'm watching this kid. Why is he going crazy? He's looking at his tits. And there was two fucking big black guys, like University of Oregon football players that work in security. There was a point they couldn't contain him.
Yeah.
He was just going, they had to fucking tackle him. He was pushing the brothers out of the way. I was like, this fucking, because they're strong.
Oh, yeah. Oh, definitely.
They're strong, too, so you got to be careful to hold you down and fuck you with that big fucking Special Olympian dick. You're going to have some problems, dog.
Yeah, you can't let him pet an animal for too long. That's for sure, brother. That shit will escalate. Dude, what was I seeing? What was that thing in the news I just saw? That they found. Well, now I'm starting to think that more people will have conditions, right? Because they just found like plastic. What was it? You see that thing?
Microplastics have been found in human testicles.
Yeah. Bring that up, dude. I mean, Joey, this is the kind of stuff, brother. You're lucky you have two healthy daughters. You know, this is the kind of stuff, man, that's happening now. In 2024, microplastics are starting to look a lot like cigarettes did in the early 1960s, a poorly understood health hazard in dire need of better study and regulation. The latest bad news on microplastics in human health emerged last week when a study from researchers at the University of New Mexico examined 47 canine and 23 human testes, nuts or body nuts, taken from neutering operations and cadavers, respectively. All of those testicles had microplastics inside of them. So it's just like, what is that causing, bro? If you got what kind of effects can happen? Does it say they've already been found in our bloodstream and in other human organs such as the liver, the heart, and the lungs? You start to wonder what happens when that gets into your brain. Does that make more if a kid's got plastic in his head or whatever?
Listen, bro, there's so many things going on right now. You know, there's so many fucking things. You know, look at this. The pandemic opened up, with the fucking shots, and mental health. It just opened up a variety of everything. Everybody's speeding up. I got a fucking hernia. Oh, I lost weight. All of a sudden, I had this bump. I got a fucking hernia. Who the fuck knows? Who the fuck knows what they're putting in food anymore? You don't know what you're really eating. Fucking vegetables, fruit tastes like shit sometimes. It tastes good others.
It doesn't even taste like fruit sometimes.
No, guys, it's a different fucking world. And try to make a doctor's appointment.
Possible.
It's try to make a heart appointment. They'll tell you, like if you call today, they'll go, yeah, fucking July 8th. Yeah, because that fucking the fucking needle fucked everybody's heart up. And there's a ton of shit going on. God knows. They're not telling me. They don't tell you shit, man.
Has it always been like that, or do you think it's happening more than ever? Or do you feel like it's always been like that in life?
I think it's always been like that, but we have the internet now. And 20,000 media outlets.
Yeah, that's true.
We have so much information. This metal, this fucking heart, the disease. I think the biggest thing I'm looking at is I've never seen mental health like this. I know people. I grew up with people. And I talk to them now. They're not the same fucking person.
Yeah.
And I know I'm not the same person. I know the pandemic or whatever, the 30 years of comedy, getting hit in the head. Who the fuck knows? But right now, man, did you see like the last 10 years, the rise and everybody's a politician now? Anywhere you go, people want to talk to you about politics. I never seen like men don't even want to talk about pussy no more. But what do you think? You know, it's too much information, and that pandemic fucked us up because what were you doing? Listening to music or watching TV, waiting for the next fucking hand job. After the pandemic, I never watched world news ever again.
Yeah.
I'm an American. I want to watch it at 6:30. I was raised on it. I don't watch anymore because they're just scaring white people.
Yeah.
That's all they're doing. They're giving you selective news. I don't believe anything no more. I just live my life, and I fucking try to my best to decipher what's getting thrown at you all day.
Yeah.
But the mental health, I think right now, and this is what it's got to be, it's the internet. It's the fucking, everybody's a celebrity now. We're living in a world where everybody's a fucking celebrity now. You go to a fucking movie theater now, they got poster boards for you to take pictures of. Everybody's a fucking celebrity. I've never seen a world like this. I got restaurants by my house on Thursday nights. You can't pull up.
Yeah.
Can't pull up. Lamborghinis, Ferraris, they go to a fucking restaurant. Everybody's a fucking celebrity. The other half will fighting for our fucking lives. And then they keep putting this shit at you. Every day, you put the news on in the afternoon or whatever. The Trump hush deal, this, that. It's constant. It's always in your face. And if you get sucked in by it. Yeah, I'm telling you, I've seen the people. We're getting thrown so much information at us anymore. It's so much. Somewhere along the line, you got to crack.
Yeah. Yeah, it's too much, man. I just miss like a simpler time too, man. God, remember how much fun it was, dude?
This is simple. Nobody had a phone. You went out. Nobody could get a hold of you.
We used to go, bro. I remember we'd go to Howard Johnson's, bro. Remember Howard Johnson?
Fuck yeah.
Bring up a fucking Howard Johnson.
They had that saltwater taffy.
Show them that cock, Rocky.
Oh, show them that cock, Rocky. There's still a Howard Johnson's by me on Route 3.
I hope there is, dude. Howard Johnson's. My mom, when I was like 5, we would go. She would drop us off there to meet my grandparents or whatever. And we didn't know and they would have, they used to have, and we'd have like a nice meal there. It'd be nice, bro. They had the bathrooms that had the little, you ever go to a bathroom, but it has a little room before you get in the bathroom. It was like you open the door and then you're just in like a little bitty room and then there's another door and that's the bathroom. It's like the room's like 3 feet by 3 feet. You know what I'm saying? You open that. They had that shit too. We never even seen that. Like a little.
How many Howard Johnsons could possibly left?
I don't know. Dude, Shoney's Inn, bro. I remember for $11 you could stay at the place, right? For $15 you could stay and eat, right? So with that $4 upcharge, you got that buffet. Shoney's had an inn, and we would go, bro. And they also had this like premier buffet for like $2 more. You could go. They had like this kind of roped off area of the buffet, and down there they had fucking salmon or whatever, damn special pickles, salmon. Honeydew melon, like you'd never seen fucking gay watermelon. You know what I'm saying? They had all the special shit down there, like black pudding or whatever. They had all this shit down there. The Reeboks were on sale. They had like this special area of the buffet, but it was like roped off unless you got the premier edition or whatever. But dude, we would go there, bro. It was so nice, dude.
When you're a kid, all that shit's nice until you get old and you're like, why am I eating this shit? I'm going to fucking die. Look at the people around me. Look what they look like. And here I am with them about to die. And that's anywhere. Any of those chains, that fucking Country Crock.
Oh, yeah,
what's that one?
Cracker Barrel.
Cracker Barrel. You'll die. You'll fucking die in one of those places. There's like 10 of those fucking joints that you're eating there and you're like, you know what? What's the place that they have the chocolate fountain? They have one in Burbank.
Memphis?
No. There's like an all-you-can-eat buffet in Burbank.
Oh,
it's like a chain. It's a chain, and they advertise.
Oh, you're talking about Shakey's Pizza?
No, not that either. We used to do comedy at Shakey's Pizza in Seattle.
Did you?
One night they had like a Wednesday night.
My buddy got leprosy at one of those places.
You got leprosy.
Oh, this guy would get everything, bro. He's a real susceptible fella.
Golden Corral.
That's a fucking place right there.
Oh, you'll die.
Oh, there's a lot of.
And I see people eating fish at those places. You just want to go over to them and go, listen, here's a good mortician.
Yeah,
When they lay out your body, they can take that salmon out. Salmon, shrimp. And I don't think there's no buffets anymore.
No.
Right? Since the pandemic?
I mean, I think, well, people are still doing them, but it's definitely more of a risque type of thing. It's kind of like the OnlyFans of like the dinner community. I feel like if you see a buffet, it almost feels like it's prohibition or something. Like you should, you know what I'm saying? Like it's a fucking speakeasy, you know?
When you go to those places and you look around and you're like I went to fucking, where did I go? I went to Kentucky, Paducah. My brother-in-law lives in Paducah. I love my in-laws. It's my niece's birthday today. I love them. But I can't go to Paducah because they take me to this restaurant and they put cheddar cheese on everything. They put it on oatmeal, on cereal. I mean, whatever they order, they put a handful of that communist cheddar cheese. It's worse than the one the government sends you. And I'm eating the one night with my wife because my wife brought it home to me the one night. She's like, we're going to go over here and eat. You can stay there and I'll just bring you a thing. And I ate it and it wasn't bad. It was like a steak, just a couple pieces of meat. It wasn't bad. The next night I went, I'm like, I'm excited. Let's go. We went there. I'm looking at these people. Everybody's ankles was swollen. They all had a diabetic foot.
Oh, yeah.
Everybody's like going to a Yankee game. I went to a Yankee game 2 years ago. I was sitting next to a lady. Her foot was purple. And what this bitch do, she put like a blue tattoo on it to throw the color up on the diabetic foot. I'm like, when does it end?
Fucking Don Fanningly, dude.
And she's sitting there eating beer, drinking beer.
You know, if you're eating beer, I seen a woman over there eating beer with a spoon. You know, the bitches are going
it was
downhill.
a fucking nightmare. When I see a diabetic foot at a restaurant, I gotta go.
Yeah.
Or a fat ankle like that. When I looked around this restaurant, Paducah, everybody's ankles was swollen. I'm like, dog, I'm done. I'm on the plane tomorrow. I gotta go.
Yeah, you get to some. It is true. I think it's important. You got to look around and see who's in the joint.
Who's in this fucking joint? Look at these people. They're gonna die.
Because sometimes it's just it's like people that are almost just like cattle that don't want to, that can't even breathe that good or read. You'll see people like on oxygen, you know, sneaking in a little hit of pie or something
while they're eating or smoking a cigarette. They don't give a fuck. They don't give a fuck, man. And it's like, I get nervous in those places. Like, I'm gonna die.
Yeah, there's just a lot of bad food out there, and I think it's gotten more to the place now. You have to take care of yourself because the government or whatever we thought, the FDA, that shit's all been compromised, bro.
That's you show up with an envelope and they'll approve anything.
Those motherfuckers,
they don't give a fuck anymore.
Bro, you could have damn menthol bread pudding, bro. Those motherfuckers will approve.
You know, it's like going on Instagram. They sell every get well cure on Instagram. Like, who would buy? You know, and it's constant. Look at your Instagram. It's like bodybuilding, recuperation, testosterone. Yeah, I'm going to buy testosterone online from some fucking guy I don't know. It is crazy.
Eyebrow loss. They have eyebrow. Like, what are you even doing?
No, man.
Yeah, poor vision, missing grandparents. You're like, who gives a fuck? It's like
missing grandparents
for $40 a month. You're like, what even am I paying for? It's just some of the shit. Yeah, it's like everything is for sale. It doesn't matter.
Everything. You sit there and you go, all these products. I like when somebody goes on Rogan and they talk about a product, and then you go on Instagram 2 weeks later and they're talking on Rogan about the product and they're selling it just because Rogan was in it. And it's like, guys, when does it end?
Like using the clips, you mean?
Using the clips. Like it's just so.
It's dirty.
Yeah, it's just changed a lot, man.
We've just gotten to where everything is a advertisement. You know, everything is for sale. I mean, if you look at it, even with like a lot of young men aren't having sex anymore. A lot of women are selling their bodies on OnlyFans. It's like there's nobody holding anything real. You know, it used to be you had to go at least tickle somebody to get some pussy. You know, it was
go
like
to a bar, talk to them.
At least lie to them.
Work the angle. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
There's always an angle. I don't know. I'm still recovering from my old boyfriend. Well, let's do some coke and talk about it. Yeah, there's always fucking something.
But it's just different now.
We've forgotten. Listen, man. We've forgotten a lot of things.
Yeah.
Things are getting right away from us. You know, I was really opposed to texting for years.
I remember that. That's why I even called you yesterday or the other day.
Opposed to it. Now I'll do it. But But I didn't like it because it takes away our connection, man. I want to hear your voice. You can tell me whatever you want in the text. Theo, how you doing? I'm doing great. Picked up an envelope. Theo, how you doing, man? So that's why I didn't like it.
Yeah.
That's why I didn't like it, because what they're doing is creating a society that separates us even more. You know what? I can't see Theo now, so we'll just Zoom once a week. Let's Zoom. Get in a fucking plane and come see me.
Yeah.
We're doing everything we can to separate. And I always hated that. I understood the pandemic. I got it. But we need each other. It's like, I'm going to tell you something interesting. Pandemic started. I was fucked up. I'm going to tell you something. You're not going to believe this. I started doing better. Going in. And once I was there a year, August 19th, 2021, I was a little better. I was still withdrawing from the Xanax. I was having some issues, but I did something that before I did the knee operation, because I went back and my knee went to shit as soon as I landed, like 3 weeks later, because I was going to cryo every day in California. But once I landed here in the pandemic, there was no more fucking cryo.
Oh, there's no cryo.
There was nothing. So my knee went to shit. I got surgery. I went, and one day I was going for a ride, and I saw a jiu-jitsu school, Gracie Jiu-Jitsu School by my house. And I went in there, and I was scared shit. It's December. COVID's been around not even a year, but people are still like not touching each other and shit. And they're like, nah, we're doing great here. We only had to close one time. But when I left there, I had a doctor's appointment like a week later, and then he told me I had to have knee surgery. So I didn't go back to that school. I never went back to talk to him. And then one day I got a call. And it's the guy, the brown belt in the school. His name was Sean. He's like, I just want to check in with you. I go, dog, after I saw you, I got knee surgery, so it'll be a while. This guy kept calling me and not selling. He wasn't selling. He was just being a nice kid. Going, if you want to come in and move a little bit, it just be me and you, man. Nobody will bother you. Right. We'll work on stuff. I'm like, I don't know. Fucking jiu-jitsu. I went to jiu-jitsu the same day that the Soprano movie premiered, September 21st, 2021. I remember I walked in there. I had to cancel the first two. Like, I canceled 2 classes. Yeah. Finally, I go next Wednesday. Now it's Wednesday. I'll never forget going in there. We did some shit. And then he goes, just roll with me for a minute. And I remember leaving there going, I feel a lot better. Wow. Just a human touch with somebody else. I'm not gay or nothing, but just that touch of him fucking submit me and grabbing me. And I was like, I feel. And then I went to the premiere that night, and I was fucking COVID conscious. I'm like, I'm going to sit at the Beacon with 2,000 fucking people to see this movie. We're going to get COVID. Yeah. It wasn't even that. When I got out, the driver dropped me on the corner of the Beacon, and I was in a corner with 500 people. And they were all like touching me and shit. And I remember walking out that circle going, if I don't get COVID now, I'll never get that. Went to the movie theater, didn't even go to the premiere party. Just saw the movie with my family and some friends. I didn't even go to the party. But going to that jiu-jitsu class and the classes after that, like I was just going to take privates for like 6 months. I said, fuck this. I'm going into class with these guys. Yeah. I need these guys. Right. I need these fucking guys. I need to talk to them and touch them and fucking
be human.
Around, be human.
Yeah, isolation is true. Isolation, it feels like it's what you want to do for yourself to make things easier and more comfortable. And that is one of the biggest traps, I've noticed it for myself a lot of times. It's like I'll even the other day I had some friends that went out on the boat here on Lake Austin, right? Person's like, I'd rather just chill, work on my comedy, I'm in town, I'm in Austin specifically to work on get up on stage and stuff. And so, but then I was like, I should go because I always choose let me stay and work on something. Let me stay and be by myself. I always choose that. And then I find myself, well, then you're always by yourself. You know what I'm saying? You get stuck with by yourself thoughts, by yourself bullshit. When you're with somebody, you get they don't fucking run off. You're like, oh, I'm all right. I'm all right to be around. I'm not a complete weirdo, And so that kind of stuff is huge, man. And being in those classes, it just like, and you make friends, you start to realize people got your back. You're not fucking alone. There's nothing is as helpful, I don't think, as going to those jiu-jitsu classes. I don't go into them as much as I wish I did because I kept getting hurt, bro. I would just, and I couldn't do anything. I had to work. I'm fucking wheezing. I got my shit all wrapped up. I got a fucking bunch of lemons fucking duct taped to my rib cage and reading shit online, you know, eating oleander or whatever on the fucking internet and apple seeds. But yeah, just that camaraderie, bro. I remember one time we'd been in there rolling for the day, and I just started bawling, crying, bro. Like just shit from that was stuck in my body or whatever. It just fucking like released, you know.
It's crazy. People don't understand. Now, it's what keeps me together. I go every Monday and Thursday, and it keeps me together. You have to show up with $1 million envelope for me not to go.
Yeah.
Like I made that decision 6 months. Like I've been going steady, but I hurt myself in December. And after that hurt my ankle, I go, you know what? I'm doing this a different way. I'm going in there. It's a plan. 2 days, I lift, I go to jiu-jitsu. I lift, I go to jiu-jitsu, I ride the bike, and I'm done for the fucking week. Yeah, it's what I do. Like, I don't give a fuck what you got going on. I'm really sorry. I got to go to jiu-jitsu because if you don't go on Monday, then you're behind the week. Then you're not going to go on Tuesday. Tuesday, you're going to get an audition. Then Wednesday, your kid's sick. You know, this is just wake up. She's sick. My wife's got to do shit. I got to cover. And that's why I always go Monday. So you always get at least that one.
Oh, yeah.
If you want to take Thursday from me, something else will happen. But that's helped me a lot because it gives you a different set of friends. And it gives you a set of friends that have, you know, they're all trying to get healthy. One guy's helping with the shoulder. One guy's trying to lose weight. I'm just an old fuck. I go in there, fucking forget. I go in there and burn 500 calories.
Oh, yeah.
You know. But these are the things I'm doing now to... I even enjoyed jiu-jitsu when I was doing comedy full-time because it got you away from the agents, the managers, everybody talking about the same shit all the time.
Yeah, and secret gay dudes, too, out there in Hollywood, bro. Oh, Jesus Christ. I remember the first time some guy, you know, I didn't just got into town, I don't know what was going on, and some guy tried to kiss me outside of a park or whatever, and then I remember another time a dude, an agent or whatever, gave me a ride to some place, introduced me to like Cuba Gooding Jr. or whatever, and then tried to feel on my leg or whatever when he was giving me a ride home, dude. And I didn't know what the fuck was going on. Dude, I was like, if I wasn't a little brave, I would have been gay, bro.
You know, that's,
you know, Rocky got that cock on him. You feel me, bro? That's the fucking
Rocky on the cock. That's just good. You should just fly Rocky out here. Yeah. Take him to LA with you. Whenever one of those guys wants to hit on you, Rocky on the cock.
Rocky.
Boom, there you go. You want that roll here? I got a cock here. Suck this stick of love over here.
This episode is sponsored by Blue Chew. That's right. Let's talk about sex, fellas, okay? Remember the days when you were ready to go, buddy? Oh, boy, look at this. Now you can increase your performance and get extra confidence in bed. Listen up, BlueChew.com. Blue Chew is a unique online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, and Levitra, but in chewable tablets. And at a fraction of the cost, baby, you can get going, boy. Get you one, snack it down, you're ready. Does it work? Yup, that's it. You don't think you need it? Maybe you don't, but you can try it for a month and see if you want. I love it. They're always saying first impressions are important. Rock that blue cheesy, baby. You feel me? Blue Chew wants to help you have better sex. Discover your options at BlueChew.com. Chew it and do it. And we've got a special deal for our listeners. Try Blue Chew free when you use our promo code Theo at checkout. Just pay $5 shipping. That's BlueChew.com, promo code Theo, to receive your first month free. Visit BlueChew.com for more details and important safety information. And we thank Blue Chew for sponsoring the podcast. You know, if you're selling something online, it can get very tedious. You can get caught up in the minutia of figuring out, how much product do I need to hold, and the addresses that I need to send it to, and how do I get the mailing labels, and it can be unending. You can spend more time figuring out how to do your business than actually doing your business. ShipStation makes it easier. They're the multi-carrier shipping solution that integrates wherever you sell online and streamlines your workflow so your business can grow. That's right. They have an easy-to-use dashboard that makes managing orders, smooth label printing, reporting, and customer service easy. You can scale your business and reduce warehouse costs with ShipStation's reliable enterprise solutions. And you can save on thousands of shipping costs. That's what I've enjoyed the most, with discounts up to 89% on UPS, DHL Express, and USPS rates. Work less and ship more with ShipStation, the innovative tool that helps turn your shipping challenges into opportunities for growth. Go to ShipStation.com and use code Theo to sign up for your free 60-day trial. That's ShipStation.com, code Theo. I'm going to tell you flat out that using the internet without ExpressVPN is like going into a public bathroom and just leaving the door wide open. Well, ExpressVPN creates a secure encrypted tunnel between your device and the internet, so your online activity can't be seen by anyone. It works on phones, laptops, even routers, so everyone who shares your Wi-Fi can be protected. I've certainly looked at stuff online that I'd like to keep between me and myself. Secure your online activity by visiting expressvpn.com/THEO today. That's expressvpn.com/THEO. expressvpn.com/Theo to get an extra 3 months for free. Yeah, bro. Dude, in Rocky, they grew up like downwind from like one of those pesticide factories or something. Or, the place that would have the spray rig, Dude, remember when the spray rig would come through your neighborhood, dude? We would fucking get on our bikes, bro, and rock. Because in Louisiana, they sprayed that bitch fucking twice a week, dude. The whole fucking, everybody's stepmother looked like a mosquito in that bitch, dude. But we would get on our bikes and just ride behind that gas, just pure gas coming out that bitch, dude. But Rocky and then Mr. Denny, they live downwind from one of those fucking.
Probably fucking made us dick.
Fucking damn.
People gonna all move from those places now and go, man.
Bro, Rocky
made Rocky's dick big.
Oh, Rocky ain't been fucking stung by a bee since 2011, bro. I'll tell you that, dude. God, I guess the best thing is remembering stuff from growing up. That's something that that's my favorite thing, is just remembering stuff from growing up. Yeah, thinking about the past. I love it. That's where most of the most entertaining stuff is for me. But growing up now it feels like kind of weird. I think for a lot of times I didn't want to grow up because I still wanted to just be a part. I feel like if I grow up too much, then I lose all the fun. Does that ever make any sense to you?
Man, it's so weird how you look at your life and you go, what the fuck? I haven't had fun, like fun, since I left New Jersey when I was 20. Like that old-fashioned fun that I like. I enjoy, just getting fucked up and laughing with your friends.
Yeah.
Sleeping on the floor and going down the shore and all that shit. And it's like I've been chasing it for the last 40 years. What happened those summers when I was growing up? You're just chasing it, It's funny. I look at, like, I was seeing something about a while ago about a club. They were talking about this club and VIP and all this. And I looked at it and I'm like, all this is people chasing Studio 54.
Yeah.
That's all this is. They've been chasing Studio 54 since the 80s. Us guys like you and I, our childhoods were fucking really special. They were comical. When we think of our childhood, we had no other option than to become a comic, because all the tools were put in front of us. The stories, the situations, other storytellers that taught us how to tell a story. It's fucking crazy.
Yeah.
I think now, like, I was always going to be a comic. I just didn't know that. Everything all goes into one circle. Everything that you've lived. I remember somebody told me one time that when you do a movie, okay, like, I did a bunch of movies early on, and nobody talked to me. Nobody said, hey, I saw you in that movie. He goes, you got to give a movie culture. You have to give a movie years. And all of a sudden, I saw what he meant. Because one day, when the podcast and everything else started lifting us, people started connecting those movies. You follow me? At first, you can't connect them. But after you hit a little bit and people start following you and stuff, your movies will connect. You know, like it's the weirdest thing. I don't even know if I'm explaining it.
I don't know. I'm not understanding you 100%.
Yeah, he had a concept that said, like, people do a movie. Like, you do a movie with, like, who's the hottest star today?
Probably.
Gigi Hadid or something. I don't even know these fucking people.
Yeah, probably Bradley Cooper.
Bradley Cooper. All right, you do a movie with Bradley Cooper. And the movie comes out. Bradley Cooper wins an Academy Award for it. It's a great movie. You don't think that you're getting as much as you should. You ever see somebody do a movie and fucking they blow up?
Yeah.
Tiffany Haddish. The movie, she's been working hard for 30 years. Did one movie, blew the fuck up. Yeah, okay. I did 20 movies. Nobody ever fucking talked to me at all. They didn't talk to me till I fucking told the story about mugging a hooker and lighting a wig on fire. That changed my career. That was it. Now people start, you do a Disney show, nobody wants to see it.
Yeah.
You know, you do nothing. But my point is that, let's say you did a movie with Bradley Cooper and you call me a year from now and go, what the fuck? All these motherfuckers blew up around me. I got one commercial or something out of it, right? You know? But in 3 years, as you keep growing, your career keeps growing, more people will start going, let me watch that movie because Theo's in it now. I didn't know Theo was in it. Oh, shit, I got to watch that again. Because now you're somebody for that. And that's how that movie gets big and connected to all the other movies. It's the weirdest fucking thing. Because nobody would see my shit. You know, like I'm telling you. I mean, I remember going to see, I did The Longest Yard. That's the only movie people would come out and shake my hand, and at the end of the show, they would hide from me. Because they thought I was going to go up there and do Adam Sandler knock-knock jokes.
Yeah.
I'm up there talking about snorting coke and fucking getting my dicks up. And putting the coke rock. And people were like, ugh. They would just leave. And now you say one fucking joke about mugging a hooker, and you're selling out fucking comedy club.
Yeah.
You don't know what it's going to be. But the culture of it is what I'm talking about, how you might not think nobody saw you, but years from now. It's like you can do 18 movies, and the movie you hate the most is the one that people come up to you and go, yeah, we loved you. You're like, God damn it, I did 17 other ones.
Yeah.
I did 17 other movies. That's the one you like, the one I fucking hated. And then you tell them the story. I was coked up to 8 in the morning, and my call time was at 9. And they're like, oh, no wonder you hated the fucking movie.
Yeah, I think, I guess it's like, did you think that when podcasting started, it was going to be what it was? Did you have any real foresight on it? Did you get into it because you were like, oh, I don't know if, like, acting is going to be enough for me? Like, what was kind of your motivation to get into it? I know it's kind of an old question. I just don't know the answer to it.
2009, I moved to the Valley. I moved to Studio City. We lived in the office. At that time, man, I'd done movies, I'd done TV shows, I recurred on TV shows. I wasn't at the store anymore, and I was just opening for Joe. And I would do spots, you know, I would do my own shit, and open for Joe. And then I was like, you know what, man, I got a call from the Funny Bone one time. And they're like, we're willing to give you like 6 weeks of work. The number they threw at me was so fucking ridiculous. It was so ridiculous. And a year before this, I had had this conversation with somebody else. That guy's name was Billy Gardell. I saw him in Burbank, and we were just chatting. And he told me that right before he got Molly and whatever that fucking show was,
Molly and Mark or whatever,
he was like, I'm thinking of getting out of this shit. Because they just offered me these deals, and it's no money. They want me to work Wednesday through Sunday in those days.
That's hard.
2000, no air, fare, no, you know. And I'm like, you know, when that happened to me, I was like, you know what? It's 2009. I got nothing going on. I'm going to go to the Ford store and pee in a bottle and get a job selling cars.
Yeah. I'll
still audition. I'll still audition. And I'll still go out and work for Rogan. But I'm not doing this. It's. I've been doing it for 20 years or something, right? At that point, wow. And it's not. I'm not even happy doing it.
That's the biggest thing.
Okay? It was like, I'm good. I can do movies. I keep my insurance. I could always book a movie or a TV show, except lately. I don't know what the fuck's going on. But
We don't even have any more TV shows, really.
No, but I
don't
didn't
have
get an
many.
audition. I got an audition for me to go fuck yourself. I didn't get it. When you got one line versus Steve Martin and you don't get it, you're not doing well. Okay. So
you still audition a pretty good bit.
Huh?
You still audition a decent amount?
if they have something, they'll call me and I'll put it on tape. Or lately, I've been doing Zoom ones, which I'm in fucking shock. But I'm not booking anything. It's look at me. It's over.
But you like it, though. It's something you like, though.
No, I like booking. I don't like working.
I see.
My dick gets hard when I get that call. My dick gets hard when I go in the room and there's other actors in there. They look at you like, "What are you doing here?" And you're like, "Really, motherfucker? I'm gonna show you what I'm doing here, bitch."
Yeah.
And then they call you. But then when they call you for wardrobe, you're like, "Come on, guys, what the fuck? Well, you're coming for wardrobe, and then
Wasted.
you come back for this, and then park, and then we're gonna do a table read on Tuesday." And you're like, "Guys,
Quit jerking everybody
that's not
off.
what I want to do."
Wasting people's time and money.
No. So that's my secret. I love booking.
That is a good moment when somebody calls you and says, "You got
You
something."
got something listening. They
Yeah.
made you an offer, blah, blah, blah. And you're like, "Fuck yeah. Fuck that punk in the audition."
Yeah, fuck
That's
those
it. I
motherfuckers.
remember going to audition one time, and the guy told us in the audition, "Go home."
Yeah.
I already did the job. I already worked with this guy. He's going to give me the job anyway. And then I booked it. I saw him at the store like a week later. "Did you ever hear from him?" I go, "Bitch, I booked it." He was pale. He was fucking pale. But what I was telling you was, the truth was, I'm going to tell you the honest to God truth. I always had a problem with comedy. I'm not the best comedian, but I'm a good storyteller. And I always knew if I had a chance to tell my story, it would change things. If it didn't, then I'll go away into the hills quietly. You ever watch HBO boxing like 15 years ago?
Yeah. Joe Frazier or whatever.
Yeah, like
Roy Jones Jr.
yeah, like anything 20 years ago with boxing. You know, you look at a guy that's a boxer or a UFC fighter.
Yeah.
All right, you're like, look at this fucking guy. Tattoos, he's talking all this shit, you know. But then they do those things, you know, 20 for 20, like those HBO would do, like, let's talk to Theo at his house, you know. So I know Theo, he's got a hat in Louisiana, he's got Icy Mike, this, that. But now I get to see you with your mother.
Yeah.
I get to see you with your dad. I get to see you with your kids. I get to see that. Fucking Theo has a farm. I didn't know that. He gets up in the morning after training 2 hours and he goes to the farm and works 8 hours. And then he picks his kid up from school, cooks for them. Then he goes back to fucking train. Then he goes back over there and puts his kids in showers. Then he fucking, you know, and you're like, I thought this guy was just a fucking sack of shit.
Yeah.
That was my thing.
Right.
But I knew if I could tell my story digitally, like detail by detail, I could get somewhere. And I was right. Just go up there. And for 2 months, we were doing what people do. So what do you think about P. Diddy? You know, that's not a podcast, right? You just fucking an extension of the news. When you get into the nuts and bolts with people, and like I told you, I had nothing going on in my career until I told the story that I mugged the hooker and lit her wig on fire.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, I was selling 150 tickets a show, and you're like, I've done fucking all this stuff, and nobody ever wanted to buy a ticket. But I tell the most awkward stories. So what do guys like me and you do? Tell them more disgusting stories of your life.
Yeah.
And they ate them up.
Get it out. Well, people can relate to stuff, dude. Especially with hookers, man. I remember doing drugs, and then I would like negotiate with hookers online, right? Because I didn't have any money, so I'm sitting there like, I'm not like price gouging or whatever they call it, but I'm like, you know, like, I'm like, how about this? Just stay for maybe 40 minutes or whatever to, you know, just give me like, you know, $75 off the amount or whatever. And I was always so high. This would happen to me every time, Joey. A woman of the night or whatever escort would come over. I'd be so high. I'd be scared. I'd hand the money out of the door, open the door a little bit, fucking hand them the money and have them go home, right? 90% of the time, because I was so scared. Like, I don't know even know why I would do it, but and I would do that 2 or 3 times in the night, right? So one time, dude, I remember one time this Russian lady, she had to go or something, right? And she asked me to watch her dog, right, at her fucking place. I went over there, and she asked me to watch her dog, and I couldn't even understand what she was saying. I thought she wanted to do like butt stuff or something, but then she just was trying to get me to watch this fucking dog, dude. So the whole conversation was just ridiculous, bro. Because I kept kind of touching her butt, and she kept kind of pointing at this puppy. I'm just like, what am I doing, dude?
I would be petrified to call a hooker.
Oh, it was so scary.
Petrified. And never mind on coke, like I wanted to. Trust me, you're not the only guy that got fucking secret fucking desires. Whenever you do coke and you're by yourself, you're dying to call a freak that's gonna take the ride with you. I can never do it. I can never fucking do it. And if I got somebody to come over, if I jerked off before they come over, then I wouldn't even open the door.
Yeah.
I keep that little bit of coke for me. Fuck, you ain't getting none of this.
Oh, yeah.
You ain't getting none of this
Yeah,
shit.
I'm out of coke, dude.
I'm out of coke. I crash a fucking aspirin and give it to them.
Oh, I remember, yeah. Like, I feel so bad once a hooker was coming over one time. I remember putting on I didn't want to even seem like I did coke or whatever, so I remember put on an apron or something, make it seem like I was like cooking around my house, like just being like an organized guy, you know, like what the fuck? What a loser, dude! This. She's probably like, it's 3:30. This guy's a fucking chef over here.
God.
I just wanted to look like I was doing something important or whatever, and I didn't have like that was the closest thing I had to like a uniform, I guess, or whatever with that. But
I would love to sit with like a fucking, I don't know, one of those psychotherapists that's analyzing people for drugs or something, and just sit there with them for 3 days and tell them the stupid shit, man. And it's not even stupid. It's fucking hilarious when you look at it. Yeah. When you think about it years later, you're like, that was fun. Like a couple weeks ago, I came down here. The 420, I came down here for the weekend. And I was thinking about in '86 when the Mets won the series or something. Like, I forget what it was. I went to New York to pick up like a couple ounces of coke. I was bringing them back to Colorado. And when I got there, the guy I went to see said to me, your coke is ready to go. You got it. You got a house. You can stay at my house. He goes, I got to leave. I got to go away for 3 days to a wedding in Connecticut or something. And he goes, I forgot you were coming. I hooked you up. You're good to go. We went to eat after the fucking airport. And then he drove me to the house. He goes, the coke's in there. Go in. My sister's there. My mom. They left you the whole fucking house. I get in there. The fucking hot water heater blew up. And the power went out. So you know guys like me and you. I wasn't leaving till Sunday. I called some of my friends, but they were fucking busy. And I stayed in that house from Friday to Sunday, snorting coke with a candle and with my pants rolled up because it was all water. So I'm walking around like Jethro Tull, that album from Jethro Tull, with a mirror, navigating myself through the water in this fucking basement with a candle, snorting coke. The sister's like 16. She's down there snorting coke with me. I'm like, oh no, I'm gonna go to jail.
This is a damn underground railroad.
Yeah, he would call me every hour. Like, how's it going over there? But I'm here with your sister and mom, snorting fucking coke in this fucking, nobody would believe that. I stayed there till Sunday. And then I get to the airport, Kennedy Airport. It's fucking freezing out. Everybody's got jackets on. There was no tunnels then. You had to walk out and get on the plane. Everybody had jackets on. Look, I've been doing coke for 3 days. When I walked out, they had a t-shirt on, and steam was coming out of me. And people were looking at me like, what the fuck is he on, right? Like, you can't. That was like a whole afternoon. Then I got on the plane, and I was so coked out. I had the aisle seat. Before the plane took off, they came to me and said, you can't keep getting up and going to the bathroom. I was going every 8 minutes to the bathroom to blow it up. And then when the plane took off, I actually took the blanket, put it over my head, put the lunch tray down, crushed it up, and I would snort and then pop my head up. And I'm like, nobody knows I'm getting high. But the clinker of that whole fucking day.
Like Punxsutawney Phil, dude.
No, it was not. This was every week.
8 more weeks of 8.
You gotta remember, this was going on in our lives once a week. It was crazy. And then I go to, because in those days, the planes had like a little bar. And you could order from the bar. And I remember that. I'll never forget, there was a black lidded bar, like black.
On the airplane.
In the 80s and 90s, shit. You had fucking planes with bars.
Yeah.
JetBlue. No, People's Express was a plane that went out of business. A company that went out of business. They had a piano. And the guy would play upstairs. There were double-decker planes. This shit today, I don't know what the fuck's going on. No bars,
This shit
no
today's a
nothing.
bunch of traffic.
Yeah, you go on a plane now, you go on a plane to sit there like a comic and look straight ahead. In the 80s and 90s, you went on a plane, you party. You could move around and talk to people.
That's what Ric Flair always says. He always says about how great it was on planes.
Oh my God, I could come up to Theo and go, Theo, buy Theo a drink, buy that lady in row 3 a drink, and all of a sudden you're picking up chicks on a plane, dog. Come on. Bar.
I'm lonely.
So I go to the bar. I order whatever, a Southern Comfort, orange juice, whatever the fuck I'm drinking.
Uh-huh.
And Theo, as I'm talking to, it's just me and him at the bar. A fucking Coke rock falls out of my nose and lands on the lint. And me and him are looking at it like to see who's going to speak first. And I look up, and I'm looking at the plane. I go, that fell off the plane there. And I got back in my seat. I was never so embarrassed. Look, I was doing shit that nobody. I remember going on a date with a girl to a fucking net Philadelphia 6 again.
Oh, high on coke?
No, I had a half ounce in my pocket. I was holding it for later in case she didn't want to go home with me. Yeah. You know, the first quarter I'm talking to her, we're not getting nowhere. I go, fuck this. I'm going to get a, you want a drink? She goes, yeah, I'll take a drink. I went to the bar to get a drink at the net game. The bartender had a bow tie on. This is like a Theo story. He had a bow tie on, very decent guy. And I'm like, yeah, like, let me get a double. Let me get another one. And also I go, want to do a line? The guy's like, yeah. This is 1984.
Rocky got that cock on it,
I'm
baby.
at a net basketball game. I got the bartender in the back doing lines. By the end of the night, he had his fucking bow tie off. He disconnected the computer. He was just pouring them in and giving them to people. I didn't go back to that seat until 3 minutes left. Wow. That girl was like, what happened to you? I'm like, you're not going to believe it.
I had a good time.
I had a good fucking time. Sit next to your fucking tight-ass fucking telling me. I mean, that's the shit that happened all the fucking time.
Yeah, anything could. It used to feel like anything could happen.
Anything could happen. Like, yeah, we're going to go here, but listen, there was a time when there was a $39 flight to Miami. After midnight in Newark. After midnight, it was $39. It was like $59 all day, like just to Miami, straight shots in '84. But from midnight to it was like $29. Oh my God! You get on that plane and there'd be 200 people fucking whacked. You know how you go, we're out of coke. What are we gonna do?
Yeah.
Call Timmy. Call Mikey. Call Louie. Nobody's around. Fuck it. Let's go to Miami. That's what people would do. They get on that plane with the last 2 lines and pray to God until they get to the airport. I told you it was crazy. That's how crazy it used to be. After midnight, a fucking on the hour, every hour to Miami. Why would you want to go to Miami? What would make you want to go to Miami at 2 in the morning?
Cocaine.
Yeah.
And women. Or men. If you like men, I don't like them. But women.
But you have 1,000 of those stories. And I have thousands of them. Thousands of, fucking getting high and not getting anywhere. That's all it is.
That's the truth of it is. After you look at it over a long period of time, it's like getting high and not getting anywhere.
You're talking about that shit about giving the hook of money. Listen, man. How did I quit smoking cigarettes? I forced myself. I bought an 8-ball and I didn't take no cigarettes home because I knew once I had that 8-ball in me, I'm not walking to 7-Eleven. So I stayed in that apartment all night, 8 hours with no fucking cigarettes on an 8-ball. The next day, I didn't need to smoke. I had already beat it in my mind. That's how I quit smoking cigarettes. I bought an 8-ball and no cigarettes to go.
Yeah, I just miss a time when anything could happen. I've told this story before, but I went one time. I used to love telling people that people had died, right? One of my favorite things to do, tell people like a famous person had died, right? Like we go to lunch or whatever, I'd be like, oh, so-and-so died, whatever, and just we could talk about it during lunch and they leave lunch, right? And they find out at some point that they didn't die. And they're like, well, what the fuck? I just talked to this guy for an hour about over here, right? So,
take a piss real quick.
Oh, yeah, take a piss, man.
Sorry.
No, you're good, man. You good, man? You feel all right?
Yeah, I just had a pee. I was holding it.
I hate that. It burns me up. Yeah, dude, I remember one time I had a escort or whatever. I hate to hooker, I feel like, but do hookers like the term hooker? They don't care.
They don't care as long as you pay them.
Yeah. So yeah, and I always paid, but yeah, this hooker got sick one time, and I remember I stayed over there for like a day and a half taking care of her.
Really?
Yeah, in West in Beverly Hills.
You
And
ever talk to anyone?
no, we texted for a while, and then I changed my number. But I think it was fine. We didn't even speak really the same language that much. I think she spoke like Slovakian maybe or something. And but yeah, but we were. I mean, definitely had been doing drugs, but that was that, you know. I saw my mother. Yeah, I went and surprised my mom for Mother's Day.
I was.
It's pretty cool. Went over to Tucson. She was doing good, man. I got over there and I go to her house, right? And I'd never been there. I'd never been to the house that she lives in, but she's only been there for maybe about a year and a half. But so I go, I'm knocking on the door, and I'm like, she's not answering. I'm like, oh man, don't tell me like they'll finally come to see her, you know? And that would be my mom, you know, because that's how she is. I finally come to visit, and she goes and dies just to show me up, you know? Like I can see her doing that shit. But I look through the window, through the blinds, and through the back blind that's open, and she's laying out in the back in the bikini, right? Because my mom will, like, the one time she would spend by herself, she would get in her bikini and get herself a can of beer and go lay on the side of
How
that.
old is your mom now, if you don't mind me asking?
She's probably 74, maybe.
Wow, you're lucky, man.
She's
You
getting.
don't see her a lot?
She's growing up. I see her like probably twice a year. I'm trying to do a little bit more. This was the first time I'd ever went and like visited my mother in years. You know, like she never asked. She never like says like I want you to come. You know, she doesn't like to assert herself into things really. You know, she likes to kind of keep her distance. I think in some ways. But anyway, so I look through the thing and I see her in the back in that bikini in the chair, and it brought all the memories up when I was a kid. Sometimes, like if she'd had enough, she'd fucking go lay out in the side yard with a fucking can of beer, you know, and a fucking probably look. Our whole apartment complex was always sinking in the mud. We was always fucking fighting with the landlord. It's like, give us $45 off. We're fucking, you know, the dinner table's 2 inches lower than it was last week, you know? So mom's chair would be over there just slowly. Fucking, we thought that bitch was going to disappear, bro.
Now, who she live with?
She lives by herself.
And who's down there with her?
Nobody. She likes to be by herself. She's always like gone. Like even when I was young, she always was going. That's one thing I remember about her. She always had to go. That's the one thing I think I remember the most about my mom. She always had to go. She always had to go to work. She always had to move away. It's just how she's built, you know, something inside of her. It's hard for her to stay right there.
Well, that's where you get it from.
I know.
Me too. And listen, we were talking about that before. We didn't really.
That's where I get it from.
You know, I'm in the same boat as you. You sit there and you go, nobody calls me to do anything. And when they do call, you know, I'm living a life now off of Bill Hicks. That's what I'm doing now. Bill Hicks had the greatest joke that couldn't be any true. Marijuana does not make you lazy. It just makes you realize that what you're going to do just ain't worth doing. And that's where I'm at my point in my life now. These days, I go, you know what? For me to get into this party, I got to drive an hour and a half. By the time I get back, I got to hear shit. You know, it's just 1,000 variables. You give yourself excuses.
Yeah.
But then again, Tom Hardy says that once you spend time alone for a while, you like it. And some people like it. And there's nothing wrong with that. Theo, listen. At this age and at any age, from the time I was 20, my favorite thing, yeah, everybody likes to have sex. Everybody likes to eat good food. But between me and you, give me a joint and a good book. Put me in the corner. I'm good. I'll smoke a joint every 2 hours, take a bite of the sandwich. I love reading.
Yeah.
That's the happiest I am. When I'm fucking reading. If I don't have a book now in the hotel, I'll go back and start looking up recuperation for men over 60, benefits of boxing, you know, benefits of breathing. You know, I'm a fucking idiot, but I like to read. I love it. That's my thing, man. Yeah, I'm one of those fucking idiots. You press benefits on my page, and every benefit comes up. Benefits of drinking water, benefits of washing your ass, benefits of doing, you know, I'm the captain benefit. I want to know everything that I can about something.
Yeah.
That's the happiest I am. And you don't, You don't read a book in a team. You don't read a book with 20 people.
Yeah.
You know, that's what I love it. I fucking
That's a good point.
We do stand up. We would not. We could have joined the fucking improv troupe and been the wallflowers. And no, we like being up there alone with a microphone with 4 bricks and working ourselves out of that. It takes a certain person to want to be a comic.
Yeah,
it takes a certain person.
Yeah, I think sometimes I do compare myself to just like people that aren't comics that much. And then you have to realize how odd it is to do that job. It's an odd thing to do.
Job.
If you saw an animal do it in the woods, you'd be like, that fucking animal's out of his fucking mind.
We're crazy. We're crazy as that. We're not normal. We are not normal. There's something. You have to come to terms with all the things we are as comics. We can't question them. That's who we are. You could have been a doctor. We could have been a lawyer. We could have been a bum. We could have been a hooker.
Yeah.
We chose something that, I don't know why I chose it. I just love Richard Pryor. And I knew once I had the felonies, I wasn't going to do anything else that I really liked.
Yeah.
This is not, comedy is a profession for fucking guys like us. Me and you have a little darkness in our past. We can't figure out what it is, but it makes us tick.
Yeah. I love hearing Richard Pryor too, man.
I
love hearing him say the N-word.
Me too.
My mom wouldn't let us say it. And we're like, well, fuck, man, we got to hear it, And so I remember we would hear him say it, dude.
Just those books like by, who's the crazy white guy?
Mark Twain?
No.
Mark Wahlberg?
The comic before fucking Richard Pryor. That was a white guy, Lenny Bruce.
Lenny Bruce.
Have you ever read any of his books?
Yeah, one of his books.
Next time you're having a hard time with yourself, go order one of his books. Ladies and gentlemen, Legendary, How to Talk Dirty, any of those books. He has one particular book. That one, the black one there. That one. That book will tell you more about yourself than you know about yourself.
Wow.
He lived at the Chelsea Hotel. He partied with strippers and jazz musicians and did heroin every night. There was no responsibility. He got up when he got up. He didn't have to be at work till 11 o'clock at night. Remember, they only did fucking burlesque shows. In fact, you ever go to Jackson, Tennessee?
I don't think I have.
Jackson's like an hour outside of Nashville. Jackson's got a comedy club. That used to be a burlesque club.
Wow.
And Lenny Bruce used to play there in the 50s and 60s. If you ever had a chance to go to this place, go out there. I forget the name. Just look it up. Google it. It's like a comedy club in Jackson. Yeah, that's it, I think.
731 Comedy Club. That could be it.
That's it. Guy was great. I had been in Zany's already one time.
Yeah.
And I was going back to see my in-laws, so I wanted to do stand-up one night. Not a big room. There wasn't a lot of money. Fucking guy could cook. He had Italian food. He was telling us stories about all the comics that would come through there in the 50s and 60s. Yeah, fucking Jackson, Tennessee. No wonder fucking my boy Johnny Cash is going to Jackson. Right? Wasn't he going to Jackson?
Going to Jackson. Go comb your hair. Yeah. If I care.
We're not, that's why I went home. I went home. Listen, I could have came to Austin. I could have moved to Nashville. I had an opportunity in Telluride, Colorado. I wanted to come back to Jersey to find myself.
Do you think that you've gathered what you wanted to find? Yeah.
Because now I'm at peace. I'm at peace with myself. I'm at peace with my friends, with my family. I'm just at peace.
Did you have any amends to make whenever you got there, or no, everything was pretty chill?
Listen, I thought about making amends. But the people that was going to make amends still weren't worth making amends. That was 40 fucking years ago. Knock it off and deal with it. My amends was doing something with my life, right? That was my amends. If you really cared about me or cared about anybody, you look at them and go, that dude fucked me over 30 years ago. Well, guess what? He did something with his life. You have two options. The guy fucked me over, but he died in a car accident. Fuck him. He deserved what he got. He was a scumbag. Or, you know what, man? The guy robbed me. He was having problems as a kid. I'm happy he got his life together. Yeah, and that's what it was like. I'm not gonna fucking apologize to him. I
didn't know if anything wild had happened.
No,
I don't have anything like that either. I don't think from my hometown.
I just wanted to go home and recoup. LA, when you've been there for a long time, it's a number on your head for a while. Like, just, we thought there was a lot of rejection.
Oh,
A
yeah.
lot of
Driving
rejection.
across town,
A lot of
parking, walking, getting in, checking at the station, walking there, don't even know my lines, don't even give a fuck, hate the place, hate myself, fuck them, fuck me, walk in there, nervous as fuck, bomb the shit, walk outside, scream the N-word in my head, go back out through the parking thing, return my badge, get my ID back, get in my car, and fucking go home.
It is, people have no idea what we did. We got to LA, figured it out.
That's true.
Figured it out. Which, listen, that's alone. That alone.
The parking meters alone, quarter gets you 6 minutes, dude.
Look, I had so many tickets when I first moved to LA. They took a car. I mean, my apartment got towed. Remember, I lived in my car. Ralphie's guys go, "Oh, your apartment got towed." It was that scrambling. I would do it 20 more times.
Yeah.
That not having money to eat lunch and having to rob the gas station for a pack of cigarettes on the way to Josh Wolf's house to get a turkey burger. To fucking borrow $8 to go to Sunset Grill and get a burger with the guy with the bum leg. Nobody knows that, what it's like to showcase with Jay Masad and them telling you, like, why are you here?
Yeah.
And thank God, Jay, Mitzi passed me right off the bat. Thank God. But then it was 7 years of, I can't get made. And you can't do this, and you can't do that.
Yeah.
And most people would have quit. We did something that a lot of people just can't handle. They move back and they go, you know what, it wasn't for me. And I understand that. I fucking definitely understand that. But for me, I think it was time to move on to a next chapter. I'm trying to find what that chapter is now.
You wrote a book?
What?
That was cool, man. I feel bad that I haven't even read it, but I did just order it today. I didn't even know that you had written it, I don't think. Actually, you know what? I think when I did your podcast last time over Zoom, I think you remember telling me that you had done it. But that's awesome. Tremendous.
I was trying to write that book for fucking 20 years.
I know a lot of comics always have that book milling around in a month.
And then I kept writing and making notes, and then I kept trying to hook up with a writer.
Tremendous.
And then I hooked up with Jimmy Florentine's niece.
Really?
Yeah, his young niece, and she fucking helped me. And listen, man, we sold some copies. We made it to number 9 on the audio book in New York Times, which for a dirty comic and a criminal, that's not too fucking bad, Mike.
Rocky got that cock
Rocky
on him,
got
baby.
that cock on him,
Go,
motherfucker.
dude.
Before you were saying something really funny. And I interrupted you. I had to go to the bathroom, but you were telling me that you used to call people and tell them celebrities that.
Oh, yeah, dude. And so we go like on Boy Scouts or whatever. My buddy was in the Boy Scouts. And so I remember one time we went on a camping trip with them. And right when we started out, I told everybody Jay Leno had died, right? I've told this story before, but I love it. And I was like, Jay Leno died. And so all the dads were like, oh, gosh, that's so sorry to hear that. And so then throughout the rest of the weekend, I'd be in my tent, right? And I'd hear the dads out there talking when I'm telling me, Jay Leno passed away. And I would be in my tent, bro, fucking
Dying.
Howling, bro. Laughing at a level where it was like coming out of my fucking spine. And I don't know why stuff like that made me laugh so much. I don't know if it was that I had control, like a hidden control, or that I was affecting things without them knowing. It just, there was nothing as good as that, bro. It was that kind of shit, dude.
When you fuck with people, like, control fucking with people, like me telling Ellie Bravo Rogan was in the CIA, all that shit, bro. It's always great, but the best thing I ever think I did, and I did it on accident, but with Chuck Liddell.
Yeah.
When Chuck Liddell was the fucking king of the UFC, he was the king of the UFC, okay? So I get a call from Eddie Bravo. No. I find out that Fidel Castro died. Right, I got a call from a friend of mine. He goes, Fidel died. I go, thank God that motherfucker died. And also I call Eddie. I go, Eddie, where you at? He goes, I'm sitting here with Dana White or something. I go, Fidel died. but the phone didn't say it right. It said Liddell. So he goes, let me call you back. And he hung up the phone. He told Dana White that Joey D just called him, told him Chuck Liddell died. I said Fidel, not Liddell, right? Now this is Dana White's fucking man at the time. Dana White's got no hair. He lost the hair he was going to give his children. Fucking, how could this be? Eddie Bravo called Dana and said, Liddell died. Not Liddell, Fidel, you fuck.
That's fucking good. I love that kind of shit. Did your parents come over from Cuba? Both of them?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
I'm 100%. There ain't no fun. Well,
We went there when I was a student.
yeah, you told me. Yeah, I remember. Yeah.
We went there. Fidel came and spoke to our class, I remember. But we didn't speak enough Spanish to know a ton of. They had a translator.
Where did you go to college? LSU?
Yeah, over at LSU and University of Arizona. But it was a thing called Semester at Sea. It was like a floating college, but we stopped there on the cruise ship. I was working in a bookstore, so we pull up in a Cuba, dude, and all the people are there having, we're like throwing all our tennis shoes, everything we own that they could have, we're throwing it off the boat, bro. And like you walk into town and people would like have you come up to their windows and they would tell you like just about like the control they were under and shit, and it was like top secret kind of. But we got to go to a baseball game, dude. Some group was partying in this alley somewhere. I went over there, I'm dancing, party, and they cut up in a birthday cake. Right? We thought it was like a party for like a old man. Next thing I know, I turn around. This old dude is going down on one of the chicks, bro. It's some guys and some hookers in there. Like, what the fuck?
They don't fuck around.
I thought it was like somebody's grandpa's birthday, bro. I'm over there singing the Pledge of Allegiance. I look over, dude. This guy's fucking trying to get back in the birth canal over here.
Dog, Cuba's a dirty fucking
It
country,
was
bro.
awesome, dude.
They got tons of hookers down there.
Oh, it was apparently so.
Tons of hookers down there.
God, I gotta
And
go
those
back.
girls come up here and they destroy. They're all over Jersey, those Cuban hookers.
Really? Wow, I gotta get out more.
There's a strip club in Jersey that my friend and I grew up with. This guy, he owns, and they keep closing them down because they're just nasty.
Oh.
They're fucking 60 deep in there. I went in there like 3 times, and I'm like, this is buck wild. There was a biker chick that would slam her heels together, and every time her heels would come, I gotta get out of here.
Oh,
But they had a bunch of Cuban girls in there, and I would talk to them. I would go in there once a week just to talk to one Cuban girl, and she would tell me about Cuba, what's going on, and she would tell me right up, why don't you just sit there? Why don't you go get your dick sucked?
Yeah.
That's their mentality. They're like, what? There's
Yeah, what are you
thousands of
doing?
girls will suck your dick. What are you there talking, watching the game for? I'm like, I'm married. Who cares? Go have a good time. Your wife ain't gonna mind. I mean, they're fucking open-minded as shit. Like,
Yeah. That's when I might get a real like a Spanish wife or something. Be nice, huh?
yeah,
Hey,
that
this
would
is my,
balance you out a little bit.
yes.
They'll smack you around, take your money.
This is my wife. How'd you know you were in love when you met your wife, dude? Did you know it?
No.
Did it grow on you? You think it's hard for guys like us to be in love, kind of?
Yes, because our first love is coming. That's when you're in LA, not when you're in your hometown. Once you get to LA and you're caught up, that's your love. When you really, really think about it, at the end of the day, that's your love. I was with my wife maybe 3 years before. It was like, but thank God she had patience. Thank God I had patience. And it wasn't until my wife and I got together, we'll be together 24 years next month. And it wasn't until I got the longest yard that I reached 2004. We were struggling. Every week was a struggle, her and I were living together. The relationship was good, but we were always
What
struggling.
in the
We had
fuck
no money.
is this?
We had 6 cats.
Oh, yeah.
And I got the longest yard, and I went to shoot it. And when I came back home, I had to shoot,
What the fuck
weeks.
is this?
My call time was at 4:45 every morning. Oh my God! In Orange County, 4:45. So I don't know how many times I got up at 3 in the morning, and my fucking costume would be out. She'd be cooking eggs at 3 in the morning for me. And I go, what did I do to deserve this? And that's when I realized I really love her. I wasn't going to get married again. Once you get married, you lose. I'm a Catholic. You do it one time.
Yeah.
You move on. I wasn't looking to get married. I wasn't looking to waste anybody's time. I'm not a big time waster. If it's not working, let's move the fuck on, But with her, it was different. And now it's tremendous. It's, now, after 24, I look at her and I'm like, if it wasn't for her, I wouldn't be here.
Wow. Did moving to Jersey help you guys' relationship, do you think?
One thing about me and my wife, I got to be honest with you, we got into a fight in December in Nashville.
Yeah, good.
Beside that, me and my wife never really, we got to it was a long-awaited battle. Her family, me, the whole thing. I just went home. I was in Nashville for Christmas. I just went home Christmas Day. And she got mad at me for 2 weeks. We had a little problem at the house for 2 weeks. But ever since then, it's been, and before that, it was smooth, And we're fucking a great team. And now we got this little girl, and, we bought this house, we paid it off. We did so many fucking things in 3 years, She's an accountant. So I got pensions. I got a pension for the pension, another pension.
Hopefully she's laundering money for me, too.
Yeah, she's laundering, too. She's, it's great for me. I never thought I would say something.
Yeah, that's what
I
I
would
find
never in my life tell you, for me, it was the best thing that happened at that time.
Was there a fear to do it? Was there a fear to be like, okay, this is...
Fuck it, Theo, look at our lives. We go on the road, we bump into a girl, you do things with them for 3 days, then you come back a year later, and there they are. And then one time you come back and they obviously have a boyfriend.
Yeah.
And they bring them to the show, and that's when the relationship ends. And I was in Boulder before I went to LA. And I had, honest to God, no lie, I probably had 6 girls on my rotation that would just come over to snort coke and have sex.
Yeah, that's beautiful. Yeah.
It's a beautiful thing, but it's like, you get used to it.
Right, and then it runs its course, and then time changes. And you come back and you're still living 5 years ago, and now they got chill, they got a fan, so everything changes.
So, I was never going to get remarried. I got the movie. Then it took me 2 more years of struggling with coke. A horrid 2 years. Heroin, and that was what was killing me. That was hurting her. And one day I go, you know what? I got to stop this shit because, listen, I'm old school. I found my mother dead, and I'm here. I could find somebody dead, but I never wanted her to find me dead. Right? She couldn't handle it. I would live with her for the rest of her life. So that's what made me get clean off coke. I didn't want her. There were 2 reasons I got off coke. 1, I didn't want her to find me, and number 2, if something happened to me, I didn't want people telling Rogan he was wrong. That meant a lot to me that he had my back. So now he's got my back 100%. So I got clean, and then 2 years later, I proposed to her on the phone. It's time. No more shit. I was going for a ride, and I go, you know what? I got to marry this girl. And then 2 years later, she got pregnant. So it was all like...
That's interesting, man, saying, I don't want to hurt you, so I'm going to stop hurting me,
Yeah.
I don't want to hurt this person.
She could never handle waking up and finding me on the floor. She doesn't have it. It's not her DNA. She's very sweet. We were animals. We can find anybody dead the next day, fucking go eat a pizza. But she's from a different cloth, so.
Hey, Rocky got that cock on it, dude.
What's that?
Rocky got that medium pepperoni on it. Look, that's true, dude. Sometimes I'll be sitting with somebody, I'll be like, if this person died, what would I do with them right now? I literally would think that kind of shit.
It's fucking crazy, man.
Yeah, it's just, and I'm just in the backseat of an Uber, and you're like, what the fuck am I doing with this guy, Do you have to ever have tough moments when you think back on your own mom and just that whole situation? Do you ever on Mother's Day, do you do anything special? Do you just say a special prayer?
It's like these idiots celebrate 420 1 day a year. I do 420 every day. There's not a day I don't think about my mom. In fact, I didn't even bring flowers to a cemetery this time. I went to a cemetery when I moved back to Jersey. It looked like a fucking rat's nest. Yeah. I went, I complained, I brought some tools up there, I did some cleaning, and it's scared me, man. And it's Now I don't ever want to be buried. I want the people to have to come visit me and clean up my grave. Burn this shit out of me. I don't give a fuck. Well done.
The last
Well done. I'm
Yeah.
not fucking. Don't come visit me. She lives in your heart. You know? They live in your heart, in your mind. Funny fucking stories. You know.
Do you remember like a funny story that you like? Do you have like a real fun memory that you remember with your mom?
Oh, I got 30,000 little things where it just. I still remember a night where I was probably like in the 8th grade, maybe in the 7th grade, the second time because I got left back in the 7th grade.
Real G's do it twice, son.
My mother used to fucking own a bar, and every night at 3, she'd come home 3:15, and some nights she woke me up with food, some nights she just woke me up to talk to me and to see how my day went. This one particular night she woke up and she's like, get dressed. There's a girl downstairs that wants to meet you. That was my mother. She's like, go downstairs. And I went down like warm-ups or something. There were like 3 of my uncles, and there was other women, and fucking my stepdad, and this girl was dancing with me, and I'm like, hold on. I gotta go up and put on my suit. At 4 in the morning, I went upstairs and put on a suit. And they're all like, go, Joey. And I'm dancing with Coquito. They would call me Coquito. And I'm dancing with this girl. I'm rubbing her tits and shit. Finally, somebody gives me like a shot of whiskey. And I'm like in the 7th grade. And all of a sudden, they're like, take her upstairs. And I'm like, and my mom was there. I didn't even make eye contact with my mom. I just held her hand. And she took me upstairs to the attic, not even to my bedroom. We had an attic where she was going to spend the night. And Theo, you know, till this day, I cannot tell you if I fucked her, ate her, kissed her. I think I just passed out. Yeah. Fucking anxiety.
Oh, yeah.
That mom, she brought a girl. She took me to fight somebody once. She would pick fights for me. She was my Dana White. When I went to Catholic school and I come home, she's like, you got to go home and change. You got to fight at 3:30 in front of my boss. He like cursed at me. And I told him, come back here Friday at 3:30. You're going to fight my son. I have to go up there and fight 2 fucking kids. You know, it was never ended, man, with this lady. But those years, this is what I'm trying to do with my daughter now because I remembered how my mom got to me. And it was just real. Like I finally had to tell my daughter a couple months ago that I smoked pot. 11 years old. And she's looked at me like that. I know. Smoke coming out of your mouth and you come out of the bathroom. What do you think? I'm stupid?
She's like, everybody knows that. She's like, we have smoke coming out of our house and we don't have a chimney, Dad. Okay.
Yeah, I fucking go in the garage with her sometimes. She's like, Dad, it smells in here. She'll go, and I go, come we keep breaking in my house, smoking dope. And she's like, Dad. So I'm really being honest with her, little steps at a time. Like I got to break it to her. She's got a sister. So eventually someday I got to tell her the story.
Yeah.
I don't want to tell her now because I don't want her to think, well, what if me and Mommy break up? You'll never see us again. So I got to be careful. I thought when I put the book out, I have to sit it down. But it's been 2 years. She's right here. No, she's not going to read it until I tell her to read it.
Yeah.
So things like that, you know. But I miss my mom. I miss my childhood. If it wasn't for my childhood, I would have never became the person I would become.
Yeah.
Plain and simple. Whether it's a criminal thing, everything I did in my childhood came to help me out later on. You know, like in some way or another. So I have no fucking regrets at all, you know.
Yeah. Dang, man. Thanks, dude. Thanks for just sitting down. It's just so good to just hear your voice even. I remember how much, like, when you would go on your lives, dude. Remember when Mad Flavor was going fucking live, dude? The world lit up. You remember that, man? The world. People were like, Joe Coco's going live, dude. I would get texts from my friends back at home. They'd be like, Coco's going live. And I thought it was like a black stripper was going to do something. You know, I didn't know what was
All the Periscope?
Yeah, when you would do Periscope.
I love them. I love them.
And now you'd be on your balcony.
Yeah, you can't smoke on Instagram. They'll fucking shut you down. So I can't do that stuff no more. It's been fucking... I love smoking on Instagram and stuff like that, but you can't. I haven't made a video on Instagram in 3 weeks.
That's ridiculous, though. You can link, yeah, there you go. Oh,
Fucking 7 in the morning.
God,
7 in the morning. Ooh, I would get up just to take a shower, to go out there, smoke, and talk to these fucking animals.
Oh, dude, there was nothing like it, bruh. people, dude, I remember a deaf kid even fucking called me and talked to me and told me he was excited about that shit. Dude, people fucking came out of their own diseases and malfunctions.
You understand? We were getting up at 7 in the morning to do that shit. At 8 o'clock, I was already 3 sheep to the fucking wind. There was a weed store that opened up at 9 that gave out bagels in Studio City. He was a Jewish guy. I would be there at 9 in the morning with him eating bagels, eating fucking banana bread. Well, you know, it had to give in eventually. Now, listen, I got some edibles. I didn't take them last night. And that's why I was uptight last night on stage. And I'll drop them tonight. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
I'm going to drop like 800, 1,000 milligrams tonight and go down there and torture Joe and get some fucking barbecue.
Yeah, it'd be good. I'll be down there, man. Any chance you moving on? So is that just a myth? You know, Joe throws it around, you know?
Well, I'll tell you what. For my situation now, it makes sense. I miss you guys. I really do miss this.
Yeah, I miss it too. I'm realizing that.
I don't want a week down here. I don't want to be down here for a week. That's too much. 3-4 days, 8-9 sets, get back on the plane and go home. If I buy, I'll buy a condo or something in the building. Like I told you, something that everything's there. Like my niece in Nashville. Everything. She's got everything, $2,200 a month. Everything. Weights, music, they cook in the building. If I could find one of those down here, maybe get Troy Conrad in with me, maybe Lee, just somebody, you know. If I'm not in town, they're in town. Right. Watching a joint. You know, if they're not watching it, somebody else can come in. I don't care. That's what I'm thinking of doing. I can't buy a house down there. I don't want to do that. Because I don't want to resettle. I don't want to remove my daughter. She's settled over there now. You know, for me to remove her again,
yeah. Yeah, I do like going and doing the sets, man. I did 24 sets last week.
Yeah. Yeah, just at the mothership?
At the different clubs, 22 sets.
Where'd you go?
I went to
Red Bands?
Mothership. I went to Red Band Sunset. I went to Creek in the Cave. I went to Black Rabbit. And I think that's it. But amongst those clubs, I did I probably did 12 sets at Mothership.
Yeah, I did 3 last night and I left. I went to get tacos and I'm like, God, I'm tired.
Yeah.
I went to get tacos after the second main room show. And I wanted to do the bottom of the barrel again to get some other joke, but I was like, oh, I gotta go home.
Yeah, I went home, dude. Ended up jerking off. Didn't want to, but
I went home, smoked some pot, watched some TV. I slept good. Got up too early this morning.
I hate that shit.
Ate breakfast, went for a nice walk, smoked a joint, went right back upstairs, watched the rest of some Panisa movie, and I fucking slept.
Oh, that's beautiful.
I got up, I washed my pussy, I hit you back.
Yeah.
I took a long shower, I shaved one of those Puerto Rican big razors. I got skin missing. I shaved my fucking ear, I cut my ear. You know, when you get out of the shower, you feel all these little things. I could see myself as I was shaving in the shower, putting all those little cotton balls all over your face, like you had all this fucking prison freckle. Oh, but it's good to see you, brother. I'm happy
you too, man.
Have me out here. I'm very proud of you and what you've done. You're a fucking animal. I love that you have a smile on your face all the time, and I will take you on June 1st. We're gonna. So you're at Beacon that Friday night.
Yeah, I'm at Beacon that Friday night.
Just one show.
Just one show. Just one.
Just one. And then you're free.
Yeah.
You stay in the city.
I can stay anywhere.
Saturday, we'll do the Saturday.
Let's go to lunch Saturday and then go to the fights.
Perfect.
Even if you don't go to the fights, it'd be great.
Perfect. No. Saturday we'll go because you'll have more time.
Yeah.
So you come over.
I'll cruise over early Saturday.
Take the ferry.
Yeah.
Take the ferry right to there. Drop you off
way,
right down the
really?
block. Yeah, drop you off right down the block.
That sounds good. That's JJ Braddock Park. Finish the story about JJ Braddock.
About what?
But you met him.
Yeah, well, he was old though, guys. You know, he was.
Was he still talking about fighting and stuff? Like, was he still like?
He was just. I remember his son. He had a son that was a cop. I think he's still in the town. I think they still own the house. The family still owns the house. But I never saw him box. He never coached me in boxing. I wish he would have.
But you got to see him though.
Yeah, I got to see him.
And did people think he was like a hero?
Yeah, at that time I didn't know his full history. I just
Right,
knew
you
he
were a
was
kid.
fucking boxer.
Right.
And there was somebody in our neighborhood that told us about like him. And then they said, if you ever go up there, they'll give you money to shovel snow. And I remember one time we went up there as kids. He was outside giving like Danishes, $10 to shovel, and that was it.
Yeah.
I never really saw him after that or spoke to him. But you hear the legend, you know, and then it is what it is. But my buddy, well, we don't talk no more. But my buddy's in charge of that park.
Wow.
Okay, he's like a
Groundskeeper.
no. He's big time, dude. He's in charge of that park. He's a politician,
And they keep it nice.
and they keep it nice. And he's the one that put him. He's
Statue.
from my age,
Wow.
so he puts that up there. They had, and the whole family showed up, and they put the statue up. It was pretty nice. I saw the pictures. It was pretty impressive, man.
That's cool, man. Yeah, I think I saw Natalie Portman about to tell you about that.
Really.
I don't know. I don't.
Look, every time I'm in Austin, I see somebody. One day I was in, not this time, 420. I fucking walked out of my elevator. I walked right into Magic Johnson.
Nuh-uh.
And he looked at me like we knew each other. I never met Magic. And he's like, hey, man, what are you doing here? I'm like, the question is, what are you doing here? I go, I was in LA for 23 years. You never fucking showed up one time. Now I'm in Austin. I gave him a big hug. He's like, hey, I go, you want to come do Rogan with me? He's like,
That would have been
and I told
crazy.
Joe, and Joe's like, you should have brought him. I bumped into him, started talking to him like he knew me for 10 years. I don't know fucking Magic Johnson. Fucking never met him in my life. I'm like,
Hey, we used to do coke in
hey,
Miami.
they don't fucking know.
Nobody knows. Coco Diaz, man, I love you, dude.
I love you with all my heart, brother. Dude, this is the best part of this trip.
Good to see you.
You hit me last week. I said, what time tomorrow? I was pissed.
Oh yeah, because I had the wrong week.
You had the
dude.
wrong
I'm
Wednesday. I'm like, what? Fuck no, you better be doing it next week. I love you, brother. Thank you very much for having me.
I love you too, man. I'm gonna order the book. I want to read it, man. And thank you, man. And yeah, I just appreciate the fact that I get to know you. It's been one of the gifts of this job.
You're my favorite guy in LA. Lee, how fucking happy was he to see me? When I told that motherfucker you were down here, he lit up.
Oh yeah,
He lit up. He was like a favorite.
just like a warm McFish when I
Did
got
you
a
do
hold
an
of him.
edible with him or anything? Nothing.
Nah, I just fucking smelled his breath for a couple minutes, dude.
He has no more flies on his
Yeah,
neck.
he looked great.
Yeah, he looks great.
Oh, he looks lean. He was excited about things. A lot more energetic than I heard him be in the past. More vocal,
he changed.
confident.
He needed all that.
Yeah.
We all needed that break to realize what you just need a break sometimes to realize what just fucking happened.
Yeah.
And now we're ready for the next. I love you, brother.
Let's go get it. Love you too.
Now I'm just floating on the breeze, and I feel I'm falling like these leaves. I must be cornerstone. Oh, but when I reach that ground, I'll share this piece of mind I found. I can feel it in my bones. But it's gonna take.
I have a new tour date to announce. Just got back from Phoenix, but I'm announcing right now Edmonton, Alberta, Canada on July 14th at Kinsman Park, the Great Outdoors Comedy Festival. That'll be interesting. It's outdoors. And so I'm real curious about that. We will be putting up other shows in Canada as well over time, but we're excited to make that work July 14th. Get tickets starting Wednesday, May 3rd at 10 a.m. Mountain Time with code RATKING. General on sale starts Friday, May 5th at 10 a.m. Mountain Time. I will also be coming to Guilford, New Hampshire, July 20th, Windsor, Ontario, August 18th, Niagara Falls, Ontario on August 20th, and Toronto, Ontario on August 27th. Those are Canada. Get all your tickets at theovon.com/TOUR for your best price on tickets. We now have Be Good to Yourself crew necks available in light blue, maroon, and cement. That embankment gang color, you know it. Check these out along with the new windbreaker at theovonstore.com, and thank you for your support. Today's guest is a multi-talented man. He's a buffet of talent. He's the meat. He's the salad. He's the pudding. He's the tots. He's got it all. He's an actor. He's a creator. You may know him from his iconic role on The Office. He has a new book out called Soul Boom: Why We Need a Spiritual Revolution. He also has a new travel show that'll be coming out soon. You can check that out, called The Geography of Bliss. He made me laugh and just made me happy so many times in my life. I'm grateful to sit and talk with him today. Today's guest is Rainn Wilson.
Shine that light on me. I'll sit and tell you my story. Shine on me. And I will find a song I will sing it.
I think you look pretty nice here.
Oh, I think I look great.
Yeah.
Great. A lot of beverages.
But you-
Am I okay to have this on camera?
Yeah.
Will they sue you?
Nope, you'll be fine.
Hey, man. In all truth, like, it's such a pleasure to meet you, and I've been just dying at your stuff for years. I know you get this all the time, but, like, in all truth, like, I was so surprised. Like, Theo Vaughn wants you in the show. I was like, what? I'm a huge fan. So,
Really?
oh man, I have just chortled at your ridiculous brain for many years, and for real. Yeah.
Wow, man, that's awesome, bro.
No, for real.
I'm
Yeah.
I'm honestly trying to genuinely drop in and hear that.
Take it in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's really nice of you to say.
Yeah. I just
Um,
did Bert Kreischer's. I just did Bert Kreischer's the other day, and it's like you and Bert and Tom, like that the whole gang you got going on, like have cornered this whole section of like comedy and social media, and it's I'm a huge fan. Anyways, so
It's a universe, man.
yeah,
It's a real little universe. That's really nice of you to say, man. Obviously, you've made people laugh. You almost have to take a second when you sit with you to get to just be with you, to get
Right.
past like the.
you see a lot of Dwight going on or something like that.
No, I'm seeing you. I feel like, but I think there's just you have to let kind of like you just have to let the premonitions fall by the wayside a bit, or
Right.
the fog that's in before you that you can't even help, of like just because of your life and your talent and
All right.
how visible you've been. I think there's a little bit of it sometimes with people, probably,
Yeah.
but I feel like I'm just sitting here with you.
All right. Cool.
Yeah.
Cool. Awesome.
And thanks, man. I read the first 50 pages of your book.
Damn, that's pretty good.
Thank you. I thought I figured
It's a
this
hell of
is-
a lot better than Bert Kreischer. He didn't read page 1.
Oh man, dude! I bet if you'd have written it on the inside of a 12-pack, he'd have read it.
Yeah, that he would have. That he would have.
Oh, he's gonna read his own epitaph soon, dude.
Wow, that's talk about premonitions.
That was a little cold.
that got a little dark.
That was a little cold.
Real
Sorry,
quick.
Bert. Want you to be alive. But I thought it was interesting. I thought it was kind of a perfect reflection of like where a lot of people are at in their lives right now. I think just as a society, as a species, in like this kind of not only a quest maybe for spirituality, but an examination of spirituality,
Yeah.
what spirituality means, all kind of stuff like that. So I thought it was, and we can get into it, but yeah, I know you said that it's hard for people. Why do they lock up the pissers in the office buildings was interesting. Why they lock them.
So, do you want to go from my book on spirituality to restrooms? Is that the transition?
Yeah, I do everything at once kind of.
Okay. Yeah, so I have this problem, and I think it's a problem. I don't know that it exists in other cities, but in LA, it's this kind of thing where every single bathroom needs a key. Like, what the hell? Like, just let them be open. Like, I understand if you got a building like on Skid Row downtown, like maybe you just don't want someone setting up a tent in there and moving in or something like that. Like, I get that, but I mean, like, we're out here in the middle of the San Fernando Valley. What do they think? Like, someone's gonna wander into this building off the street and like come in and like do something nefarious shoot up drugs in the restroom. Why do you need keys?
Yeah. Well, and they should give you a certain. If you do well enough, you should get a key to at least so many bathrooms.
That's a good idea. There could be like an app. You unlock it. It's like a game. It's like Candy Crush, and you play it enough. You're a responsible enough citizen. With your app, you get into bathrooms wherever. You could take a shit wherever you're like, oh, I'm going down the valley. I'm not going to name what stop off the 101 you're at, but you're down the 101, like, oh man, I really need to go. And like, you have an app. It's like when you have an app that searches for, charging stations for your electric car, you've got an app with a little map on it. And then this allows you to come in and take a dookie.
Yeah, you're
somewhere.
Like, oh,
you're
man,
privileged. Yeah.
I can shit off of Victory Boulevard now.
Yeah. And it opens up. Whoosh. I don't know, because the key thing has got to, it's a very LA thing. I don't imagine they do that in Cincinnati. I imagine in Cincinnati, like, you just park and you can just go in and like take a crap somewhere without a key.
Yeah, and people recognize that people have to take craps. I think it's like here they almost want to pretend like, oh God, you weirdo, with your with your bowels and your old-fashioned urethra or whatever. You have to go and do urine or whatever. Like, oh, you peasant. Come get a key. Like they almost make it like it's an outhouse, but it's inside, kind of.
Right. It's elitist. Like LA is so elitist, and even the bathrooms are elitist.
Yeah,
so you gotta go. Sometimes you know what it's like. Sometimes you got appointments around town. You really gotta go. What are you going to do? Like Starbucks is really the only place. Grocery stores are pretty good. You notice that?
Yeah.
There's always a bathroom in a grocery store. You'd never think that's like a land of accessible bathrooms. It's a long hike.
You got to get back in there.
I'm not gonna lie. You pull into a Ralph's or an A&P. You gotta traverse a couple 100 yards before you get back to that thing.
And the frozen food aisle, you notice if you traverse down that one, it feels longer than the other aisles for some reason.
Does it really? Yeah,
I think so. It feels because it just feels brighter and like kind of vibrant. Like someone could have be doing a party in a couple hours.
It's also maybe an optical illusion.
Yeah,
and it's kind of like Luke Skywalker flying the TIE fighter through down those long alleys.
Yeah, you're right. It all feels the same. So I think there's this weird thing in your head where it doesn't feel new for a few seconds.
Yeah.
So it's just like, am I stuck in a corridor? Whereas on a regular aisle, it's like, these are the red chips. These are the brown, little cookies. So it keeps changing. And it's like,
do you ever go back in the back of a grocery store and like, you got to use the bathroom and then you go through the employees swinging doors, like employees only, but you have to go back there. There's a whole world back there.
Oh.
It's a magical world back there.
Well, there's usually somebody's kind of crying a little bit. Somebody has a hairnet, right?
Sure.
And when you see that out of the gate, you know.
Yeah.
And then somebody has their hands on somebody else's back and they're consoling them, but the hands are covered with
potato salad, blood. Where are you going with this? I don't know.
Those plastic.
The plastic gloves.
Yeah.
The deli gloves.
But then potato salad and blood on the outside of those.
Why?
So there was obviously.
Why do grocery stores always have the same things in the deli section? You ever notice that? You go in, you go shopping, it's like coleslaw, potato salad, like a broccoli salad just smothered in mayonnaise.
Yeah.
You got your deli meats and cheeses, but then like it's like a shrimp salad. You don't know how old it is. Again, smothered in mayonnaise.
Yes.
Why don't they mix it up back there in the deli cases in grocery stores? You know what I mean? It's 2023, Theo.
I think it would create a little bit of novelty if you thought, I'm going to go see what new they have there.
Yeah. Let those chefs in the hairnets with the plastic gloves, like let them
be creative.
Let them be creative. Let them be art. Let them be the artists that they are, the artisans.
They don't do that. You don't feel a lot of creativity when you wander into that area of the store.
Yeah. It's that's the saddest section of any grocery store.
Yeah, because it's cold too. You're like, oh, why'd they put? They could at least give them some heat.
That's right. That's right.
And the guy, everybody looks like non-binary, kind of because of the hairnets. I think everybody has sort of this, and everybody's running a meat slicer. There's a lot going on. It's very Game of Thronesy right there.
Yeah, you think so? There's a lot of like. Do you mean it in terms of like people killing each other, or
it has an archaic sort of guillotine-y kind of.
Because you're talking about the slicer.
Yeah, with the slicer, and then sometimes there's like a meat hanging,
Yeah,
It's like a one like wiener of meat like hanging from
that's
the thing.
true. There can be a wiener chain.
Oh,
Yeah.
so it's just I think that makes you. If you're a kid, and your mom takes you by there, you're like, oh, this isn't for us.
Yeah. It's where an appetite goes to die, really. You know, and you don't really need to get the meats and they have like a nice like head of like pastrami or whatever, and then you say I want a pound of that.
Yeah.
But they don't open that one up. They've got another old one that's already been pre-opened, and they slice that one up.
Yeah. You kind of pick out the orphan you want, but they bring in the other orphan. You know, oh, here's little Ricky. You know, he's got shingles, but he's just as good as his brother. You're like, oh, come on.
You'll never know the difference.
Yeah. You know, I worked at a grocery. Did you ever work?
I never worked at a grocery store. I did a lot of shitty jobs in my day, but never worked at a grocery store. Yeah, what was that like? Did you stock shelves?
Yep, I did stocking, and I got promoted up to eventually to cashier. I was associate cashier and then cashier.
What's an associate cashier? I didn't know that was a position.
Yeah, you just stand by the cashier bagging.
Oh, okay.
But they called us associate cashiers.
It's a bag boy.
It was.
Yeah.
It was, dude. And you didn't, the first like 2 weeks, you're like, oh, but then you realize you're not even doing it, you know, you're a bag boy.
So you went from stockroom to associate cashier. You're like, oh, I'm an associate cashier. And then it's like, I want you to just put the groceries in the bag. Like,
all right. You see the truth. That's one of the tough things about life sometimes is seeing the truths, you know. It's one of the tough things about moving to Los Angeles. You know, you love your favorite TV shows. You love Highway to Heaven. You love Michael Landon. You get out here, you realize it's, you know, they filmed it, you know, right outside of Burbank.
Okay. I don't know what Highway to Heaven is, and I see that box over your head.
Oh, yeah.
I've never even heard of it before. Is that a TV show?
It was a Michael Landon TV show, yeah, where he helped people get to heaven. It was like he showed up and...
Was it like Touched by an Angel, only with a dude?
Yeah. And Victor French was in it.
Oh, you brought it up on the... Wait, yeah, who's that? Who's that guy?
That's Victor French right there. If you click on the one with him and Victor on it, yeah.
Now, is it? I don't mean this in any derogatory way, but he looks very Jewish. Did they want to kind of have a Jewish presence since it's about like angels?
Let me see if he was J'd up or not. Let's look up Victor French and see if Victor French, if you can get a wiki on him.
Wait, was this a '90s thing?
Oh, he does look Jewish. I didn't even realize that.
Yeah.
Santa Barbara, California.
Oh, he was also on Little House on the Prairies. They worked together a lot.
Yeah.
They had that kind of a thing going.
Oh, yeah. He was in Little House, man. He was awesome. Does it say early life? Maybe early career.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess he does look kind of, he does look a little bit Jewish, huh? Victor Edwin.
And nothing wrong with that.
No, not at all. We're just saying, oh, look, there he is. His spouse was named Shins. So he might have married a Jewish woman, it sounds like.
What decade were you talking about? 90s here?
Yeah, 80s and 90s. But anyway, I was a huge fan. But yeah,
you should do a podcast where you watch episodes and like kind of like Office Ladies, only Highway to Heaven bros.
Is Office Ladies watching The Office?
Yeah, it's like a top 10 podcast. They get like 2 million downloads a week, and they just watch Office episodes and comment on them. And I'm like, oh, it was really funny in this episode that, you know, Dwight fell down the stairs, and I remember when we were filming that kind of thing.
Yeah.
And they're lovely and delightful, Jenna and Angela. It's huge, but those watching fan shows are good. You could do a Highway to Heaven.
Yeah, I could do David Spade and Dana Carvey do one where they talk to people that came on SNL.
Oh, yeah.
Uh-huh.
And they have a Sopranos one.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that one.
Yeah, something like that could be interesting.
I would do, you read the first part of my book, so I would do Kung Fu.
Yeah.
I love
You could tell that you did.
Yeah.
You could tell you watched all 3 seasons you said in there.
Oh, man. Multiple times.
And bring that up, Kung Fu. With KCC, he was the leader in it. Oh, he was the...
Kwai Chang Caine, yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. It's
because I'm not familiar with it. Sorry, go ahead.
1970s, 3 seasons. The original idea for Kung Fu was created by Bruce Lee. He tried to sell it. They were too racist to have. There he is. Yeah, there's David Carradine. So they got a white guy to play a Chinese guy, David Carradine, and he was brilliant, but it was a very racist choice by the TV networks.
Was it racist at the time?
Well, you shouldn't have a white guy playing a Chinese guy. Like, I don't care what decade it's in. Like, it's. Right. I mean, it was more done back then. I mean, they would have like black stunt guys that would have white stunt guys wearing blackface.
Wow.
Literally, you could see
Yeah.
movies where,
Chris, sometimes you know what it could have been too. Sometimes the audience wouldn't accept if it was an Asian guy. They might not have watched it as much, but maybe not, huh?
I think that was their fear.
That's their fear, right?
Their fear would be that people would watch it. But anyways, it's a brilliant show. He is studying kung fu in a Shaolin monastery in China, and he's the master there. We see a couple of his kung fu masters teaching him the wisdom of the East, and as well as some martial arts, sick martial arts moves. And then he gets kicked out of the monastery and goes to the Old West in the 1880s. He's wandering around the cowboy lands and fighting crime. Not really fighting crime, righting wrongs.
Okay.
Shall we say? But bringing his benevolent Eastern wisdom to bear on every interaction that he has. They encounter a lot of racist cowboys out there.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, you Chinaman, spit like, and then of course there's a couple fights.
Yeah, this chopstick's got bullets in it, stuff like that.
That would have been good. They didn't have lines that smart. That would have worked. But anyways, I talk about it in my book because I feel like it's a metaphor for spirituality, because in spirituality we're walking around the crazy, chaotic Old West that's aggressive and violent, and we are bringing to bear our wisdom and our vision. We're trying to create peace, bring people together. He's always got really beautiful, wise things to say to try and heal people, but there's always like some drunken, racist cowboy there that you gotta, at the end of the day, you gotta pony up. But
I'm gonna make orange chicken out of you or something like that.
That's good. You should have been you should have been a staff writer for them.
Maybe that could have been good.
That's
yeah.
good.
But so go on. So you think so? It's like, it's kind of like we need that now. We can use that. We can use that always. But that's what I kind of derived from the beginning of your book. I think I read like 23% of it, maybe. But that how do we get to where we start to look at ourselves? You want us to look at more as ourselves as a group and not just as individuals.
Well, that's the point. I bring up Kung Fu because, to me, a lot of people, when they think about spirituality, they think about something. I mean, there's folks that think of spirituality as synonymous with the church, right? So they go to church on Sunday, and that's where they get their spirituality, and they hear a sermon. But I'm talking about, like, many people feel like spirituality is something that, they pray or they meditate or they read a spiritual book or the Bible or a philosopher or something like that, and they go to the yoga class or something like that. But that spirituality is something internal that we kind of process and develop inside of ourselves. And I bring up Kung Fu because I compare and contrast it to Star Trek, which is, for me, a different way of looking at spirituality, because Star Trek is about the journey of humanity itself, like the bigger picture. Now, true, Star Trek's more about like technology and whatnot, but it's in the planet on Star Trek, humanity has had a big war. This is before the original series starts. We've overcome racism out of that war. We're getting along. Everyone's getting along. Solved like sexism. We've solved income inequality. There's like, great peace and justice and tranquility on planet Earth, which allows us to build all these spaceships, go flying around the universe, seeking out strange new life and new civilizations and whatnot. But there is a spiritual maturity. There's a progression of humanity toward this mature spiritual end. So I contrast those two because I think that sometimes people lose sight of the fact that there can be a spiritual transformation and maturation of us, 7 billion of us on the planet. And that's just something important to talk about and think about.
Because it doesn't really get brought up or discussed that much. It doesn't. A lot of things focus on the now. We get a little bit further out when we look at things like like our own lives and stuff like that, like the limitation of our own lives, what will happen in our lifetime. But rarely do you start to think, what can if there's an overall goal, that there's like a destination as a people or a populace, that
and isn't that Theo? Isn't that world peace really? Like, do you remember? I mean, you're a lot younger than me, but you're no spring chicken.
Mm-mm.
You've been around the block.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember when people used to talk about world peace, like as a thing, as like
Yeah,
a goal?
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I remember Ronald Reagan.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
I remember Ronald Reagan, man. But yeah, I remember world peace. We are the world. I remember people were excited about it.
Yeah.
They were like, we're mailing hams to Africa where everything's going to change. We got this. You know, David Bowie, I think, was doing
They should
it.
mail all those deli meats and cheeses and the potato salad and shrimp salad. No one's eating that crap,
Bro, it's,
by the way.
it's yeah,
No one's
I
eating those
agree.
deli goods.
If you don't love swallowing pills, if you're not a pill baby, you're not a pill woman, pillar. If you're not a pill person, pill popper, that's where Blue Chew helps out. Blue Chew's chewable tablets combat all forms of ED, that's erectile dysfunction. They can help men gain extra confidence for when it's time to perform. That's right. Blue Chew's licensed medical providers work with you to find the right ingredient and strength for your prescription. They have sildenafil and tadalafil, and their tablets are chewable. Blue Chew's tablets are made in the USA, and they prepare and ship direct, so it's cheaper than a pharmacy. That's the truth. And guys, here's a special deal for you. Try Blue Chew free when you use our promo code Theo at checkout. Just pay $5 shipping. I like these chewables. They're good. That's bluechew.com, promo code Theo, to receive your first month for free. You know, the economy has been a challenge. It's always a challenge. We don't know. We don't know what the future is. We just base things on the current. And you need to make sure you keep your business thriving by finding ways to save money without cutting corners that are going to affect your clientele and the products they receive. ShipStation can help. ShipStation gives you access to discounts of up to 84% off USPS and UPS rates. And you can manage every order from one simple to use dashboard. That's right. ShipStation effortlessly integrates everywhere you sell online, including Etsy, Shopify, eBay, Amazon, and more. Manage every order from one simple dashboard, automate routine shipping tasks, print labels, compare rates. They can do it all. And with enterprise solutions that make warehouse optimization easy, ShipStation scales when your business does. Well, we want to give you a deal over there. Go to ShipStation.com and use code Theo today and sign up for your free 60-day trial. That's 60 days of ShipStationing. That's ShipStation.com, code Theo. Get a 60-day free trial at www.shipstation.com/Theo. Thanks to ShipStation for sponsoring this show. You know, it's like, well, this is one thing I thought about when I was kind of delving into your work, was that, yeah, it's like you feel this. Do you feel compelled to kind of look at this? Like, I guess you're saying it's a nice, somebody needs to bring this to the forefront of conversation that, hey, we're all here. Is there some bigger reason why we're all here? Can we all start to look at that again? Like, that we can have a goal as a species, that maybe, you know, Mother Nature and Father Time have a goal for us.
Yeah.
And we've gotten very off track with our own society. Sometimes I think American society, we may 1,000 years from now look back and be like, man, what a detour we took.
Yeah.
With a lot of the directions we had.
Oh my God. I think it's such a crazy, I was saying that to my friend Aaron the other day, like, we're just in this time, I think that 50, 100 years from now, I'll look back and be like, man, what a crazy fucked up time we were in. Like, first of all, here's what we did is we created these mini computers, right? With any distraction you could possibly think of. Every game unlimited porn, social media. You can connect with anyone. You can download any piece of information you'd ever possibly want, and we just sprinkle it out like candy among the citizenry. You know, just like here y'all go.
Yeah.
You know, have these devices that, and then you've got kids growing up, and they're never. Well, I remember when I was young, like, you remember being bored?
Yeah.
I was bored so much as a kid. I was bored. My dad was like, "You're coming with me." Why? I have to go to the dentist. Why do I need to go? Well, I don't want you sitting at home. You know, it's going to take a couple hours, and I got to swing by the hardware store or whatever.
Yeah.
So,
I'll get you 2 feet of rope or something. You're like, all right, I'm in.
Exactly.
You know, I'll get you a candy. We'll stop by the bank, my mom would say.
Stop by the bank and you get the little candy in the aisle.
All right, I'll go.
Okay. So I brought a comic book, and like you just sit there and like you'd be in the dentist, and you're just in the waiting room, and there's like a People magazine, or maybe you brought your comic book but you've already read it, so you read it again, and there's just a lot of sitting around. Now kids aren't getting bored, but I'm getting off track.
No, you're not, because it's all part of the same thing. I think your general thought is like, I mean, we can talk about boredom. I talk about the moment doesn't exist anymore. I talk about my niece thought imagination was an app on your phone.
You said like use your imagination, and she's
Yeah.
like, "Where is that? I don't have that downloaded."
Yeah. And it blew my mind. I was like, yeah, because boredom was a chance. Like that's where you came up with that's where your je ne sais quoi came from, you know? That's where
French.
that's where your brain showed its balls off, you know?
Yeah.
It was like, that's where like that's where Bob, who's the guy with the curly hair that did all the painting?
Bob Ross.
That's where Bob Ross showed up, you know, out of the nowhere in your freaking amygdala or whatever, you
Your
know?
inner
Like,
Bob Ross.
yeah. And you had to like, you go up to the counter, your dad's in the back getting drilled on, and you like peek over the counter at the lady working right there. And you're like, you have no idea. Like that used to be an email. You know what I'm saying?
And you think like, what's her life like?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Does she have any chocolate?
I wonder what she goes home to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was.
What's she wearing under that nurse's outfit?
Dude. Yeah, and one lady used to give me her shoe, dude, and let me just play around with it in the lobby right there, dude. Like
Get a shoe as a toy?
yeah, my mom would take me to this place. I think it was like a hair cutter or something. The lady in the front would give me her heels and let me kind of think she was, you know, open to people being whoever they wanted to be or whatever at that time. And she let me walk around in her heels in the lobby of the it's called the Looking Glass. It was like the hair salon in our
What
town.
town was that?
Covington, Louisiana.
Okay.
Yeah. But yeah, I remember that, and you don't
I
have
went to college with a guy from Covington.
Did you?
Yeah. Jed Diamond is his name. He's an acting teacher now in Tennessee.
Jed Diamond.
Yeah.
Did he teach in Nashville?
Knoxville.
Knoxville, okay. You might
Yeah.
work at the university too.
Yeah, he teaches at the university.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Yeah.
Interesting. I don't know him, which is because it's kind of a small.
The Diamonds, they had a big clan, but he was there. He is. Look at that.
I love that.
We used to. I played Hamlet in acting school, and he played Horatio next to my Hamlet. Yeah, that's a handsome photo. He's not as good looking in real life as that photo is looking. This is piercing blue eyes. Really nice guy. Very nice guy. Very smart guy.
Jed Diamond out of Covington, Louisiana. That's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, we actually had the tallest statue of Ronald Reagan in our town.
Oh, that's nice.
Which is interesting.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's about it.
But the
Harvey Oswald went to our middle school for a little while.
Oh, that's good. All right.
So you would hear that growing up, things like that, like small town lore and stuff.
Yeah.
I loved that growing up. But yeah, boredom, you didn't have it, so your brain got to think and contemplate. You felt like you needed to wish into the air if you wanted anything to happen. Like you had to have some connection with the world because you needed to like set all your hopes on the scales of time, and that you would, whatever your dreams were, you were going to make them happen somehow, and you felt it inside of you. And now so much of that and like our praying, our moments, our peace, it all gets.
There's an app for that.
And it gets,
it's amplified.
And it gets sucked in.
And comedy, too. Like, I'm not a comedian. Like, I wouldn't know how to write an hour and a half worth of jokes and stories. Like, I just wouldn't know. I would hire someone for that, I guess. him. But we spent so much time bored together too. So, and my friend John and I, especially, we would play Kung Fu. We would act out scenes from Kung Fu. Love that. But then you're just like walking home from the school bus. You're not checking your phones. You're throwing pine cones at each other and at the passing cars. And then, you know, you see a robin take a shit, and then you talk about like, oh, birds shit, I guess. You know, I wonder how much birds shit. And you just muse on that for 45 minutes.
Yeah. See, you can catch a bird shit. You try for an hour.
Yeah. Yeah. Throw a pine cone, try and catch it right as it's shitting.
Yeah.
So, and then you go home, but that's a little cauldron. It's a little petri dish of comedy, because you're just observing things and bumping up into each other. And I think it must be harder for young folks these days, because my son is 18 years old, and he gets together with his friends, and they just mostly just look at their phones the whole time they're together.
Yeah.
So, I don't know.
Yeah, you know, it's
Do I
interesting.
sound like a grumpy old man?
I don't think you do. I think you sound. It's the same thing that I think. It's like, is it that we're becoming grumpy old men, or is it that we have some concern for the intrinsic value of what it seems like to us, what it means to be human, you know? And I don't know if we are like, or does nature and the gods, do they have some longer destiny for us to end up as robots? And these are like the shell. We are like just the snails before they get the shell. You know, it's like we don't know where we are in the chain of time, you know?
Sure. There was a science fiction book I read. I used to read a lot of science fiction. It was called City. It was by Clifford D. Simak. And it every section of the book took you through eons in Earth's development. And like there's after the humans expired on planet Earth, then it was the dogs. So then it's like a whole chapter about dogs ruling the Earth. And then it's the ants. And then the ants rule the Earth. And then I think at the end it's like the dolphins or something like that. So it's stories, you know, set thousands of years apart. And the dogs are living in the ruins of humanity. So there's these shells of these cities, but they're these talking dogs, and they're talking about life and love and stuff like that. So yeah, maybe this is just one pit stop on the way of the development of planet Earth. What do you think?
I don't know if it makes me, I think there's some part of me that laments that or makes me feel sad about it, because I think in some ego way, I want to feel more important than that, or I want my time period to feel more important than that. I often feel like it's even though I feel like I'm aware of some of the things that you kind of think about and the things that you talk about in your book, I feel like I still struggle to combat those, even though I try to use things like prayer, meditation. You know, I'm in recovery, so I go to those.
Yeah, me too.
So I'm a part of that group, which promotes a lot of that sort of stuff. So I'm an ear for brothers that struggle with stuff sometimes, and but even then, it's like it's really hard to not feel like you're just on the conveyor belt sometimes. But maybe we used to dance on the conveyor belt and like whistle and do marshmallows and stuff, and now we're just kind of like sitting on the conveyor belt on our phones, you know? I don't know. I don't want to sound too dour.
What's your biggest struggle?
My struggle was
what is your biggest struggle now?
Probably affection. Probably love and affection, that type of stuff.
I want to hug you right now.
Well, I wouldn't.
Okay.
Thank you. Though. I mean, I'm gonna wait to go. I'll take it to go.
I'm gonna wait to the end of the podcast. Okay.
Some guy said in a meeting one day to me, he goes, "You know what, man? You're hard to pet."
Hard to pet.
Yeah. And I valued that. It kind of taught me something about myself. Like, you know, you're right, man. I'm hard to pet. It's hard for me to let people pet me.
Mm-hmm. That's a great way to put it.
It was just an interesting insight.
So affection, do you mean like intimacy? Like,
yeah, I think like that.
With good friends and with like relationships with girlfriends and whatnot?
Yeah, I think probably like commitment, like that kind of stuff. Intimacy, like really dropping into connecting with somebody. I think it's kind of tough. I know it's kind of tough for me.
Yeah.
You know, but I don't want to talk too much about myself. You know.
Okay.
What about yourself? I mean, obviously, a lot in your book and a lot in your show. You know that you're in a searching space.
Yeah, I'm in recovery. I have a lot of anxiety. I've dealt with a lot of depression before, a lot of loneliness. I've been through some really dark times, and so for me, like part of this spiritual search and why I'm writing about it and talking about it and thinking about it so much is I need tools to help me cope with my anxiety and help me find peace and serenity. And as I undertake that journey, so I view kind of my anxiety disorder as something almost akin to diabetes, where I have friends with diabetes and every day they got to take their blood, right? Monitor.
Give them an apple or something if they fall over.
Right, exactly. Shovel some applesauce in their mouth real quick. And
yeah, we had this one dude we'd always freaking just put one of them Twix in him, bro.
Anally?
I mean, I never did that.
You ever had anal Twix?
I haven't, but they kind of shape perfectly.
Right. But I have to do the same thing with anxiety. Like I have to nothing is not anal, but I have to monitor it every day, and I can live with it, and I do okay. But I have to meditate. I have to work out. I have to pray. I have to surrender. I have to stay connected with people. I can isolate pretty easily.
Yeah.
So, but that has led me on the search. So I would say my biggest struggle is with my own, with my anxiety and with my ego too.
You know. Yeah, ego is so scary, isn't it?
I must be. I mean, I've been at it for a long time, and I struggled a lot more with ego, like early on in the success of the office and stuff. But it must be hard for you. Like you're toiling away in obscurity, doing like Chuckles Comedy Hut in Oklahoma City, and then all of a sudden, like just in the last like 4 years, like you just like blown up, and like you're practically going to be put on Mount Rushmore. I mean, it's a crazy amount of fame for a itchy hillbilly such as yourself.
Yeah, you're right, dude. That's a good call. Yeah, I think. It scared me.
That has to be a struggle too.
Oh, it's the first thing was sheer fear. I thought this was crazy. I thought God has some. This was the worst part that happened. I thought God has some special purpose for me, and that there's something special that He needs me to do. But
He does.
And that may be true,
but
right?
He does that for everyone, I think.
Right.
Yeah.
But
now you have a platform, and so
I feel like I have some responsibility.
With increased power comes increased responsibility.
Yeah.
Heavy is the head that wears the crown, bro.
Yeah.
And you're almost wearing the podcast crown.
Yeah. Well, they called me the Rat King, and I didn't even pick it out. It's just the King of Rats. But that was real scary.
Like Ant-Man, you can order rats around. Do you have a psychic connection to rats? By the way, I think about Ant-Man, like that pitch meeting at Marvel.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
all right,
okay, Ant-Man.
Mm-hmm.
What's his power?
Yeah,
he can turn tiny. You picture them like, it's pretty good. I mean, that could be fun. We don't have a shrinking guy, but it's not quite enough. We need something more. He has a psychic power to be able to call ants to help him out.
Mm-hmm.
So he can shrink and communicate with ants. We'll call him Ant-Man, but the two powers really aren't related at all. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I think
it would be like Superman's power is he has strength and he can fly, and he can also read books backwards.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like it doesn't.
Right. And he can also weigh a Christmas ham with his eyes. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know if, I think Hollywood has they've done a disservice to imagination, because it's been, now I think it used to be a novel place where more people came out in their wagons from Kalamazoo with their bag of ideas on their back.
Yep.
And now I think it's just, so-and-so's son or grandson, they're in the 7th generation of their studio or film. They haven't had a new idea that isn't based on an algorithm walking the door in 12 years, and they wouldn't know something novel and unique. unless it beat them upside the head. I think
Yeah.
a lot of times. Now that might be a very narrow view of Hollywood.
But by you guys, like Bert and you and Tom, I'm sure there's others, but those are the main three that I watch. Like, you don't have to pitch anything. You could just make your own shit, and hundreds of thousands of people or millions of people are gonna watch it, and you get to do your own. Like, Bert's got a whole enterprise over there. He's got movies going, and
oh yeah, he's got a family.
cooking shows.
Me and David Spade just wrote a movie together. Who was one of my childhood heroes.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you didn't need to go into Sony and like pitch it or anything. Like, you just kind of did it.
Yeah, just
And,
kept.
and
yeah.
it'll sell. But is it Joe Dirt 2?
I wish it was damn Joe Dirt 7. They made Joe Dirt 2. But I didn't know either.
I didn't know that.
I mean, I knew, but I didn't want. Nobody was saying that they knew. But it was something like this one's about bus boys, like the last bus boys. And we think if we become waiters, then everything in our life will change. But it's just a misguided thought.
Isn't that so true? I remember I was very, always struggling as an actor, and then, once I get on the TV show, then I'll be happy. And guess what? I'm on The Office, and then it was just like, well, how do I get to be a movie star? Now I'm a TV star, and like the second I'm a TV star, I can't even like enjoy it.
Yeah.
Like a month, I'm on to like, how do I get to be a movie star? And guess what? It didn't work out so well for me.
Trying to do movies, you mean?
Yeah, my movies never.
One day you'll probably make a really neat movie that people will see.
Well, I think a lot of them were neat, and people tell me they like them now, like The Rocker and stuff like that. But like that was my big. I don't know if you remember that movie, The Rocker, so you don't even know it existed.
Yeah.
What about you? You know about it?
I saw it in theaters.
You saw it in the theater?
Hell yeah.
Bro.
Thanks, Zach, for holding the team together.
Wow. That was 14 years ago. How old were you?
There he is.
There it is.
Bradley Cooper and I remember seeing the average.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought this was John. What's his name? Barry.
Bill Hader?
Yeah.
Yeah, I used to kind of look like Bill Hader. He's a little better looking than you.
He still seemed like a handsome guy.
Oh, stop you. But anyways, this was like, I'm putting all my eggs in this basket. The Rocker. This is my chance, my starring role in a comedy movie, and it was one of the biggest bombs in Fox history. It opened on there's this thing called per screen average. I mean, truth be told, they moved the launch date like 5 times. They pushed it to a release after like Labor Day. Like literally like the worst weekend. Everyone's getting ready to go to school.
Yeah. That's the worst.
It came out like 3 weeks after Tropic Thunder and 2 weeks after Step Brothers. So there were all these amazing comedies in the theater already. Came out at like 2,000 or 3,000 screens, and like the first screen average was like $203 or something like that. And it's like, it was brutal. I worked so hard on it. I promoted the hell out of it. Like, no one wanted to see the Rainbows and Starry Theater. And it was devastating. But why was I in such a place back then? And I think I'm in a different place now where, like you say about the bus boy, if only I can get to be later than my life will be made. If only I can be, I'm a TV star, if only I can be a movie star, then I will be happy.
Yeah.
But
then you want to walk on a Hollywood Walk of Fame, or then you want, your kid to be a movie star. You don't mean anything. Yes, I think that search for different things never really ends, but I think we have to try and monitor where does that search come from, right? And what are exactly we searching for? And that's the kind of thing, honestly, not to go back to your book, but I think that's kind of some of the stuff that it's touching on. It's like, where are some of these motivations coming from? Not only for me as a person, but where's our motivation coming from as a species?
If we want external validation, if we want to find happiness extrinsically outside of ourselves, we're never going to be satisfied. We have to find that deep, soul-rich satisfaction of being alive, in the garden of our hearts, tending to what fulfills us and brings us joy, and talk about being in the moment. That's such a key part of it.
It's hard.
And then when we're able to cultivate that, then we're able to spread that and give that to others. And one of the things that you get to do, and I think your great, divine, and solemn responsibility, I put the Rat King crown on your head, anoint you King Rat, and I say to you, you are a spreader of joy. You make people laugh, you spread joy, you spread ideas, you uplift people. There's probably some really depressed guy right now sitting in a trailer park in Mobile, Alabama, taking a shit, and he doesn't know where he's going to pay the next month rent, and he's listening right now to this as he's watching, and he's chortling all of your analogies and your verbal sense of humor and your humble demeanor, and he's uplifted, and that is a divine power. That is your Ant-Man powers, is to uplift and inspire, not just summon rats.
Or summon decent rats. Yeah. But that's really the best hope to be, is just be a decent rat.
Be a decent rat. I like that.
I kind of like that too, man.
Is that going to be on your merch page now?
It could be. We can put it on there.
Yeah.
We can put a decent
Can you put
rat.
my little face there on it? Little rat. What's your name again? Alex.
Zach. My brother's name's Alex.
You can name him Zach or Alex.
You
can name him Alex.
Zach, it's nice to have him there because he smiles when it's funny.
Yep.
There's not really an audience.
Right. There isn't. You also have to recognize his sense of humor may not be the same as yours. So sometimes you might be being funny, and he doesn't. He's
deadpan, stonewall.
He doesn't fake it really for you, which I like.
Yeah. It feels authentic. It feels legit.
I think that.
But I got a couple giggles out of Zach.
Right. I'm honest with it.
He is honest with it. He's out of Cincinnati and he's honest with it. I would say that's about him.
Was he from Cincinnati? That's why I said about bathrooms in Cincinnati.
That is KRP, right?
Yeah. The turkeys. The sky, remember that?
Oh, they shot turkeys out of the air?
They threw turkeys out of the sky. My generator. This is an electric generator.
Yeah, I used to watch that in the 70s, golden age of the sitcom.
All in the Family. God, he was good. Carol O'Connor, I've been with Grace 7 times.
And leaves behind mineral precipitates. The water vapor is then delivered to a vortex chamber where
in my backyard. That's why I was mowing the lawn every time I mowed the lawn. That was Carol O'Connor.
Buried Where's he buried? He's buried in Westwood. There's a cemetery in Westwood.
Okay. What about UCLA? Yep. I thought that's one with like 1,000 soldiers.
Nope. Oh, there's that one, but there's another little, it's like a quarter of a block. Like behind some business buildings. You never think it's there. Hugh Hefner's in there. Mel Monroe. Carol O'Connor. Who's the guy from, who are the two old guys from the Angry Grandpa? They're in the boat and they're hitting with
Walter Matthau?
Yep. Walter Matthau.
It's pretty good, I got that.
Yeah.
Who the angry old guy?
And Jerry Matthau. And the last one is the other guy, Jack Lemon.
Both the grumpy old men were buried there?
All buried there in the same cemetery. Wow. And the first guy that ever played Robin Hood.
Kevin Costner? I thought he was still alive.
Oh no, Tarzan. Or Robin Hood. Someone. Maybe it could have been him. Could have been Pierce Brosnan too.
He's still alive.
Oh, then not him. Congrats, Pierce.
Well done, Pierce. Still looks
yeah.
amazing.
Have you ever subscribed to something and forgot about it? I have. I did. I was part of a scarf annual, and I send you a scarf every month. And God, your neck just can't handle it. Dang. I was getting dang hives just because I had, by May I had on 3 scarves, and people couldn't even recognize me. Getting dangerous too. Couldn't see over the top one. Well, Rocket Money can help you cancel a subscription, one that you forgot about. Rocket Money is a personal finance app that finds and cancels your unwanted subscriptions, monitors your spending, and helps you lower your bills all in one place. Over 80% of people have subscriptions they've forgotten about, like that Stars app that you bought just one time to watch a show, or that free gaming trial that you never used. All of them. Rocket Money will quickly and easily find your subscriptions for you. And for any you don't want to pay for anymore, just hit cancel. And Rocket Money will cancel it for you. It's that easy. Stop throwing your money away. Cancel unwanted subscriptions and manage your expenses the easy way by going to rocketmoney.com/THEO. That's rocketmoney.com/THEO. rocketmoney.com/THEO. UFC 288 is sure to pack a punch with a high-stakes first matchup between Aljamain Sterling and Henry Cejudo. Who will secure the bantamweight title? Place your bets on DraftKings Sportsbook, the official sports betting partner of UFC. New customers can make a $5 bet and score $150 in bonus bets instantly. Plus, everyone can take the MMA action to the next level with DraftKings same-game parlays. Combine multiple bets for a shot at an even bigger payout. Just download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now, use code THEO, and bet $5 on any UFC 288 and get $150 in bonus bets instantly. That's this Saturday on DraftKings Sportsbook with code THEO. Eligibility restrictions apply. See show notes for offer details. See DraftKings. Cold turkey may be great on sandwiches. It surely could. But there's a better way to break your habits than cold turkey. We're not talking about some weird thing your crazy neighbor does. We're not talking about doing a seance on somebody or doing an exorcism on an ex-husband. We're talking about our sponsor, Fume, and they look at the problem in a different way. Not everything is a bad habit. Not every bad habit is wrong. So instead of a drastic, uncomfortable change, why not just remove the bad from your habit? Fume is an innovative, award-nominated device that does just that. Instead of electronics, Fume is completely natural. Instead of vapor, Fume uses flavored air. And instead of harmful chemicals, Fume uses all natural, delicious flavors. You get it. Instead of bad, Fume is good. It's a habit you're free to enjoy and makes replacing your bad habit easy. That's right. The taste, the feel, the look. Man, it's nice. I mean, the look alone is beautiful, real wood. God feels fancy in your hand. Stopping is something we all put off because it's hard, but switching to Fume is easy. Join Fume in accelerating humanity's breakup from destructive habits by picking up the Journey Pack today. Head to tryfume.com and use code THEO to save 10% off when you get the Journey Pack today. That's tryfum.com and use code THEO to save an additional 10% off your order today. I know you talk some about it in your book about how, like, so some of the things, something that we struggle with is, or one thing that you like to take note of, because I don't want to say like you're being accusatory towards society, because it's more like you're saying, hey, let's all look at some of this stuff. Do you think that's a fair statement?
Yes.
It's just education, like the education's what we educate youth on at all, really. To me, a lot of it is asinine.
I talk about how, later on in the book, I talk a lot about how systems are broken. This is where I wax a little philosophical. I'm like, so many systems are broken. Anyone who works in any system will tell you how broken it is. You ever notice that? Like, you talk to someone who's like a bus driver. Like, what's it like being a bus driver? It's like, well, it's gone to shit. Yeah, I'll tell you why. They're making us work 14 hours and not enough people, and we don't get to park the buses downtown, and it's BYOB. Yeah, and you got to wipe down the seats yourself. We used to have guys that wipe down the seats, and every system is broken down because everything's based on greed. Everything's based on aggression and greed and one-upsmanship and competition and and healthcare and agriculture and education is one of those systems. And the reason I bring all this up is not to be like negative Nelly, but to kind of say like we need to realize that they're based on faulty systems. Like take education, and I talk about when they poll people, and they're like, "Hey, what do you want to learn in school?" People be like, "Gardening, you know, or how to have a friendship, or how to take rejection, or how to, you know, work on a car engine, or how to pay bills, right? And have like a banking account. You know, all this stuff that people say they want. You don't ever you don't learn shit about that. You spend. My son is 18. Like some of the stuff, like his math class, it's like, give me a break. Like he's not going to be a mathematician. He's in like this. It's so hard and it's so pointless. And and you get something out of math. Like it exercises your brain, right? It's like advanced Sudoku, right? Which is good for brain growth.
Oh yeah.
But it's not practical at all. And like he took this history class. And his entire history class, like European history, was just about who won what battle. Yeah. You know, in 1707, the French beat the Polish, and in 1842, the English beat the Dutch, and
the Dutch beat the gays. And you're like, what is this? This is
where's this going?
Like who's writing this?
Yeah,
I agree, man.
But who cares about that? Like who cares who won the Battle of Shish Kebab? And, you know, in 1684. You know?
Yeah, 100%.
I'd much rather learn how to, you know, if I was 17, to have a checking account or how to grow a cabbage.
Yeah. Oh, it'd be sick, dude. You saw some freaking hot chick with a balanced checkbook and 2 heads of lettuce. You know what I'm saying, buddy? But dude, yeah, I agree. There should be like I always thought there should be classes on like we had spelling every week, right? 3 kids did the best. 16 kids did medium, 4 kids could not spell ever.
Yeah.
And it was the same for the whole, like after 4 weeks, let's just say we know what's going to happen.
Yeah.
Let's move on. Like I think
just let the 4 kids just duke it out among themselves.
Yeah.
I was always in the medium.
Yeah. I was a good speller.
You were a good speller?
Yeah.
Did you ever make it to some kind of finals?
I made it almost, but I missed on inconvenience, right?
That's inconvenient.
Yeah.
I wrote that line in the office. I lost a spelling bee. I misspelled the word failure. And I actually wrote that. Hey, Zach. Yeah. Give us a tough word. Let's have a little spelling bee.
All right.
Renaissance.
Me or him?
The fair or the motel?
The fair.
All right. Renaissance.
No.
Renaissance.
Rennaissance.
Just one N.
He's right. You got it.
Well, it's also you have 2 N's in your name, so you probably were. It's like
I was sure it was 2 N's. I was so
2 S's.
Okay, let's do best 2 out of 3 then.
Right.
And I'll pick a category 2, outdoors.
Just Google spelling bee words.
Okay, I won't pick a category then. I'll take my category back. Look up harder spelling bee words.
High school. Senior year.
Community college, yeah.
Gesticulate.
Oh, GESTICULATE.
Pretty easy.
Talking with your hands, being Italian, even doing that. Yeah, I think here's a class you should have, right, Rain? Eye contact. What a great class. The first week, it's all eye contact. How you doing, Betty? You know?
What about the second week?
Then you move up, you do nodding.
So why don't you just say like interpersonal communication?
Yeah, you can.
Then
you're going to scare off a lot of people, though.
1. Yeah.
You put that, you're scaring off a lot of folks.
That's okay. Let them be scared.
Okay.
Kids need it. People need it right now. You know, you look on college campuses and some of the most popular classes, like the most popular class at USC is on friendship. Like how to have friendship.
Yeah. Well, it's, I mean, because look what we do. I think you do eye contact, nodding. If you do well in nodding, you get to move into the handshakers union, right? And then you're there. You're doing real handshakes in real time with people, right?
Right.
But you're learning, how to communicate, how to take rejection, like you said. That'd be great. Oh, damn, you suck. Oh man, all right, bro, but I'm still good at this, right? But we teach. It's like we go straight from like dinosaurs to sex ed. It's like, you believe in Tyrannosaurus Rex? Let's fuck, you know? Like, that's crazy.
Yeah.
There's so much, right? None of it is based on.
No one has ever fucking I know, because they never overlap. Humans and dinosaurs never overlap. So millions of years after the last dinosaur died,
There's no pictures of humans and dinosaurs at the same time.
well, there's no pictures before 1880 paintings. There's no wall carving. Woolly mammoths.
Yeah.
It could be that someone fucking woolly mammoth. Oh, in the plasticine. You know,
brunettes they called them back then. They're so woolly. Yeah. Oh, it's such a night.
Yeah. Oh shit.
Oh, braid that tail,
You could
buddy.
sleep in that vagina.
Oh, yeah.
It's like a rucksack. You know.
Oh, I bet if they had a newborn baby, if they're riding on a woolly mammoth, they just plop that
Right in there. Yeah. Why not?
That's the only sound that they hear. They do. All aboard! Train's leaving the station.
But they don't fuck dinosaurs.
But that's it. I think like getting back to being human. Sometimes I will romanticize Native American and tribal people and the connection that they had to the earth. Do you do that?
I do very much. I really believe that we have a lot to learn from Native American folk. The way that, by and large, they lived in harmony with the natural world. And the thing I think about with a lot of indigenous peoples and their spiritual practices is that spirituality wasn't separate from nature. And when you think about that, it can be very inspiring. You know what I mean? Like, this mountain is holy. This river is the river of our ancestors. This is where our ancestors are buried in this forest, and that's holy. Let's pray to the spirit of the mountain, or to the spirit of the river, or the spirit of the forest. And so it isn't this idea of God as this kind of dude, like a deity, like the superpowers,
Right.
Up on a cloud.
It's
It's merged into the natural world, the beauty, the majesty, the wonder, the mystery of the natural world. The winds, the four directions. And when you read about Native American spirituality, I think it can be very uplifting. And it was very helpful to me because I was reading some stuff about in the Lakota Sioux tradition, the god of the Lakota Sioux is referred to as Wakantanka, which means the great mystery. So even the word for God, instead of, maybe we should all do that, is throw away the word God. It's such a loaded word, right?
Today we're making coffee while I show you every single tool that I use. The first thing is this vacuum canister. It's called
and
the Fill
just
Wrap.
substitute
It's
the great
full,
mystery.
remains fresh for as long as I
Did you pray to the great mystery
The next thing
today?
we have here is the
Thanks for great mystery. Or
It's
ask
just
the
a
great
precise
mystery for
espresso
help.
scale, but any kitchen scale will work.
Great mystery,
Try
damn
way
it.
out some
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah. But I really love that idea, and that was very resonant for me as a young person. I was really struggling with God and higher power.
Use it to wet
I
the
didn't know
beans.
what that meant to me.
Give it a
And,
little shake.
my parents were
Lift
religious.
this up.
And I
Inside
didn't
of here, I have some
have the same
bellows that fit
conception that
perfectly
they
inside of
did.
the niche duo.
That
As
really
well as
allowed
on
me
top
to
of my
kind of
baratza on
a different
Korean beef, so they're sort of dual purpose. Loads of beans in there, and like I
something
said,
that
this
is
is the
not
niche
separate
duo
from nature.
grinder.
Something that's not separate from physical reality.
Right. And as soon as the grinder is done, we can pump those bellows to turn off the grinder.
And yet part of it and also above it at the
The
same
portafilter
time.
I'm using is
The idea, I love,
sweet bottomless
I
portafilter.
was
So
going to
it's
say I love mysteries, but I don't mean like I
and
love
then I'll use the
mystery
dosing ring.
podcasts.
What
I
this
mean, I
does
love,
is allow me to use the next tool, the WDT,
I just love
without
as
actually
an artist,
spilling the
I
beans.
love
If I tried to do this
idea
without a
of
dosing ring on,
life.
the beans would spill everywhere and it would just make a mess and it would not work.
So
So
I
that's
found
why we use
that very
the dosing
helpful,
ring.
and I think we should get real humble and we really screwed over Native Americans in this country. We should go back to the reservation, help them out, and learn from them. Not,
You can see this thing kind of goes up and down depending on how far you need it to. So the more compress your beans. This is a distributor again.
Agreed. I mean, I think we're starting. There's a lot of people that are trying to get back to those spaces now. I think in a lot of ways, you know. You see it with like a lot of ayahuasca use and people getting back to the jungle and having experiences that really bring them closer to nature. But I can imagine, I'm not going to litter if I think that the ground has some semblance of sacredness. Of course not, right? It's not. Things are going to have so much more value to me.
I'm not going to strip mine that mountain,
right?
And cause an ecological disaster. You know, there's all these floods that happen in West Virginia, and they called them when they were doing all this strip mining in the 70s and 80s. They're like, this is going to be a disaster. You're wiping out all these trees, and you're just digging these trenches and digging up the coal, you know, from these mountainsides. And then when it rains and floods, you know, just yeah. But if those mountains were sacred, the people wouldn't tolerate it. You know, you can have both. You can have jobs, and you can have sacred.
And on top here, you have the flow control pedal.
Yeah, we kind of sold ourselves. I mean, I think about that a lot. Like, especially in the U.S., did we like sell ourselves out, or did we? How did we get on this wrong path where? Or are we on the wrong path? You don't know, but it feels like there must be something more if so many people are looking for meaning and feeling, you know, something real. And especially before we get so trapped into the digital universe that you can't even come out. I mean, a smile might be in a museum one day. You might go to a museum to see a smile.
I like the Museum of Smiles.
But that'd be so crazy. Yeah, remember Rick?
Usually right up there.
Yeah, remember when Eddie got his first? Remember when Eddie's orgasm? Yeah, remember when Eddie got his first orgasm? He was just like,
it's not quite a smile, Aaron. Like, you go to the curator, like, that's not technically a smile. It's a grimace of ecstasy, but it's not quite a smile.
Like, hey, it's our biggest attraction, buddy. All right, calm down.
I think too, like, we're. Yeah, you know,
as this picture is too hot to touch, we can shut that off.
We talked
Make
about
sure to wipe it.
phones,
This is a
distractions,
microfiber towel, just a
The
pretty
other thing
generic
too
one.
is like the amount of
Fancy about that, just keeps
fact
everything
that
clean.
America is so divided.
Tap our bubbles, let out any bubbles that might
Side
be in
Democrat,
there.
Republican, and this partisanship, and how deadlocked it is, and how much fighting there is.
Latte cup here.
And it's
Grab our milk.
really so sad because we have so many problems that need fixing.
The design.
You know,
Aiming to get as
and
close to that little picture
you
as
know,
possible.
like Republicans might criticize Democrats, like, oh, they're running their cities terribly.
There we have it.
There's all this homelessness, and they kind of mock it right on Fox News. And then the left does the same thing. They like to find some other problem in Republican states, and then make fun of that. And it's like, why aren't we helping each other? Like, why is partisanship become the de facto way to kind of do business? Like, it doesn't make sense. It's not practical. It doesn't get shit done, and it's not helping anyone. And we really need to get past it. I was thinking about debates, and isn't it funny? Like, you watch a political debate, and then immediately there's articles like an hour later, like, who won the debate? And the reason that they say that they won the debate is they got more zingers in on the other person. And then that's who we elect, is the person who is able to get more zingers in on the other person, as if that's a leadership skill. Could you imagine you're running for class president as a senior in high school, and like, you know, it's Bobby and Darren, and like Bobby's like, well, Darren's got such an overbite, you know, he looks like a woodchuck. Ha 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 ha. Let's vote for him. Like, no, the teachers would never allow that. Like, no, what's your policy position? How are you going to help the school?
Right, how are you going to fix Darren's teeth?
How are we going to have a fundraiser for braces for Darren and his poor overbite?
Yeah, like, I agree, but yeah, the news, something happened when the news fell off. It used to feel like, and we talk about this sometimes on here, that you could rely on the news, right?
Yeah.
I feel like my parents and your parents probably felt like the news had a general interest in the wellness of their viewer.
Yeah.
And now it doesn't. It feels like the news wants to be like a nicotine for their viewer.
Right.
And that
outrage keeps you watching. And if you look through like Yahoo News feed online, I'm not talking about like cable news, but it works in cable news too. They keep you outraged.
Yeah.
They keep you coming back.
Oh,
People
yeah.
like they always end like the end of the news show. Like after the commercial, you won't believe what this kid did to this man's face with a baseball bat. After these messages,
this guy hit a 2-run double on this senior citizen. Like, Jesus.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's a terrible baseball analogy. Some guy's dead.
Yeah. Man's head found locally. We'll be back, right?
After this.
Still alive. And it'll say, and you're like, what? Jesus.
Show picture.
Yeah, it makes you, but then like you feel like there's a swing to everything. So it's like, are we just hopefully at this point of the pin? We're at the out, and then there's a turn that we can't see that's coming, or that maybe we hope for. Because I wonder if people have thought this way in the past as well. If people have felt as nervous about the future.
Well, Civil War.
Oh, that had to be definitely, huh?
Yeah, I mean that resulted in hundreds of thousands of deaths, right?
You ever hit any of the reenactments or anything? Probably not where you're from. You're from the Northwest, right?
From Seattle, yeah. We have reenactments, but
you got to go to
you'd fit right in.
Oh,
crowd,
dude. We'd be out there at the CWRs, bro, freaking chilling, bro.
What is the CWR?
Civil War reenactment.
Oh, okay, yeah,
yeah, and just.
Did you all, being from the South, be like, okay, we're gonna need 20 Yankees? I'm like, no. Yeah, Theo. Yeah, Theo, you're gonna be Yankee. I don't want to be a fucking Yankee. Like, the South will rise again. Like everyone wanted to be.
Well, people kept
Southerner.
People played a lot of like Southern music and shit, because the party was better for the South before that. Like it was like the breakfast or whatever, the big breakfast they would do before the fight or whatever was definitely because the South loses every time. There was one day where they kind of won, but it was like, historically they've lost, and so. Yeah, sometimes you'd have groups from the North that would come and they would do it. It was like a big deal.
Oh, you'd have Yankee reenactors come down and do the Southern reenactors.
It's like a Renaissance fair kind of.
But they would know that they were going to win, so they'd be like, fuck y'all.
Yeah, there was a lot of that. But there was also like, afterwards everybody would have, have a Michelob or a Schlitz, and try to like, sometimes they would do it around the same time as a Renaissance fair and people would come over and everybody try to like bang some chick from the Renaissance fair or something.
They're buxton.
Oh, man.
Right?
God, did they? I'll say this about the Renaissance fair, dude.
Hot chicks. No chicks Civil War reenactors, right?
Zilch, dude. A lot of masturbation. A lot of people drawing cooter in the dirt and stuff.
Yeah.
And,
fucking woolly mammoth carcasses.
Yeah.
Right and left.
Yeah. A lot of people writing girl on their buddy's butt. A lot of obtuse ideas out there.
Yeah.
But Renaissance fair. God,
yeah.
I could see you at a Renaissance fair.
I could.
Be honest.
Yeah.
Have you been to some?
I have been. I'm a huge fan. I actually wrote a pretty hysterical script called Renaissance Men, that comedy that took place at a Renaissance fair. We tried to sell it for years. We tried to get it going, but it didn't really take off. It's very funny. Would you like to be in it?
Yeah.
Could you find someone else to be in that?
Yeah. Man or woman, you think?
Man, it's a buddy comedy, 2 guys.
Yeah.
Could find someone else to be in it?
Yep. What kind of guy does the other guy have to be?
Well, I don't know. So there's one guy that's really intense and takes a Renaissance fair like really seriously. He's a little bit more of a Dwight character, and the other guy's more of a player and like seducing the ladies and like doesn't take it as seriously.
Yeah.
I think he'd be the player guy.
Yeah. He wants to throw an axe into my butt. You know what I'm saying?
I don't know what you're saying. I literally don't know what you mean.
Get your motor running. Yeah. So maybe the music would be a little bit like from a different era, though.
Yeah, that's not the right.
Okay.
It would be like a madrigal.
Okay. Like let me go get Rapunzel.
Like Greensleeves.
Mm.
Alas, my love, you do me wrong to have cast me out so disdainfully.
Something beautiful about that.
And I have loved you so long. I fare thee well with my hair so 3. I don't know the rest of it.
It sounds good, man.
I'm serious. I'm going to send you the script.
Yeah, I'd love to read it. I really would. That'd be an honor, actually.
Because you guys, you youngins, your young podcast generation, you and Bert could do it.
Oh, well, Bert just did a movie too.
Yeah.
He just did a movie about the machine, about being the machine.
Yeah.
You talk about faith in your book.
Yeah.
What's that been like for you? And like, I know and Hollywood a lot of times seems like there's not a lot of faith in it. I mean, it's a very business world, you know, and maybe the world is overall. I don't want to I pick on Hollywood a lot.
Good. You should.
But it's very, I don't know. You know, I like faith. I like having something other than myself in the world. I need it.
Yeah, I do too.
Yeah.
I'll tell you something. I was thinking about this the other day. Like, there's a lot of weirdos in the comedy world in Hollywood. And everyone kind of prides themselves on being like, oh, I'm eccentric and I'm weird and this and that. But for me, it was always a little weird because I'd always want to talk about faith and God and the soul, life after death, and kind of big concepts and whatnot. And the comedy world just did not know what to do with me. Who is this guy who's talking about God? It's the unsexiest, uncoolest thing to talk about anywhere, but especially like in the too cool for school comedy world.
Mm-hmm.
So you got all these eccentrics and misfits and losers as they describe themselves, but then they also want to be cool. They want to be like the cool kids in the lunchroom, the cool kids table. So it was always hard for me because I always wanted to talk about that stuff, and I just didn't know what to do with that guy. He's also weird, that guy who plays Dwight, but then he talks about spiritual topics and stuff.
Well, The Gods Must Be Crazy was a huge movie, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was.
I remember somebody snuck that in our apartment when I was a kid, and we watched.
That's a South African movie about the
Coke bottle.
Yeah,
yeah,
that fell down from the sky.
Yeah. I was like, what is this even about? But we watched it probably 30 times. Family Man, have you seen that?
Yeah, with Nicolas Cage.
God, is it good? Huh?
Yeah, I love that movie.
Dude, I love that movie.
I'm a big Family Man guy. I've never met another Family Man fan. I think it's terrific, and it kind of came and went. I think it's a Christmas classic.
Me too. I played it for a girl at Christmas recently.
Yeah.
She didn't pay attention, fell asleep during it.
Oh.
And we don't date anymore.
Good.
And that was it for me, bro.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, Family Man. Oh, the one where the guy Quaid talks with through the radio.
Through the radio, yeah.
I loved that movie.
Yeah, right. That was good. Ghost of his father, like through the radio. Yeah.
God, that was powerful.
That was good. Frequency.
God, that was good.
Yeah.
I mean, that hit me right in the freaking heart nuts, man.
Like you were talking about God and faith, and
I don't think it turns people off. I think people are desperate for it.
Well, it's a different day now. It's a different age, and it's funny because I just did Bert's podcast, and his is a lot bigger than yours.
Like in what, studio size?
No, like numbers. Like his is huge.
Oh, you're making that up.
I'm just trying.
I'm just trying to. Sorry.
I was trying to incite something.
Oh, you were, and you are.
A little bit.
And you are, and I like it, dude.
I was getting it.
I like it.
I have no idea.
That hurt.
But I just know that you guys are very, very popular.
No.
But it was so great because Bert, it was so refreshing because he's like, oh, you wrote a book on spirituality? That's so cool. What do you talk about? I'm like, oh, I talk about God. And he's like, I love God. God is awesome. I totally believe in God. I love God. You know, and he's like, and it was like, it was, yeah, it was so cool to hear that from like a top comedy guy who was just able to just say, you know, it's a different time right now. And I think because things aren't working out so well and we see big problems and people are turning, and this is what Soul Boom is about. I want it up on that shelf one of these days.
You know what? I'll put it up. I'll put it in front of this book for a while.
You put it in front of Jordan Peterson?
Yeah, I'd be glad to.
Oh, thank you.
I really enjoyed the 50 pages that I read.
All right.
I
hope you read the next 50.
I think there's a lot of things we talk about it in here.
But I think people are more open to spiritual ideas because the other, you know, political solutions and economic and legislative kind of, it's not working. You know, it's not working. Things are breaking down and people feel that.
Right. It's let us down. You know, I think it's, you know, people used to feel a sense of purpose more. We were talking about this a few weeks ago with the school shootings and stuff. I think some of the reasons why you get these folks is you have people that have no sense of purpose, right? They don't get it through their job anymore because it's a lot of big companies. And there's not the place in your town that makes like, you know, your favorite shoes. My dad works at the shoe company. We wear the shoes my dad makes. And there's a sense of pride that like a place was connected to a product, you know, and it was, and your part of your personality was in it. And you went into work because you knew your kid was going to be wearing the thing and you wanted to fucking get home and to have a sense of something in the home when you got there, you know? And just like there's no sense of purpose through work, a lot of people don't have a family. They're not in love or love. And so you don't have a sense through love of purpose.
But let me add to that, okay? And this has to do with religion. Like so much of America has turned away from religion, and so many young people have, and for a good reason. There's a lot of shitty things about organized religion.
Oh, a lot of pervs out there, a lot of big dogs, you know, touching kiddos and, you know, being molesters, you know.
Yeah. And also like church can be very judgmental, you know, of people, you know, gays and lesbians and whatnot, and it can you know, cause a lot of disunity in ways. But people have also lost purpose as they've lost their sense of the community that religious faith can give, you know, because what does religion give you? It gives you community, a shared sense of purpose, you know, transcendence, love, like service projects. You know, I have friends that are part of churches or in my own Baha'i faith, you know, going out and doing service projects on the weekend together, working together side by side, praying together, common prayer, singing together, right? Potlucks, there's we've jettisoned everything having to do with religion, but there are a lot of positives that come from that world.
Oh, potlucks alone, having to pretend somebody's casserole is good to their face, dude.
Yeah. And the good casseroles are taken like right off the bat.
Oh yeah.
Like someone comes in with like a tater tot and cheese casserole with ground beef, and it's like the pan is dry.
As soon as it turns 18, brother, it is off the table.
Yeah. And then, but someone else brought, you know, the green bean salad, like
with jello in it.
Vinegar, and it's like there's plenty of that left. Why don't you have some of the green bean salad? The tater tots are gone, but dig in.
There's a bird. There's like not even eating it, just walking on it. Like, oh, this is bad. But no, I agree. A sense of community. Those are things that I love about church. You see a sense of community, you know, kids get to see each other on the weekend. It's things like that. Yeah.
You get that in 12-step meetings.
Yeah. Oh, a ton of it.
Yeah.
It's why I go, man.
Camaraderie and
it's why I go.
Yeah.
I see people that care about me and that I care about. I forget. I have a forgetter in me that my heart has a quick forgetter in it. You know, it forgets that I care about people in a way, and I got to see them, you know. But the second I walk into an AA meeting, I see like, oh, Jimmy's getting a year chip today, and man, and I've seen him in 50 meetings, and it's like I'm his actual blood brother, and I couldn't be more happy for him. You know,
beautiful.
Yeah, there's just something about it, you know, being in a place like that. There's things like AA and recovery meetings that make me feel hopeful about society.
Right.
You know,
and I love the way that 12-step meetings are run. Like, there's no leaders.
Yeah.
There's no clergy. There's no one in charge. There's no kings or presidents or anything. It's just the inmates running the asylum, you know, and you elect them every couple months, and someone's in charge of the phone list and someone's in charge of the book table, and you know, it's beautiful. You're like, oh, we're all, you know. There's no leaders. There are only trusted servants.
Yeah, and stuff like that gives you hope for the future, you know. But it's interesting, and I don't want this to be like a conversation that's like dour, you know, because also you have your show that is kind of a search for happiness, kind of, and I found it to be real charming, kind of, you know, like here's a guy going to see where people are happy and why.
Yeah. So,
do you want to talk about that at all?
I would love to talk about that.
Okay.
So, The Geography of Bliss is a travel show coming out late May on the Peacock Network, which is where the office is, where it lives and breathes. It doesn't die; it just keeps on chugging
it
along.
Never could.
Apparently, we thought it was dead upon arrival, but anyways, it keeps chugging along. But The Geography of Bliss is, and I never thought I'd have a better show than
Really?
Because 9 seasons, 200 episodes, everyone got along, made a big impact, was funny as hell. It's a great character, great money, like fun people everywhere.
Oh yeah, I saw Kevin scoping chicks at a club once.
Did you?
It was like the best time ever. So cool. Yeah.
But
didn't you almost have a show right before The Office that didn't go through?
yes, that's good. Good memory. Yeah. I was supposed to be on this Janine Garofalo TV show. We did it. And on the way to the table read for it, I ran into this TV executive. He's like, "Oh, I'm so excited. We're going to do the American version of The Office." And I had seen the English version. I loved it. And I was like, I was outside. I was like, "Oh, that's great." And inside, I was like, "Fuck, I'm going to be a man." Like, okay, you got to go to the table read for this, Janine. And Janine's lovely. It's not about her. But the pilot was very good. We read the pilot. Bob Odenkirk was in it. Me and Bob Odenkirk.
Nice man.
And Mark Maron.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. And it went the read through went so bad they pulled the plug on the spot. By the time I got home, they were like, "They're not shooting."
They closed the donuts up even up.
And I was like, inside, I was like, I could do audition for The Office. Sure enough, a month later, auditioned for The Office and got Dwight a few months after that. So had I gotten, so you never know, kiddies.
Yeah.
Sometimes a rejection and a disappointment is a good thing, and it just is a path forward where other doors can open.
Oh yeah. What they say, sucks to lose a limb until you're in a one-legged contest.
Are there a lot of one-legged contests?
I'm not sure.
Can you Google that?
Bob, Kid Rock has a one-legged brother. And every time I see him, I say, "Man, you think with all the money you have, you can buy your brother another
Prosthetic leg. Yeah.
Yeah, dude.
Or an android leg.
Yeah, Jesus,
You know, like a bionic thing.
yeah, like a leg saver.
Do you remember the Bionic Man?
Mm-mm.
You never saw the Bionic Man? It's great.
I loved Little House on the Prairie. We loved a lot of Michael Landon stuff. We loved a lot of
Bonanza? Going
No.
way back.
after Bonanza.
Post Bonanza?
I did like All in the Family because, and I like the Jeffersons. I like Good Times. Temporarily on good times. Is it great or about?
Sometimes.
Yeah,
Mhm.
I love that.
So the Geography of Bliss is a show where I travel around the world and I look for happiness in other cultures. So it's like Anthony Bourdain, but it's about happiness, not food. And we went to Iceland, Bulgaria, Ghana, West Africa, Thailand, and then back here in Los Angeles. And it's so fun, man. I love these kind of conversations, having deep, meaningful but fun and silly conversations. And it's a terrific show. It's really uplifting. It's inspiring and hopeful. People need some hope these days. Remember, I told you that's your divine responsibility.
I appreciate that. It's
Yeah.
yours too. I think it's why we're even having this conversation because we're curious about hope. You know.
People need hope. It's a precious and depleted resource, and there's a lot of pessimism out there, and we gotta turn that pessimism around and make people believe that there is a bright day, there is a Star Trek future for humanity where we can all get along and work together and solve problems and make the world a better place. We do it. We start small. We start on a podcast. You start in a family. You start in a cul-de-sac. And you spread out from there, and you bring it to your workplace. But we're not going to do it with the way the current media system is, and we're not going to do it with the way that the current political, partisan politics system works in our country. It's killing us. It's killing us.
Well, some of it could be changed. I mean, one thing that's even podcast started was because people felt like they couldn't get through into like sitcoms. Talented comedians felt like they couldn't get opportunities.
Yeah.
You know, I'm not saying just me, but even like predecessors in podcasting.
Sure.
They wanted to have a place to have a voice, right?
Yeah.
Because even acting is just a way you want to be able to have a place to put yourself in the world.
Yeah.
You want to be able to have a voice, even if it's a physical voice.
Yeah.
You know, so that's why that started, and that's made conversations more long form and been able to get people's points across. Like I remember seeing Bernie Sanders on Joe Rogan, right? And I've always been of the ilk that I think they should have to have one candidate. You shouldn't be able to pick if you're Republican, you shouldn't be able to pick a Republican vice president. You should have to have a Democratic vice president.
Right.
And vice versa. So that way you're always in contention of an idea.
Yeah.
So you have to figure out the best idea between the two of you in order to get it enacted or move it forward. Right.
Force people to work together.
Right. Like I would have loved probably a Trump Bernie ticket, right? Because you're right. You're going to see two
They
totally
would have throttled each other. They would have been at each other.
I agree.
Trump would have crushed him like a stick insect.
And that would have just cost them the possibility of maybe getting elected. But you would have had to see two guys that were different have to figure it out together, right?
Yeah.
But I remember listening to Bernie Sanders on Joe Rogan. It was the first time I got to hear him in a long form. I didn't hear a clip that the media said. I didn't hear like a 2-minute rebuttal on a.
Joe Rogan is 4.5 hours long, so you got to hear
dude, yeah, you were there. Yeah,
you put it on when you go to sleep and wake up. It's still on.
You'd love being in there, man. Have you ever been on there?
No, man.
It would be. You guys would have a really neat conversation.
I don't smoke pot. I don't do ayahuasca.
Well, that's a good point.
Does that disqualify me?
No, he doesn't do ayahuasca either. But you just have to say
I don't wrestle.
Oh no, it doesn't disqualify me. I don't. I mean, I tried to wrestle for a year, but I kept getting hurt so badly. And then I don't smoke pot. And then I'll do ayahuasca, but I don't know. I mean, some people consider that different, have different thoughts about sobriety and that,
Yeah.
But I haven't done it in over a year, but I would maybe do it again. I found it to be really, really helpful and really ties you back to nature in a lot of ways.
Oh, interesting.
But yeah, I think, what were we talking about?
Bernie Sanders podcasts.
But I got to
different
hear
voice.
Him.
Yeah.
And I'll listen to the whole thing. And at first I would have been like, maybe would I listen to Bernie Sanders? I don't know. But I was like, oh,
he has some great ideas.
It's like I get to know this guy.
Yeah.
Right? Whether you like his idea or whatever, it's just like, I feel like I get to know this guy.
Yeah.
But what's been, what was like, where did you find some of the best happiness, you think, in the places you've been? Was there one place that kind of, or anything you noticed over the course of the places you went?
I saw happiness all over, which was great. It's so funny because happiness, when I saw like real profound, blissful joy, it was always about connection with other people. It's always about connection. You talk about the 12-step meetings, like it was in a family or in a community or with some kind of service project, or it's people connecting, and that's why COVID was so devastating. Like it isolated us all. We need connection. We thrive in connection, but the happiest place, and it's my favorite place on the planet, is Iceland. I fucking love Iceland. Have you been there?
Mm-mm.
It's so cool. I mean, everyone goes there. I mean, it's very popular.
Yeah, the bright light. People go see the bright lights, right?
Yeah,
the people at night.
Yeah, the Aurora Borealis.
Oh yeah,
I saw those. I went to Greenland and I got to see those. But
it's like watching Mother Nature.
Iceland is. Iceland is. Just do like image search. You're on image search. Can you scroll through them? You just go through.
Oh, look at that. Look at those children in Iceland. Go look at them.
Yeah. Look at those. Look how happy they are.
God, they're happy.
Visit Iceland. Cold. Official tourist info for Iceland. But there's a pretty Icelandic woman.
Yeah.
Wait, let's look at travel to Iceland with diabetes.
Oh, yeah.
Down one more. That's not something I thought I would see, is traveling to Iceland with diabetes.
Let's go there, brother. Can I click on it? Oh, wow.
Oh, that's cool. I haven't seen that. So I've been 5 times to Iceland. 5 times. It's so beautiful, you can't even believe it. Black sand beaches, glaciers, volcanoes, waterfalls. Everywhere. I remember one time I took my family, we went camping there, like in a camper van. And then we were like driving down the road and we're like, oh my God, look at that waterfall. And we're like, eh. And now I realize, like, we just drove by a 200-foot waterfall. And we were like, meh. Because we've seen 1,000-foot waterfalls, And it's so gorgeous. The people are wonderful. The food is expensive as hell.
Really?
Oh, yeah. I had I had a pizza. I think it cost like $80 once.
Does it cost a lot to warm it up or something?
Well, when we were in the camper van, it was great because we would go to the grocery stores and we would get like ramen and spaghetti and oatmeal and make salads and we would just kind of eat it and then maybe once a day we'd get like an expensive meal. The fish is fantastic there, but it's so beautiful. There's whale watching. I can't say enough good things about it, but the people are happy there. One of the reasons the people are happy is, and I don't know if a lot of your viewers are going to like this or not, but they trust their government. They believe in their government, and there's a social safety net because you pay a shit ton of taxes, but education is first rate. There's the health care is through the roof. They will take care of you when you're sick. Mental health, the roads, the bridges, everything is taken care of, and it just works, And so you have, in talking to Icelanders, like there was this trust. They feel like, if I get sick, I can take some time off, and then I'm protected by regulations. I'll be able to get my job back, and there's this net of government is there for. They believe like it was there for them,
right?
And we've since the Vietnam War and over the last several decades, our trust in government has gone down, and truth be told, our government is not working in huge ways. I mean, it's kind of taking care of our highways and potholes and maybe our street lights, but not a whole lot more than that. And
I mean, even the U.S. postal system, even the one person from the government that stopped by your house every day, you could give a cookie to, or get a pat on the head, and it wasn't even molesting people. You never heard postal people molesting.
Never. You can even pull down their pants and write "girl" on their back and make.
Yeah, you don't ever hear somebody licking a stamp and put it on some kid's wiener. You know what I'm saying? You just never. It never happened.
Yeah.
And Amazon they messed the postal systems going.
Yeah.
It's just we've let the government really.
I try to be really nice to the postal workers.
Oh, same.
Yeah. God bless you. You're working so hard for like just above minimum wage.
And you were Santa to us when I was a kid. It was like,
right?
Here he comes.
Now it's like, who cares? Oh, the postman's here. Who cares? The Amazon guy's here.
Yeah.
Oh, new headphones.
And the postman is just like that ex-girlfriend, man. Leon. Just walking back to Tori Amos's house somewhere. God, it hurts, man. But yeah, it's like there were institutions that we had some pride. What do you think happened with our government? What do you think happened? Like you said, like after Vietnam War, I know there was like a lot of contention, like between Americans that thought it was good and bad to be there. I remember seeing Forrest Gump, but
I blame it on partisanship.
Really?
I really do. Yeah.
And what does that mean when you say partisanship? I'm not sure what it is.
That's the kind of Republican versus Democrat.
Okay, saying me versus you.
Me versus you, seeking power above all. Would rather see. I'll never forget, like when Obama got elected and Rush Limbaugh was like, "I hope he fails. Wow, I hope he fails because I'm against his policies and I want him to not succeed." And I was like, "Wow, you want?" Because I want, even if Trump get elected, and I wasn't a huge fan, but Trump, I wanted him to succeed.
Yeah,
I didn't want him to fail. I wanted him to make lives better and to help fix things. And I was kind of hoping, maybe he'll fix some broken things. But think about every election cycle, Theo. Think about this. How much money is spent on campaign ads?
It's insane.
Banner ads, like, where's all that money going? It's going into the coffers of MSNBC and Fox News, CNN, and all of these media outlets that we don't trust, because they're so partisan and they have such an agenda, and they're getting rich from it, and they're going to stay polarized because they're making so much money from it. But what if you just took all of that hundreds of millions of dollars? What if you had no campaign finance? You had government campaign financing.
Right.
You weren't able to kind of like raise and spend money willy-nilly, and you took all that money and put it towards, fixing things.
Yeah.
Schools and hospitals and whatnot.
Giving teachers a raise, giving nurses a raise.
Yeah, exactly.
You had an announcement one day. It was like, hey, we're going to give every nurse a $2,000 raise this year, or every teacher a $2,000. You know how excited everybody would be? It'd be great.
The first aid. Actually, can I take a pee break? Let's be.
We'll wrap up actually.
All right. Yeah. I gotta leave tomorrow morning for a 2.5 week book tour.
Really?
Yeah.
Whew. It's exciting.
All over. Have you written a book? You have like a comedy book?
I never have. I've written a lot of chapters for a book about growing up and some comedy stories about different experiences and stuff.
Yeah.
You know?
Your book would do really well.
Thanks, man.
Yeah.
It's really
I
awesome
love
to
the
sit here with you,
stories.
man.
Oh, it's awesome for me, man. I love your stories when growing up. Your stories about kids at school. We had a kid in our school. You always have those.
Oh yeah,
that's great.
Well, the
Those
first
great
Asian
ones.
kid we ever had or allegedly had, we had. Remember how Pizza Huts have those unique rooftops on them?
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, of course. Yeah,
Yeah.
diamond shaped.
Yes. Well, one of those burnt down right in Slidell, Louisiana, right?
Okay.
And the roof had fallen flat on the ground, kind of like at a little bit of an angle.
Right.
And people, like said, Asian people lived there,
Okay.
So we heard about it.
Yeah.
And we got a taxi over there to go look, and it was just
You literally called the taxi.
yeah, well, we saved up money. We saved $17 to take a taxi there. That's them.
Yeah.
God,
And you looked for Asian people inside of it?
we've never seen it before. Yeah, burned down. When it's on the ground, flush on the ground, it has a very kind of look of the Orient.
Do you know how they cook pizzas at Pizza Hut? Have you ever seen that? Last time I went in there, it's all automated.
Oh.
They just unwrap it from the plastic and they put it on a thing. It's like at one of those like hotels, and it just goes through the oven on the conveyor belt and it comes out done.
Oh yeah, that's how they used to do it. I think
Did they always do it that way?
it was like the little rolling thing. It was just like kind of
Yeah.
like these things, and it just kept moving forward.
Yeah.
But it used to be a pretty long oven. Is it really short now or something?
It was a long oven. Yeah.
I love that. Pizza Hut was good when I was young. It was
We used to go to the one on Ballinger Way. Look up the Pizza Hut on Ballinger Way, Lake Forest Park, Washington. I don't know if it's still there. I think it's a Thai restaurant now, speaking of Asian people.
Oh yeah. Oh, they'll start a restaurant in anything.
Ballinger Way.
Asian people they'll start a restaurant in anything.
No?
A lot of beautiful Asian people up in Washington.
Yeah. Is there one on Ballinger Way? No? No, it's closed down.
God, but what? Just look under images and see if they have any. Let's get an old image of it. Somebody took a snapshot of it. There you go. On the
That's
left.
probably it right there.
Oh, and there's my mom's Ford Festiva out front. She used to drive that deal.
Yeah.
God, it was so
It's got
small.
like 3 cylinders.
Oh, and one of the cylinders was just us in the back seat going, and she could beat us from that. Like the front seat was so close that she could beat everybody like she was playing the drums, dude.
Why don't they have cars with pedals? Like Flintstones kind of, but like just to get like a 2-cylinder car.
Yeah.
But then everyone in the back seat is doing this just to help it
Yeah.
along, kind of. And you get your workout. We're also fat.
Yeah.
Us Americans, like, right? Win-win.
Well, that's almost an example of everything that we've been talking about, like, or some of the stuff that would help
Solutions.
humanity.
Okay.
Is if there was some sense of a need for a vested interest, and if people felt like they were contributing,
Right. Yeah, I mean, it's tough, with this broken political system. I think, in my faith traditions called the Baha'i faith,
Mhm.
there are elections, and it's kind of like a 12-step meeting. It's a little different, but you elect what's called a local spiritual assembly to guide the affairs of your local community. And every year you do that, and you write down names, silent ballot. And you pray and meditate. And you think, who's the wisest, most mature people to kind of help steer forward the Baha'i community here in Los Angeles or whatever? You ponder it. And there's maybe a master list of everyone who lives there, and you write them down. There's no campaigning. There's no yard signs. There's no money spent. No one says, I think I would make a good assembly member, and here's why. It's all done silently, and then put them in the envelope, and then the tellers count them, and then 9 people are elected. Like, why couldn't you do that in a small town? Could you do that in Covington, Louisiana?
Yeah.
Could you have people like no campaigning, no proselytizing, no aggrandizing, no one saying like I should be the mayor or what have you, and and just have people gather at the local high school football stadium and write down who they think would best serve the affairs of the people of Covington, Louisiana.
Yeah, I think that could happen. You know, I think it's probably, and obviously it's, you know, it's hypothetical because you look at obviously America is much bigger, but yeah, you start to think what system could be different. I think a lot of people are wondering now what system could be different. I think a lot of people think that it's the system we have isn't helping us. You know, I think, yeah, you start to wonder, well, how could it be?
Because
better?
I'm glad you're saying that, because it really is like we keep slapping band-aids on a broken system. And if the system is broken, it's no good. You know, it's like, well, we'll change this policy, or we'll pass this bill, or we'll get an increased funding for this. And it's just like slapping band-aids on, you know, on a boat full of buckshot.
Well, I think you have to have guys, maybe possibly, you have to have someone, you hear anyway, that electing an independent candidate, getting one of them into the runoff would shake up the way that the funds are distributed. You also have some interesting guys now, like Bobby Kennedy Jr., right?
Yeah.
So he is a Democrat, but he has
he's anti-vaccine.
But he's he's like, he's is he an anti-vaxxer?
So.
He raised a lot of
He raised a ton of concern about.
But I think he was anti-vax before COVID. I think he's like
he's an environmentalist, so he's always been about the environment. He's always been about let's test things before we move them forward, right? I mean, he has a book. He's against Dr. Fauci, you know, so it's like he's definitely in that world, right? But it's interesting because he's going to run the Democratic ticket, right? I think you're starting to get. Hopefully, you're going to start to get candidates that are different. It's got to start to expand at some point because it feels very railroaded.
But and that's true. Like if we opened it up and you had you had Joe Rogan run, or you had Mark Cuban run, or, you know, some really interesting kind of thought leaders or businessmen or entrepreneurs, that's cool.
Mm-hmm.
But the system is still, I want the power. I'm going to raise a shit ton of money. I'm going to go around doing all these fundraising dinners. I'm going to be spending all these money on these media outlets because I want the power for me and my coterie. And we're going to try and put down you and your little coterie of friends. We're still in that mode, but we're not really in the mode of public service. You know, they're public servants. They should be serving the public. So how do we just get out of that whole campaigning thing altogether is what I say. Now, maybe I'm being naive and people are probably rolling their eyes and like, oh, you hippie, you know, but
no, it's okay to have. I agree. Because people are sick of all the wasted money, the fucking bullshit, the desperation by these parties to get your vote, the pandering to poor people with fear videos and all of this, and using classes and cultures as puppets and keeping people in certain places just so they'll continue to vote for you. Like, I think everyone's exhausted. I think the heart of the world is, you know, has arteriosclerosis, you know. It feels that way. And that's okay. Look, if that's okay, if you and I are sitting and talking about that, and I like that your book makes me think about that. Yeah, you know, and not just the negative sides of it or the problems.
Yeah,
but
I talk at the end of my book. I have a chapter called 7 Pillars for a Spiritual Revolution, and I offer some tangible solutions, some things. And one of them is what we talked about before, which is hope. And I said, foster joy and squash cynicism, because as long as we stay cynical and pessimistic, nothing gets done. Everyone's sitting back, just like, it's a pile of shit. It'll never work. Then nothing will change, and it's just going to get worse, actually. So that's a really deadly trap, and it's super important that we as entertainers, as storytellers, you know, we try and foster joy in people, give them hope, and don't let ourselves get cynical. You get cynical sometimes. You fight against cynicism.
Oh yeah, I battle the dark arts. I battle self-pity sometimes, which is a unique way that cynicism kind of sneaks into you. I find, you know, is me just that, you know. So I just have to stay on top of it.
Yeah,
you know, and
it's a misery brigade.
Yeah, it does, and it does get to be there. You know,
to me, and
yeah. But there's a lot of people doing good stuff out there, and that's another way to look at things and to wake up and think, hey.
You know, there was a guy, I wrote about this guy in my book, this guy named Callum Greaves, and he works with Greta Thunberg and a lot of youth ambassadors for climate change. Whatever you think about Greta Thunberg, putting that aside, really brilliant guy. And he said to me, I work on clean air because everyone can agree on clean air. Some people on this side of the political spectrum might not think that man-made CO2 is causing climate change, or that people are being extremist and whatnot. And people on this side, have different opinions, but clean air is something everyone can get behind.
Yeah.
You don't want kids to get asthma, right? You want your grandkids to have clean air, when you go to the grave, and that is a precious point of unity for both sides. And then it's win-win because CO2 does get reduced, but you're also really focusing on the human story, which is making air cleaner for kids. So that's a way to look at like solving a solution like climate change. Like if we all just work together on clean air, like we would fix climate change.
Right. Letting these kids lung up and feel comfortable and happy.
Yeah.
Yeah. I like it, man. I don't know if I'll finish the whole book, but I'm going to try at least go to the 7 pillars at the end.
I appreciate that. I'm going to, if you ever want me to read it to you, like a bedtime story or something like that, I can do that as well. FaceTime.
Yeah.
Just put me on your pillow and I'll read it to you.
I love that.
You can snuggle up. It's been a pleasure lunging up with you. I like that lung up.
Yeah, man.
I'm such a big fan. I love your stuff, and so funny and weird and wonderful. And I think you're doing great things. It's just a pleasure to be in this room with you and your friend.
Zachary Alex.
Yeah.
Thank you, man. And thank you for all the years of entertainment, and also now all the years of thought. That you're, it's like the second organ inside. It's like you got our brains. Now you're going after our hearts and our brains,
Oh, thank you, man. I appreciate that.
I like it, man. Rainn Wilson, man, anytime, man. And we'll get the book and we'll put it up right here.
I love it. Thank you.
Soul Bloom, guys. It'll
Boom.
be
Boom.
Soul Boom, guys. It's available now, or it'll be available soon. And Rainn Wilson.
Now I'm just floating on the breeze, and I feel I'm falling like these leaves. I must be cornerstone. Oh, but when I reach that ground, I'll share this piece of mind I found. I can feel it in my bones, but it's gonna take. Mm-hmm.
hint of the fate-eating great wings, have a glimpse of shining eyes and mountainous white foam along the lotus trees. And I suppose you have been hearing too much native superstition. So seeing this whole parade of primordial gods and dead bodies, the police start shooting at it. The practitioners then fight back, which surprisingly only 5 were killed. An additional 47 were taken as prisoner. The police began to question the prisoners that had. Private begins some details of what this religion entails. They worship, so they said, the great ones who lived ages before there were any men who came to the young world in the sky. Those are the ones who know inside the earth and open sea. Their dead bodies told their secrets, dreams to the first men, cult which had never died. This was that cult, and the prisoner said it had always existed, always will exist, in the mystic ways, dark places all over the world, till the time great places set up, this dark house in the mighty city, under the waters, should rise, brightly burst again in this way. Someday he would fall, when the stars were ready. The secret code will always be waiting to liberate them. Meanwhile, no one was with him. There was a secret which even George would understand. Mankind was not absolutely alone among the conscious things of earth, where shapes came out of the dark pleasant ways below. But these were not the great ones. No man had ever seen the old ones. One of the was greatly visible, but none might say whether or not the others were precisely like him. No one could know writing them, but things were told under ways. The change in ritual was not the secret. That was never spoken about. The whisper, chant that knew this. In his house of William, that Cthulhu witch dreaming. These ancient dead things, or at least dead in the closest way we can describe them, seem to be Cthulhu not only in this first out New Orleans, but perhaps across the world. I mean, we heard at the archaeological convention that similar things were found and created. And if the governments are being believed, this believes trash is fertile both time and space. One day to comprehend, Inspector Gardner found more information on Caesar and Castro. Castro would tell him more about this religion and then God. These great old ones, Castro continued, were not completely altogether flesh and blood. They had shape, but not the starfish image permitted. That shape was not made of men. When the stars were bright, they could plunge from world to world in the sky. Stars were good, but not that. But although they never really God. They all made stone houses in the great city. The stars performed spells of mighty distinctive, glorious resurrection of the stars and earth, but once in a at that time, some force from outside was served to liberate the gods. The spells that preserved them intact likewise prevented them from making beneficial miracle. They threw blood over the people, whilst uncounted millions of years went by. They knew all that was occurring in the universe, and their both speech and strains were gone. Even now, they talked to their chambers. And, after infinities of chaos, first wind came, the great old ones spoke to the sensitive one that followed the controls. And thus, their language reached the achievements of greatness. He goes on to say that in this sort of end times, after Cthulhu has risen, he will bring about an era where men of no pleasure like they've never known pleasure before, no violence, anger, wrath, all of their natural feelings in ways that are impossible. It's as if Cthulhu will unlock channels to the mind when it existed. And it makes sense, as Cthulhu's incarnation of the mind itself is existing. Castro goes on to say that this lost city of William is lying beneath the sea. The stars, ancient heavenly bodies in space, must be just right for Cthulhu and his followers to live. But that now, at this moment in time, the stars are wrong. So we're kings that is not dead, which can enjoy my life. With strange eons, even death right now. So Francis is reading all of this, the stories of the Ross, Professor and whatnot, and comes to the conclusion that no clocks have to be making it up. And that makes sense, right? There was a cult in southern Louisiana that this whole story of human sacrifices and whatnot made its way to his great uncle, the professor, and then by coincidence, someone his great uncle shows up with a statue and stories of the same thing. So Francis goes to Wilcox to effectively chew them out because he thinks that Wilcox bring off the fears of the mayor. But when Francis gets to Wilcox's house, if you remember, Wilcox is a artist. That's why he was able to carve the statue of Cthulhu in the first place. Francis gets there. Wilcox's house is paintings, sketches, drawings, and diagrams, and everything you can imagine of these dreams of his, of these lost cities, and of Cthulhu becoming dead. Francis doesn't tell Wilcox what is found. If Wilcox is truly wrapped up in this in ways that he can't attest to, if his mind is possessed by Cthulhu, then perhaps better to not tell him the full extent of the struggles, to tell him how due to what he is. But Francis is thinking all these things, and he thinks he was great. He considers that perhaps his death wasn't just a brutal attack. Perhaps a member of his cult felt vessel was learning too much, which for one is a terrifying thought. I'll talk more analysis about cult and stuff like that at the end. But the idea that Cthulhu can communicate with people through dreams and visions, and he can effectively choose his congregants, and he can go from anywhere in the world, then you can be, the safest place imaginable. You can be in a place where no Cthulhu cult members will ever get you in the hopes of the veil remain and a dream that is supposed to stand you from Ishmael. Francis says that there is no more information we can find about the Cthulhu cult, so he decided to leave it on the shelf for a moment. Until one day, he was just browsing through some stuff, and he came across a newspaper from the Sydney Bulletin. This newspaper, again from Sydney, Australia, was dated as April the 18th of 1925. This is, if you recall, just a couple of weeks after all the strange occurrences that happened from March and April of 1925. The dreams, the visions, people going crazy. You get the newspaper recounts the story of a ship called the Alert Jubilee that was found with one crew that were alive and one bottle of water. However, the two people found on the Alert Jubilee had set out for a ship called the Emma some weeks earlier, and originally there were 6 people. Well, there were 6 more. There were 8 crewmen in total, and now there are only 2. So there's 6 altogether. One survivor, mainly Gustav Hansen, would later tell the tale, or at least most of the tale. Gustav said that on March the 22nd, him and his crew were attacked by a group of effectively pirates. Gustav said that the men who were on the Alert fought with savage with their hands and teeth, and that the members of Emma were able to fight them, although cannon fire had caused their ship to sink. off gave to the paper up until you make it to the island, which he describes as such. I suppose that only a single mountain tall, hideous monolith of brown citadel where all Great Cthulhu was buried actually emerged from the waters. When I think of the extent of all that may be burning down there, I almost wish to kill myself forthwith. Johansen and his men were awed by the cosmic majesty of this dripping Babylon of elder demons and must have guessed without guidance that it was nothing of this worth any sane planet. Awed at the unbelievable size of the greenish stone blocks at the dizzying height of the great carved monolith, and at the stupefied identity of the colossal statues, vast reliefs, the queer image found in the shrine of the alert was poignantly visible in every line of the mate's frightened description. Without knowing what futurism is like, Johansen achieved something very close to it, the smoke of the city. For instead of describing the definite structure of a building, he dwells only on broad impressions of vast angles and stone surfaces, surfaces too great to belong to anything private or proper from this earth, and envious with formal images, hieroglyphs. I mention his talk about angles because it suggests something Wilcox had told me of his awful dreams. He said that the geometry of the dream place he saw was abnormal, non-Euclidean, and loathsomely irregular, of spheres and dimensions apart from yours. Now, an unlettered seaman felt the same thing, was gazing at the terrible reality. Now, this is fascinating that all the way back in the 1940s, Lovecraft began to mention concepts, and I know this is the only time he mentions them in his work, but through his writings, mentions concepts of non-Euclidean architecture or of shapes and angles that shouldn't make sense but do. Like they're almost on several different points of existence at once. The men make it to this stone pyre and begin to climb up, eventually coming to this strange shape that they describe as massive barn doors. We're not explicitly told how tall this thing is, but it's tall enough that you can park a ship on it and walk up to it. And I imagine, considering what happens in a minute, very big. As the men are looking around the edges of the rock, one of them climbs near the top of the board, and upon pressing in, the door begins to open. And in describing what happened next, the story says this: the aperture was black, the darkness almost material. That tenebrousness was indeed a positive quality, for it obscured such parts of the inner walls as ought to have been revealed, and actually burst forth like smoke from its neon long and visibly darkening the sun as it slunk away into the shrunken and gibbous sky on flapping, membranous wings. The odor rising from the newly opened depths was intolerable, and at length the quick-eared Hawkins thought he heard a nasty, slopping sound down there. Everyone listened, and everyone was listening still, with Lundberg slobbering into sight, gropingly squeezed its gelatinous green immensity through the black doorway into the tainted outside air of that poisoned city of madness. Poor Johansen's writing almost gave out when he wrote of this. Of the 6 men who never reached the ship, he thinks 2 perished of pure fright in that accursed instant. The thing cannot be described. There is no language for such abysms of shrinking and immemorial lunacy. Such eldritch contradictions of all manner of force and cosmic order. A mountain walked or stumbled. God, what wonder that across the earth a great architect went mad. Wilcox raved with fever in that telepathic instant. The thing of the idols, the green, sticky spawn of the stars, had awaked to claim his own. The stars were right again, and what an age-old cult had failed to do by design, the band of innocent sailors had done by accident. After vegetillions of years, great Cthulhu was loose again. Gravity for delight. It's in this thing's resurrection that 6 of the men are killed at once, 3 of them in a single swoop of its cloth. Gustav and one crewmate make it to the boat and begin to sail away, as this giant monstrous creature begins to swim after them, faster and greater than the ship itself. Gustav, realizing that they're not going to outrun it, turns the ship around and rams it directly into the creature's head. After Gustav looks back after the ship rammed into its head and ripped out a massive chunk of its flesh, God's home, with the vigilance sailed over the spot after the April storm. But his ministers on earth still bellow, rant, and slay around, finding kept one place in places. He must have been trapped by the sinking, whilst within his black abyss, or else the world would by now be screaming with fright and frenzy. Who knows the end? What has risen may sink, and what has sunk may rise. Lonesomeness waits, dreams, and the deep decay spreads over the tottering cities of men. The time will come, but I must not and cannot think. Let me pray that, if I do not survive this manuscript, my executors may put caution before audacity, and see that it meets no other eye. And if you remember the story of the lines, these were found among the belongings of the late Francis Thurston. And with that, we have the end of Call of Cthulhu. So what is there to say about it? Well, obviously, the thing that Lovecraft is known for the most is cosmic horror, right? Which, in effect, at least in its application here, is the horror of something beyond comprehension. Think about it this way: pretty much all of human beliefs, or at least things like human religions, revolve around evil, right? Like through Christianity, Buddhism, what have you, humanity was created by, a divine being, a divine system, and then everything that exists kind of within relation to humanity. But Lovecraft is stretching to say, what if we are nothing more than a speck on the radar for something we can't even comprehend, something that dies and then undies as the stars change? What if it is going to come alive again, and then when it does, it will rip from us everything we understand about existence and give us something more terrible in its place? And the real horror of it is not only is it an insurmountable opponent, right? This isn't even a question of could we defeat Cthulhu. It's that Cthulhu is one piece of a larger puzzle that we were never meant to even know exists. Because how could we ever hope to outlive our best opponent that we can even hope to comprehend? And in that regard, I think this story does a good job of it. We have this individual Francis who's trying to put these pieces together, and the conclusion he comes to is that everything's hopeless and he's going to die, which is pretty much the end point for most comic books, at least this time. I also find it interesting that, again, all the way back then, he was playing with ideas of, geometry that shouldn't work the way it does or isn't shaped the way it is. A lot of that we see kind of, invigorated in modern culture, but it's insane to think that it was happening 100 years ago. Now, all of that being said, is it a good read? I guess it's not really a narrative in a way that, we're watching characters change turn. It's more like a documentation. It's just an individual compiling things that did happen and then saying that they're going to die at the end. Funny enough, it's like a lot of modern horror on YouTube, but I don't want to indulge that rabbit hole. There's not really a story per se. Again, it's just kind of like a series of things that happened. Now, again, the purpose of that documentation was to get across the point of cosmic horror mentioned, throughout the story, and in that job, it succeeded. But does that make it a good read? Not necessarily. The concepts and the things you pull out of it are far more interesting than any character or any twist or turn within the tale. It's more interesting as a basis for information than a basis for narrative. I don't even think that Lovecraft was necessarily going for a heavy narrative in this story. He even regarded it as one of his kind of mediocre works, even though this would become one of his popular works. Lovecraft also has, I hate to say the word universe because that's so overdone, but he has a kind of connected lore through a lot of his stories, and it's not in the way you would think of Cthulhu shows up in another story because you have to read this one to influence that one. It's kind of just he uses inspiration from some of his mythos onto other mythos. So you'll see the name Cthulhu or William or something like that pop up in other stories. But it's not like there's one connected narrative between them. It's just you'll see the same names mentioned, which almost works better than a connected narrative in the cosmic horror scene. Because it's like these creatures don't care if we understand what happened, understand their timeline of events. They're simply just there. Now, there's some issues within these as the story sees them, then aren't they right? Like, think about it. This isn't a religion as we know it. It's not like, oh, well, maybe this God exists, maybe that God doesn't, whatever. No, Cthulhu is objectively real. This is the religion. This is how the world works now. You believe in Christianity? Sorry, it looks like this good thing is at the bottom of the ocean, so what are you going to do with that? If that is how the universe works, and that's inevitable, then that means that the worshippers are the only people that are right. Like, sure, it's bad. Like, it's not good to sacrifice people to an evil squid thing, but if his resurrection is inevitable, the world's going to be destroyed, then they win. There's also a lot of stuff that just kind of happens. It doesn't really bother me because, again, the narrative is the story's strong suit. It's the ideas that are getting across that are the story's strong suit. Like, for example, he just so happens to find the newspaper. Like, he's like, well, anyway, I couldn't worry about Cthulhu anymore. One day I found a newspaper about Cthulhu. There's stuff like that that happens. There were also a couple of other things that I wanted to mention about the story that I forgot to on the initial recording, but I don't want to set all of that up again, so you're getting podcast Wendigo. Congratulations. For one, I think my biggest problem with the actual, like, narrative of the story is, so Cthulhu's described throughout this whole thing as being like this impossible to understand God. He only is alive when the stars are right. He has existed for years, unfathomable, whatever, right? And then when he finally rises from Brillium, he is stopped by a boat. Like, all you have to do is hit him with a boat. And sure, it doesn't kill him. It talks about him regenerating or whatever. Maybe he was charging up power. But with the description that Cthulhu had gotten up until this point, I figured that, like, you could, hurl a planet at him and it would just pass through him. Like, he's incomprehensible. Lovecraft even says in the story, he is not made of matter. His form is formless or whatnot. But you can hit him with a boat and that KOs him, apparently. So every 200 years, we just have a boat ready to go in front of the city. That should do the trick. I don't know, it just seems kind of dumb that that's all it takes to stop an incomprehensible God. Now, don't get me wrong, I love that whole sequence. I think it's really cool, especially to mention that it was at this exact same moment that Cthulhu rose from the sunken city, that across the world, Wilcox went into a hysteria and began speaking of statues and stuff. It's so cool to imagine that all the people who were receiving dreams were kind of activated at one moment. This was some cosmic occurrence. I love that. It's the boat that I have a problem with. I also want to give one last thought about, like, Lovecraft as a horror author in general. A lot of Lovecraft's horror revolves around concepts of things like misanthropy. And it seems that throughout his writing, this hatred of humanity runs pretty deep. Institutions like religion are looked down upon, institutions of government, institutions of different races, groups of people. There is a consistent mistrust of any faculty of man. And I think a lot of that comes from Lovecraft's own life. Both of Lovecraft's parents were institutionalized for mental breakdowns, having mental conditions. It was like the early 1900s, so we didn't have the best documentation of that kind of thing. But they were described as having fits, or seeing things there. And there's some historical evidence to suggest that Lovecraft either inherited or developed some kind of a similar condition. I think it's safe to say that Lovecraft was definitely a poet. He lived with his mother for a very long time, up until her being committed. And most of his interaction with the outside world seemed to be through stories and books he would read. Now, the last 10, 20 years of his life, he would marry, he would meet people, he would become more accepting interpretation of his stories, I think it makes for interesting tales. Because perhaps if anyone else was writing a story like Call of Cthulhu, the one hope we would have is that humanity could be united against this threat. But in Lovecraft stories, humanity is part of that threat. And in my opinion, that creates a true nihilistic war in a way that few authors can take. And I think that's pretty good. At the end of the day, I think it's interesting, and I think the story itself is kind of cool, but I would also understand if you wanted to skip it. Now, that being said, I think what is far more impressive than Lovecraft's actual writing is his impact. I mean, concepts of cosmic war, non-Euclidean spaces, things humans can't comprehend, this is pretty much everywhere in horror fiction nowadays. And even workspace directly on Lovecraft has substantial following. Call of Cthulhu itself has an RPG game, a video game. It's been adapted into I don't know how many mythos and stories through the years. But honestly, you know what? If you want to see like the Lovecraft idea push full bore, I think like one of the best interpretations you can do is it. Go watch the first season of True Detective. It is outright Lovecraft. It uses the names like the Yellow King and stuff like that from like Lovecraft or Lovecraft adjacent fiction or whatever. It's even set in Louisiana. The difference is in Lovecraft story, the monster or the god or whatever is explicitly real. The horror and the cosmic horror exist. Whereas the horror in True Detective is the question of does it exist? So it plays more so in like the in-between, so to speak, rather than having the lessers of society being the practitioners of the religion. It is the elite of societies, and therefore you kind of, because your whole cosmic existence is called into question, maybe the entities understand something we don't, maybe there's something knowledge they have that we don't, stuff like that. I think it's a more interesting use of good ideas that Lovecraft's about. So yeah, basically this whole video is aside. I watched True Detective. I've heard a lot of people say that the Dunwich War or the Mountain Madness, which I haven't read about, but a lot of them are his best work. So if you want me to check those out, I would certainly be happy to. But for now, this has been Call of Cthulhu. And if you thought the story was stupid, or you think I'm stupid, which at least one of those things are true, I don't care because you're still here. I just want to say thank you for watching. Kind of a shorter video. Like I said, I'm testing out a lot of equipment here. If this goes well, then I've got some big projects I want to do with some of this stuff. So we'll see how that goes. I keep your 3 million subs. Might as well put in a modicum of effort. Might as well get an actual microphone. But thank you all for supporting me. Let me know how the video was, and I don't just mean like comment, whatever. No, literally tell me how the audio quality is and stuff like that. But don't be too mean about it or I'll cry. Because I need constructive criticism beyond my editor yelling at me, which is definitely enough. But yeah, that should do it for now. I'm going to go ahead and get this over to the editor so you all can see it hopefully before the month's out. But yeah, this was Call of Cthulhu. Like I said, if you want to see any more Lovecraft or any other literature come on the channel, let me know. I'd love to talk about it. So I think that's everything. Thank you all for the support you showed on the post on Speaks. I greatly appreciate it. Stay tuned for more new announcements, new stuff on the way. Really do appreciate you all over the past. I think that should do it for now. But I just want to stop. Thank you for watching. Hope you enjoyed. And I will see you in the next one. I'm just going to put up to about now.
All right, we got some new merch to tell you about. We got the vintage rat tee, the hunting club hoodies and hats, if you like to get out there with that gunpowder, as well as some new colors in the BGTY Be Good to Yourself collection. Get that and more at theovonstore.com. And thanks for repping. New tour dates to announce. I will be in Las Vegas on June 30th and July 2nd at the Encore Theater. Get pre-sale tickets with code RATKING starting Wednesday, January 11th at 10 a.m. Pacific time. General on sale starts Friday, January 13th at 10 a.m. Pacific time. We're also adding a 6th show in Austin on June 8th and a 4th show in Houston on March 23rd. We also have a few tickets left in Louisville, Indianapolis, Shreveport, Baton Rouge, Boston, Medford, Corpus Christi, and Phoenix, and New York City. Get tickets at theovon.com/TOUR. That's tour. Today's guest is a rare. He's a one of a kind. And he is. People say that all the time about people, but he is that. He's a comedian. He's a filmmaker. He has a new special streaming on January 28th, live from Madison Square Garden. You'll be able to watch the live stream of it. We'll put that information below. I saw him perform last night. It was unreal. Happy to have him here today, Mr. Louis C.K.
Shine that light on me. I'll sit and tell you my story. Shine on me. And I will find a song. I will sing it.
I sweat more when it's cold.
Yeah?
I get clammy. If I'm warm up, I sweat less, like at night. Yeah.
We used to have a buddy. Listening about sweating, but it made me think about reptiles. I used to work on this farm, and we had a dude. After it would rain, he would go lay on the concrete up there. He'd take his shirt off and go lay on the concrete, like
Really?
a reptile kind of guy.
Because he felt good. It cools off. That's like what dogs do. They sit on the hearth.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they sit somewhere. They find a cool spot.
Yeah, I think it just felt good on his skin. After it would rain, he would take his shirt off. This dude named Lance, and
Because you look really untouchable. Feel good. It's a good thing.
yeah, that's a good point.
A lot of
Yeah,
people won't do that. But
Yeah.
like, I know that feels good, so I'm going to do it.
yeah,
That's all right.
yeah. It is kind of nice. I think there's probably more stuff people would do in public if they were less probably like inhibited or whatever about it.
Oh, definitely. I was in a
Move this a little closer on.
yeah, sure. I was in a, I think, you know those places that are like, it's like a chain restaurant, but it's a little better. You know what I mean? A little better.
Yeah, like
Like
BJ's.
yeah, that kind of thing. I
Yeah.
forget what it was, but it was daytime and it was really dead in there, in some, I don't know, Akron, Ohio, or some horrible place. And some big lady came in,
Yeah.
off the street, and you could tell they were like, okay, like they have something where they just let her come in. You know what I mean?
Right. Let her come in. Let her smell everything.
Yeah, she got stopped at the door one day and it got. So, you know what I mean? But you can see they're like, okay, you see, they went to the manager. He's like, it's okay. There wasn't enough customers in there. She came in and she just started walking through the restaurant, and she takes the creamers, those metal tin creamers that are on the kind of places. She starts drinking the cream, and then she leaves. And I thought, if I wasn't worried about how that looks, I might do that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like there's something about creamers that's like as a kid that's kind of magical. This nice cold cream. Maybe she knows the time they just poured them, so they're nice and cold. But if you'd had no concern about,
Right.
you might walk by a restaurant and go, I bet they got some nice cool creamers, and I'm going to have myself some.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I could see that coming through and just kind of sniffing the cream, just having some.
Yeah.
Just being, I always want to like touch people on the back of their neck.
Yeah. Wow, that's an interesting one.
Because I feel like it's like the most kind of like, it's almost like a real parental place.
Oh yeah, it's caring.
Yeah.
So you mean you're the parent?
I don't know. I mean, maybe I would dress up in a suit or something, but I don't know if I would be like the parent. But I just, sometimes I want to do that. Even when I'm just talking to people, I want to like, I almost feel like if I put my hand on the back of their neck, we would know more about each other or something.
Yeah. You'd be closer. You'd be an arm's length away.
Yeah. When I was in school, in middle
Hard to
school,
escape that moment.
yeah, it's hard to escape it. So then I think you're there with like the honesty of whatever's really going on.
And I was on vacation.
You're on
I don't take
vacation.
fucking vacations. But I had to take a vacation. I got a wife and a child now, and I got to act like a fucking individual. I can't just. I didn't take my. Listen, that was my wife.
Never took her?
Really?
That's what I'm from. Never fucking
Never
took
took her?
Never. I'm not in the mood. I only go back to the comedy. I don't go back to the dilly dally when I go back. When I